All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 3D Motion Show. For all of you who are joining us for the first time, this used to be C4D Live, but the company has grown, the show has grown, and we're here. So thank you. Greetings from all over the world. We've had people chiming in from all over. So it's an amazing thing to see people from Dublin, China, London, the UK, all throughout the US, Russia. So thank you guys all for joining us. We have an amazing lineup today, and we're going to keep these different lineups going month after month, all throughout the year. Every month we have a show. Some days are multi-day shows. Some are a single-day show like this. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback, so wanted to make sure that we keep the artists on stage for you guys live to have questions and check out these breakdowns. So hello, San Antonio, letting everybody chime in here. Our first presenter is going to be at 9 a.m., but we do have a lot of amazing content before then. We have some announcements coming up from Paul Babb here in just a moment, and I'm going to have the one and only Noseman joining me here in about 15 minutes, and we'll be able to answer any questions, because I know a lot of people already have questions. You guys already might be working on projects, but he's going to share some stuff with us on UVs, because that was a really big announcement, and a lot of people have questions still, but he's going to go through some of that with us and then dive in to answer some of your questions here live. So if you have them, you're stuck in a project, this is definitely the time to get those questions ready. So we're going to head over to Paul in his office, and he's going to join us and tell us about an amazing special here with Red Giant. So let's see if we can get Paul on board.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Welcome to the party.
Thank you, Matthias. Good to see you again. Actually, we're not that far away from each other, guys. We're kind of in the office and in different places today.
Yeah, local social distancing.
Local social distancing. Good to see you, man. It's been a weird few months. It's crazy. I hope everybody out there is staying safe and sane. As you can see, I took my beard trimmer to my head, so I have not gone out and gotten a haircut. I just sort of did do it yourself. You should try it, Matthias. It's very light.
Yeah, I gotta stay warm during the summer and warm during the winter. That's how I go.
Yeah, this was a 97-degree day. I just had it. It was so hot. I just walked outside and so really was very uplifting. Anyway, so I hope everybody's doing well out there. I hope you're staying safe and sane through all this crazy time. The good vibes coming out from Maxon. We're having a good time, and we miss everybody. We really miss coming out to the shows and seeing everybody, and we hope that this can, fill that gap a little bit for us. At least we can see a little bit of chatting going on, and we can commiserate with you guys. And as Matthias said,
miss the hugs.
Virtual hugs. And as Matthias said, please look at the schedule. We've got stuff going all the way to December this year, and we'll try to add some more interesting things to it. But yeah, without further ado, you may have seen it already. It's gone live on the Maxon site. In conjunction with Redshift and Red Giant, we're having a summer blowout sale next Tuesday. And normally we would do a 24-hour, sale or something. I think we've done those in the past years in May or something. But we decided to get together and do a big blowout, give everybody a little bit of warning that was coming up, so that they can ask their significant other, or they can spend the money, or if they're a company that needs to get their finances or POs in order. It's a pretty exciting special. It's 30% off all new annual subscriptions. And in the case of Redshift, new licenses, floating and non-floating licenses for Redshift. If you go to maxon.net/summer 2020, you can see all the details, the information. If you have any questions, I encourage you to contact one of our salespeople, and they'll answer your questions and take really good care of you. What other good news do we have? What other great news is going on? A lot of exciting things happening in the background of the new Maxon Red Giant Redshift conglomeration. We've had some really great meetings. There's a lot of great stuff in development. We might have some sneak peeks coming for SIGGRAPH. I'll tease that a little bit. We're looking at maybe expanding our, giving people a little bit of sneaks of what we're working on and what's coming up. So we might have Dave, good old Dave McGavran, our CEO, will be coming in for SIGGRAPH, and we'll do a little sneak peeks for our shows during September, during SIGGRAPH, excuse me. That will be our next show, is the 3 days around SIGGRAPH that we normally do. And I think that's pretty much most of the news that I had. But the summer blowout's a big one. Very excited about that. And if you haven't noticed, we've got a great bundle of all of our products together, Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant. There's a nice little bundle you can go after as well.
Got a bunch of questions rolling in. Somebody's asking when SIGGRAPH. The SIGGRAPH show is going to be the week of the 21st in July. So that's going to be then. Actual SIGGRAPH is going to be sometime in August from what they've communicated. We're still getting details on that, but we will have a show the week of the 21st for those of you.
Yeah, the exact dates of SIGGRAPH, the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, we will be doing it as if we were doing SIGGRAPH normally. And as Matthias said, yeah, they're working on some virtual type of thing. I think that they said August. They were going to push it back to August and try to do some sort of a virtual show. So, but if you look at the schedule below us, if you're on 3dmotionshow.com, or C4D Live still does work if you go there. If you scroll down, if you scroll to the right or left, it does show you the dates of the upcoming shows. So.
Yeah, so there's just hit the arrow button and you'll at least get the dates in there. So
yeah.
The lineup is coming. We do have a lot of artists still locking in for the upcoming months. And if you know any amazing artists, once again, you just hit me on social media, just at Major VFX. Great way to find me. Send me amazing artists, people that you would want on. We're going to have people on from all over the world. So if there's a different language or something particular to your country that would sound great, that's an amazing artist that you've just been dying to see, reach out to me, let me know, and we can see if we can schedule it. So some of these are going to be on this time zone, and we're going to have a couple large shows that cater more to the European market. And we're going to keep trying to get this, depending on your feedback. You know, the more you talk to us, the more we can actually work with the different artists and bring them on board. But everybody's been very supportive, and we have a lot of people rolling in. A lot of questions about Redshift on Mac. Is like that. I see just question after question on that.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I know that the guys Redshift in meetings I've heard, they're working very closely with Apple. They have actually been working with Apple engineers, so I know that there's there's commiseration going on. There's work going on between the two of them. So it's not just the Redshift guys working away, it's the Apple people working away, trying to give them what they want in Metal. So there's it is in the works. I know that they're working hard to get it done, and that it's not just just that team working on it. It's crossing both companies. So that is being I can't give you too much more in terms of dates, but they keep on saying this year, and then I guess that's about as detailed as I can probably get. Matthias, you mentioned the date type. So for people in European for IBC, we will be doing 3D Motion Show during IBC in IBC time. We will be here doing it from here, but we will be doing it at regular IBC hours.
Yeah, and we have some questions of folks coming in. I see some people questioning how to convert one of their licenses and things like that. Just contact our sales department. They'd be happy to work with you on any configuration that you've worked with in the past, or just converting any MSAs over to subscription and things like that. So Absolutely. Just give them a call. They'll be able to work with you, and they're available now here on the West Coast, and depending on where you are in the world, you should be able to contact your resellers.
They're on the East Coast too, or even in Europe. I mean, just contact them and let them know. And if you don't get the answer you like right away, you contact one of us, and we'll light a fire for you.
Awesome. Let's see. Any other questions coming in? Nothing on Red Giant. Actually, no, there is, as far as someone was asking particular in cinema. Of course, that's an ongoing question. I think that was my first question when we merged was, oh man, are we going to be able to get particular in here?
Yeah.
But there are workflows currently. But I know that that's a big demand as we try and get more and more features integrated. So definitely stay tuned. This isn't just a merger without any intelligence behind it. It's really like, how can we get all these things working together? So just as much as you guys are telling it to us, we're just excited, to see how we can merge the technologies as well.
Yeah, be sure that there's a lot of collaboration going on between all three of the development teams. There's been discussions and collaboration, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, and someone was asking about student plan for C4D and Redshift. I know that's something we've been looking at as well. If I'm not mistaken, Paul, to get that.
I can actually talk about that. We have not updated the site yet, but there will be. There's a new bundle for education for schools. I think it's $199 a seat, and you get everything. You get Cinema 4D with Redshift, and you get the entire Red Giant suite. And there's applications, you know, if that's a little too much for a school, you apply, and they'll find ways of getting it to you. And yes, we are finalizing all the legal and intercompany stuff with Redshift to be able to offer Cinema 4D with Redshift to students, the way we offer Cinema 4D to students for free. And there may be a new system for it. The system that we've had has gotten kind of old and needed updating, and we're working with an outside company, and I think really soon we'll be able to have a new system where that actually a company that is connected with all the schools, so students aren't going to have to do their IDs and all that kind of crap, because the system already knows that they're in there because they've got connection with the school. So we've got some good things working towards that.
So for less than the cost of a textbook.
Less than the cost of a textbook. Yeah, I think there might be a minor fee just because we're using an outside company, but you're talking about $5, $10, $20 tops, you know, just for processing. I think it's really nominal fee, but yeah, that's all getting worked out. In particular about the question about Red Giant, we should point out that Simon Walker will be on today, doing a presentation of some of the VFX tools.
Yeah, totally. So if you have more questions, definitely, like I said, get your questions ready, folks, because all of our presenters, we're going to have time with Q&A with each of them. So if you're interested in character rigging, which is going to be our first presenter from Bomber. So Bomber, you're going to want to check them out and have character questions ready. And then we have some great motion graphics and Redshift. So all the questions that you have them ready, and your general Cinema 4D questions. Like I said, we're going to have Noseman on here very soon. Let me see. I think we have a couple other general questions in here.
One thing I can hold on those. One thing I forgot about the summer special. I don't know why I forgot that. I just looked at my notes. As part of the summer special, from now until the special and during the special, the run up this next 5 days, if you retweet our social media posts in full, we're going to be giving away a complete suite every 12 hours to a random person who is retweeting or reposting our advertisements on social media. So and you can't just use the hashtag. You have to either share or retweet the whole tweet, and you will be chosen. One person will be chosen every 12 hours, and they'll get Cinema 4D with Redshift and the full Red Giant complete. And that's every 12 hours from now until Tuesday when we run the special. So when you start seeing those social media posts, help us amplify the message. Send retweet, repost, share, and maybe you could win the full shebang.
Yeah, and then for those of you who are looking for any of our social media, just on maxon.net, you have all the different icons. So if you ever needed to see something, you'd be able to just check it out right there on maxon.net.
Sure.
So let's see, more questions. Any plans to integrate some of Red Giant's effects to Redshift? Now people are looking to not just cinema. Now how do we get all three integrated here?
Yeah, I think the major overall theme is, there is discussion between the development teams. There's collaboration where it can happen, and there's a lot of interest in utilizing technologies cross company to the benefit of all the products. Nothing tangible we can talk about yet, and of course you have to realize all these teams want to maintain their product path, what they're doing right now, to keep bringing new features to the products that are there, but they are looking at ways of integrating the products, bringing different technologies across the products. So these will take a little time, but these conversations are ongoing internally, definitely.
Awesome. Let's see here. Someone will ask.
And by the way, as indicated by the fact that we are going to be doing some sneaks at SIGGRAPH, so look forward to that. Dave McGavran, our new CEO, is much more open to sharing what's coming and that's also part and parcel of, you know, having subscription. It's a little easier for us to talk about the things that are coming. So we will, you know, as things start happening, we will tickle and sneak and give you little previews.
Yeah, so that's a nice thing, and I believe because we're on subscription, we can do more of that and communicate with you guys a little bit more in detail as, you know, as things develop. You know, breaking news, we have new features as they develop. Somebody asked some questions, and these are going to be perfect for Noseman, but someone had a question about the bevel tool. If you could be more as detailed as possible about it, and it was like a general thing about changing or repairing the bevel tool, but let me know exactly what you're looking for on that, and I'll try and include that for Noseman as we get him on here in a little bit. So just any questions, just try and be detailed with it so we can, especially on the technical side.
You just had a question about R22 Perpetual. There will be a release later this year. It will incorporate everything that was in S22. So we will still have an annual Perpetual release. And anything that's been released in the cycle for subscribers will be in with the Perpetual release, plus whatever else is coming later this year. It probably won't be called S22. I mean R22. It'll probably be R23 or something like that. But there will be, to answer that question, there will be a Perpetual release this year, and it will incorporate everything in S22 plus more.
Awesome. Let's see here. Anything else? All right. So we got some beginners tuning in. Yeah, so if you guys are looking for more information on this, so some of you beginners, there's a lot of free resources, but the great place to go is Cineversity. So yeah, we'll include that in the chat and put that in there periodically. But yeah, if my team somebody can just jump in, check out Cineversity.com. There's a lot of beginner tracks. So if you're looking, somebody was mentioning as far as you know, the Travis Scott presentation on Fortnite. So if you're looking to build content and you're looking to actually work with game engines, there is a whole track on there on Cineversity. So definitely check that out. I see a lot of people making suggestions to buy companies, which is great. It's just like, oh, guys.
Wait. It's got to have red in the name.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, does the company have red in the name? Is the first question you need to ask yourself before you ask that. So. Somebody was asking about Cineversity for non-sub users.
Absolutely. Cineversity is available to everybody. If you're not accessing Cineversity or you feel you don't have it, double check your licensing. Everybody should have access to Cineversity. This has come up a couple of times. And we actually put, I believe Tilo, one of our lead programmers, put something in the licensing that popped up for people who, if for some reason it shows up that you don't have Cineversity, there's a button you can click and it activates your licensing for that. But if you have a valid license of Cinema 4D, you have access to Cineversity.
Yes, you do. And
we've got some great things coming with it.
So yeah, so let's see, RedTube. Oh man, here they come, red cameras. Now things get interesting. Now things get interesting. So plug in some more power here. On this. So let's see, will there be an update on the hair? So yeah, so once again, there's a lot of things that people are looking at. Let's see, MSA question. Let's see.
Somebody said something about your MSA. Again, check with your salesperson depending on where you are on your MSA. Or contact me if you want to. You can contact me at Paul at maxon.net, and I can, address whatever issues you run into. But the salespeople should be able to, or call support, should be able to make sure you've got access to what you need in there. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, if you guys have any other general questions of what's going on, go ahead and toss them in. Paul's going to be around today, so if there's not something I can answer, I can pull him in. And if not, definitely get your technical questions ready, because we're looking to get Noseman on here in just a couple minutes. Let's see, another question, C4D integration, Red Giant and After Effects. Look at the latest trap code update. Yeah, definitely take a look at that. So as far as some of the latest updates, we did cover some of that in the last presentation, but you definitely want to check out, go to Red Giant to see some of the updates there. They're pretty phenomenal. So definitely check that out.
I just saw one. Yes, I believe Rick did update the CB Toolbox for the latest version of Cinema. I do believe he updated that for S22. Should be working.
Yeah.
And a lot of the plugins got updated, and I think they're probably going to have to get updated again later this year. So we're trying to keep the most active plugins on Cineversity on the latest versions. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we had some people asking about the shirt, and this shirt actually was from the 3D Motion Show or tour. This was when we actually went on tour right after our merger with, or after Redshift joined the family, and we went on tour. So they were only available on tour. So maybe we can get some made up.
We do have a few left back there.
Just
we have a box full. We've got about, I don't know, like 60.
Okay.
I think I actually just sent some out to sponsors a few weeks ago, and I checked. I think we do have about 50 or 60 of those shirts left over. So maybe we can give a few of those away to people this week.
We'll check that out as far as if people are looking for swag, some T-shirts, some hats, and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Stay tuned. If you guys haven't, sign up right under on 3dmotionshow.com. Hit the sign up link and sign up just so you can be notified. And I'll look at seeing what we can do for T-shirts and things like that, just so part of the Maxon family that we can get some of that swag and branding and things like that.
You know what? I'll commit to that personally. I'm here at the office. People sign up. I will go through every day and pull a handful of names and contact you, and we'll send you out one of those T-shirts that Matthias is wearing right there.
Oh wow, awesome! Look at that. Ask and you shall receive, internet. Not everything immediately, but at some point we'll work on it if it makes sense.
Exactly.
Makes sense. So if there's not any other urgent questions I see coming in here, I would love to get Noseman on the line because he already has some presentation on UVs. But Paul, thanks so much, and we'll grab you if they overwhelm me. I'll definitely call for backup. So
I'll be here. You got to run to the bathroom. I'll catch you in between. Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Paul. So we're going to take a quick little break, folks, and so just stay tuned, and we're going to be back with Athanasios Pozantis, Noseman.
Awesome.
So check it out.
See you soon.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph Podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm gonna live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 3D Motion Show, formerly known as C4D Live. I am accompanied by the one and only Athanasios Pazantis, aka Knows Man Knows, and the biggest question I had from the online audience is, how's your day? How's your day, Knows Man?
It's fine. It's quite, well, relatively early, not as early as you, but yeah, working from home. Yeah, enjoying the family around. My world became better in these weird times, and yeah, washing my hands.
It seems a lot of us artistic shut-ins are doing okay. Some people are like, I didn't even notice. Well, how's this different? So, yeah, you have some goodies for us on UVs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I realize because of the requests that are coming in that a lot of people are asking for more and more things about UVs, which shows a success of Maxon's choice to address this issue at this time. So adding a few things on top of the tutorials I've already done for Cineversity. Go check them out. And we are going to be doing more of these to educate people on the fundamentals of UVs and how to use the new tools. And today I'm just going to take advantage of this to do a few tips and tricks and the way to think about certain things. And we're going to do some object baking to convert complex assets into single gaming assets with single baked material and so forth. So yeah, that's going to be the subject for today. And any questions that come through, if I choose to answer them, that is.
Of course. All by choice. We're not going to force you to do anything because you wouldn't listen anyway. So go. So I'll let you take it from here.
Okay, so let's get my screen on air, which I hope it is. So you can all see this asset I've used for my latest hard surface UV unwrapping tutorial on Cineversity. If you haven't, go check it out. And what I'm going to do in this particular case, and if I'm looking up, it's just because I have my notes. I'm quite old, I forget. I know I look young and fresh. In reality, I'm more than half a century old. So this is the camcorder. And it's got these spherical projections of these materials, just to put them here as placeholders. So first of all, something I did in the tutorial, I'm going to select everything. I'm going to go to the tags and do material tags and assign UVs to each and every one of them. And I'm going to click on the gear icon. I'm going to set this to automatic packed UVs. This is the new Ministry of Flat algorithm. And it's going to create UVs. And if I shift double click, you will see that these UVs are pretty neat, and basically they are optimized for 3D painting and stuff like that. Now I'm going to select all the materials because they're spherical, and I'm going to set them to UV mapping so they read the UV data. And already we have a nice little orthogonal grid here, and this looks quite interesting. So let me see. What I'm going to show you today is the following. I've got this button here, all right? And let me set my solo to isolate the objects and hierarchy isolation. I'm going to go to my UV edit, and I'm going to press H. As you see, I've cleared everything from my viewport using the new filters, or you press Shift Shift V, configure, and you go here in the filters and get rid of world axes and grids and horizons and all that. Now I'm going to press S here to maximize it. And let's assume that I want to create a particular projection for this, which will have a frontal projection from this angle here. So I can have a really neat projection with continuity, right? So because here we have a nice texture, but we don't have continuity between the edges and the top. As you can see, these are broken up in islands. But as you will observe from the axes, the geometry is rotated relative to the axis of the object. And I can always eyeball it. And believe me, the eye is the best instrument for your work because eyes will see your work. But let's assume that I want to be really strict with this, and I want to project something in a frontal projection, but with absolute accuracy in terms of the front surface. So in order to show what's going on, I'm going to go to the filter and change the work plane. Turn on the work plane. And what I can do is go to my polygon selection tool, select this face, and you can go to this little button down here, click and hold, and align the work plane to the selection. So now my work plane, including my orthographic views, although this object is rotated, you can see that it's got the axis rotated. Actually, my work plane is perpendicular, which means if I go to the top view and select all these polygons, I'm viewing it exactly from the normal direction of that surface. And if I do a frontal projection now, I'm getting a perfect circle based on this view, right? Make sure that the view is selected. It's got the white line behind it. And now I can go and do my relaxation. I can do my point pinning or anything like that. I'm going to just apply this. And it creates this because of the tension that exists between the points. But if I undo a couple of times and select this, Command click on points to select points, add the pins, then go and select all the UV polygons and apply using the pinpoints. Then I get the perfect circle and the perfect unwrap by utilizing that extra information I gave it, by facing downwards on the plane that was defined by that polygon. And you can always set this to align the work plane to Y, and this is the original polygon. So you can see now if I press S here, this is the original top view. So by using the work plane and this method, it does allow you to align your otherwise rotated objects to the proper polygons you want to use for your frontal projection. If this doesn't make sense in any context, if you watch my tutorial, it will on Cineversity, it will give you a better idea of how this works. Okay, so let's go to our standard layout and let's go and turn these off here, and let's go and view the whole camera. And let me show you how you can do some baking, because what I'm aiming at is to create a single asset, a single polygon model from all these components, and assign a single material with everything baked on it. Now, it will be slightly more complex than what we see here if you're doing it in real life, but the concept is the same. So I'm going to double click on one of the materials, select them all. I just want to get rid of the actual grid. So I'm going to clear that grid, which, as you may observe, I've mixed it with different colors in the base color channel to create these different materials. So I'm just going to set this to 100% and clear this. Now each component is going to have its own color. I just made some random colors, and these can be whatever you want them to be. Now, the next step is just for fun. I'm going to get the Maxon logo and drag it on this here, and go to the LCD screen, set this to flat projection, go to my UV texture mode, and I'm going to go to one of my side views. I think this one is the best one because I want to align it to this edge here. So R to rotate, I'm rotating the actual projection now. I'm going to rotate it like this. Again, eyeballing. Let's go here. Now it's rotated. Let me get my scale tool, bring it down. And you can see we have that repetition. And the repetition is because the material has the tiling in the tag tab. So if I untile it, this is how it works. Let me render this quickly. Excellent. Let me double click here. You will observe that the logo has an alpha channel in Photoshop, but you can't see it here. So all you have to do is take the same PNG. PNGs have the alpha channel embedded. So if you go to the alpha and load the same object and tell it to use the alpha from the image, it's actually going to cut it out. And now this is set on my screen. I just put the logo here. The one thing you need to remember is that if you're projecting on an object that has thickness, it will be visible from the back as well. So you will see it from the back. So if required, go to your material itself and just set the projection, the side, not to be both, but only the front, and it will evaluate this based on the normal direction. But anyhow, this is just visible on this simple surface here, the screen. And let's go and make one asset out of this. So let's select everything and right click and connect objects and delete. What this will do is put all the materials on one single mesh, and it will create polygon selections that confine each material to each polygon selection. Let me bring this up so you can see it, so that it's confined to each area. Now, for anyone that asks questions about UDIMs, although we don't have a UDIM direct connection currently, a workflow that works similar to UDIMs and can be compatible if you deal with the naming conventions manually, can be achieved this way by offsetting the various polygons which belong to each material, object selection, polygon selection on the UV tile. Now, if you double click on this, you will see that everything is overlapping. So this won't really help if we want to make a single asset, because most software doesn't use polygon selections to confine the materials. So I need to bake this object so that it bakes this on one particular UV and wrap. And for this particular case, I'm going to leave this for now. It doesn't really make a difference. And the way to bake it is select the object, go to Object, Bake Objects. And what this is going to do, if I keep UVs, it's going to keep the overlapping UVs. That's not what I want. If you turn the keep UVs off, which is off by default, it's actually going to reset the UV layout so that we have no overlaps. And it's going to use, by default, the Ministry of Flat unwrapping. Okay, now, one more thing I'm going to do is set the resolution. I'm going to set it to quite low, 1024 by 1024. And we have super sampling, which is basically anti-aliasing, and the pixel border between the UV islands. I'm going to set this to, let's say, PNG, and I can even turn on ambient occlusion. And this ambient occlusion takes its values from the actual post effect. So although the post effect was off, any values that were here are going to be used for this particular baking process. So if you want to augment or change the way your ambient occlusion looks when you're baking something, make sure you turn this on and you change your parameters and then you bake. But for now, I'm going to leave it as default. So with this said and done, let's go and find an appropriate folder. I'm going to put it in here where the camcorder is. Good. And I'm going to just set this as the folder, and I'm going to bake. And it's baking the ambient occlusion and the colors and all that. It creates a copy of the object, which I'm going to remove the original one just for fun. I can remove all the selections now because we only have one material applied to the whole object. And I'm going to go and even remove all the materials. So we have one material, and this material here has the new Ministry of Flat unwrapping, what we call the auto UV packed method. And if this doesn't look very good, let's go and fix it. And you need to do the following things to get a better view in the viewport. If I render this, it looks fine. But if I want to view it in the viewport correctly, go to the viewport. Let me click here so it updates. And make sure that the texture preview size is set to no scaling, which no scaling means it's going to use the full resolution of the image. And the next thing you should do to avoid certain situations, especially when UV islands are together, go to each and every one, I can turn this off, each and every one of the textures that have been applied, click on it and turn the sampling to none, because MIP sampling is going to actually blur it a bit, and that blurriness may bleed over into another island. So none, go here, none, and we have this one single asset. You can export this to your favorite game engine and use it as a single gaming asset. Now, having said that, let me, actually, I'm going to do this in the next little presentation. Let me look at my time. I have 9 minutes. So I hope you like this. A lot of these things are going to become tutorials. So let me quickly go as far as I can and get this turret. This is a model I downloaded, I think, from GrabCAD, and it's part of a tank. And the mesh is not the best. I mean, this was created in the CAD software, and it's got a lot of tears and broken polygons, you can see here, and all that stuff. I'm going to give you some tips on how you can go about unwrapping something like this. Now, first of all, it's a good practice to go and fix all the normals, because then your UV polygons will not be reversed. And the best tool, in my view, to do something like this is to use the Phong break selection to select areas. With a Phong break selection, you can select polygons that are within a Phong angle, which means what is the angle between two polygons. These are flat, so even with a small angle, you can catch them. But you can see here what's being selected, and that's based on this angle here. And this allows you to go and select various areas in one click, and then say right-click, align normals, and so forth. Now, what I'm going to do is bring one which I've corrected the normals, and let's go and do a bit of unwrapping. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but just a bit of unwrapping on this. Go to your UV edit, and this, as you can see, I've already unwrapped it, and I can always go and get rid of that. And let's go and add a material from, let's put a spherical here just for the fun of it. And I'm going to go and select all these polygons. So I select the polygon and my move tool, Command A, pull everything out of here. And I'm going to go and do selections, pull your selection palette over here, and use the Phong break selection to select areas which have some sort of, they're sort of unified. Now watch this. If I select this and do something like UV weld and relax, it may work. If I select everything and do UV weld and relax, no, don't select everything. Let's go and work with this edge, and we can go and start cutting out the parts we want to unwrap. So slowly and incrementally, I'm breaking this apart, and I forgot to press a button. So I'm going to undo again. Make sure you have your restricted polygon selection. Good. And make sure that the only selected is the one you're working on. Otherwise, everything is going to be unwrapped. So let me do this again, UV unwrap. And there you go. I'm splitting these apart. Sometimes you need to go in the 3D model, depending on the detail you're working on. If it's easier for you to see what you want to cut out. So for example, this UV unwrap. Let's go to the other side. Let's go here. Zoom in strongly. Let me cut this UV unwrap, and let's go here, press H to bring everything in. And you can see that slowly now we're cutting this up to relieve that distortion that's occurring because so many things are linked together. So just select edges, nothing more, and UV unwrap. And slowly but surely we're unwrapping this bit by bit. And what I like to do very often is make sure that with my polygons selected, I hide the ones I've already finished. So the only things I have in front of me now are the polygons which are not done yet. So then I can go to the bottom, click UV and wrap. If you get problems like these, where it's cut, sometimes you can go down here to the relax and try and do an LSCM or something like that. Or go, if you have edges which are broken up, and select them and do a UV weld and relax. So then we can apply this, and there you go. It's beautifully set. And let's go to our polygons and hide selected. There you go. And you continue down this path, and slowly you unwrap your whole object by selecting different parts, doing UV unwrap or UV weld and relax. There you go, that's done. Just 2 clicks, hide selected. Then let's select this one, UV weld and relax. That's done, hide selected. And slowly, even a very complex model like this will take you, it will be very quick to unwrap. So we still have, I guess, like 4 minutes. Matthias, I just want to show something very, very quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
So I've done my unwrap on this. So here's the final unwrap. I used it precisely the method I used before. And you see these small fragments. It's because some of these parts are a bit, the whole modeling situation coming from a CAD model wasn't all that good. So anyhow, and what I've done here is I've set a green color right at the base of the object. Then I've added this material here, which is just a flat projection of these 2 stripes. And this is nothing more than a gradient, by the way. So this is a red color, and the alpha channel, I have this gradient here, right? I've used knots, which are in step mode, and I'm creating these lines, and I just projected it on the side. And I've added a logo on the back. And just like previously, now you can take this and convert it into an asset by just baking this down to whatever you want, using exactly the same method, the bake object method. And the final thing, since I have 2 minutes to go, I'm just going to show you what you need to do if you want to start painting using body paint. Now, this may sound a bit odd, but with the new UV tools, body paint, and there have been a lot of enhancements, and for many workflows, using body paint is a very good solution. I'm just going to use a sphere for this case. Make sure you make it editable. And if you want to start painting, the easiest way is go to Body Paint 3D Paint layout, and with your object selected, go and click on the wizard, and then you just press next, next, finish, close, and your brush is selected, and there you go. You can start painting. What this means is that if you have something which is already baked, then you can go and start adding little details on your object using body paint just to put that final touch you want, put some dirt, some rust, and so forth. And with that, my mini presentation has finished. I haven't been looking at the requests, so if there are any questions, I'm willing to answer.
It's actually been pretty light. Thank you so much for that, Noseman. It's been pretty light in the chat box, but if you're going to be around later today and we could still harass you, I'd probably get you back on the line. But that's up to you, because I only had you scheduled for here, and I told everybody to ask me questions, so they had you now. But yeah, so if you have questions, just toss them in the chat. We're going to go ahead and collect those, and then maybe I can get you on for at least one more session today. That would be awesome. But if not, let's we're going to be jumping to our first presentation. I know a lot of you guys have been wondering about character animation inside of Cinema 4D. I had people coming in about asking about facial rigs and things like that. So what we'll do is go ahead and jump in to our first presentation right after these messages. So a quick break, and then we'll be back with Bomper Studios. Thanks, Noseman.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph Podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you got to make stuff that you're not going to put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
All right, welcome back to the 3D Motion Show, this is the show formerly known as C4D Live. Thank you guys so much for joining me in the studio. I am Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX. So if you're on Twitter, you're on Instagram, find me at Major VFX. If you know amazing artists in your areas that you want to see on the show, shoot me a message, let me know there. I had a number of questions about signing up. So one of the things I mentioned on our last segment was sign up. So if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to check out 3dmotionshow.com. And right below the image and the video, you'll see a little sign up link. Click that so you can get notified of all the different shows that we're running throughout the year or any other updates that we're giving around the show. So once again, 3dmotionshow.com. We're going to be running that throughout the year. So for everybody who's tuned in, a lot of people had questions about character animation. I'm always trying to get more and more people in character. And this presentation here is from Bomper Studio, an amazing presentation regarding character animation. So we get to dive deep, and then we'll be back with Alan from Bomper right after this. So check out the presentation, and we'll be live with Alan from Bomper.
Hi guys, I'm Alan Tandro. I'm a 3D animator and rigger at Bomper Studio. I've been animating professionally for about 3.5 years now. I started at Jellyfish Pictures in London. I worked on Dennis and Nasher, which is a TV show. From there, I moved to Bomper Studio, which is a lot smaller, small studio in Wales. We were creating the studio's first 3D character animated content. This was a great experience. But during production, I noticed there was a need for an in-house rigger. So once production finished, I started learning to rig. Around about that same time, our company decided we were going to create a short film. And I was given the opportunity to create the Colin rig for Coffee Run. Alongside the production of Coffee Run, we were working on multiple other projects that also required rigging. One of the first things I then had to rig was a car. He used all of the principles that I'd learned rigging the characters beforehand and developing the coffee rig. And it was a perfect time to test whether I could rig in a production situation. I then moved on to rigging a hand, and eventually we created a short piece for Levi's where I got to rig Hello Kitty. This was a lot of fun, and it was the first biped character that I rigged in production. At this point, no one had seen Coffee Run, and I was really excited to show people how much I progressed. For me, learning to rig was a different process for someone learning rigging without any production experience. I'd already been animating for a couple of years, and I really knew what I wanted from the coffee rig. We knew I wanted to be cartoony, and I knew this would really push my rigging skills. So we're going to go over how to rig a cartoon character in Cinema 4D. Now, it's not going to be a complete head-to-toe tutorial on how to rig, because you can find those kind of tutorials online. This is more about how to think about rigging, how to tackle problem solving, and the core elements behind what built up the coffee rig. So the main things are IK and FK systems that we're then utilizing bendy limbs. And when we move up onto the face, we're using all of these like core principles that we're using on the body. And it's really just a process of problem solving and finding out what works for you. I really didn't get it right first time. I often overcomplicated a lot of things. Since doing the coffee rig, I've had a chance to strip it back a little bit and take out some objects. However, there is definitely some optimization that can still be done. So problem solving in your rig is really going to become useful. Not just when you're creating it, because you'll think of an idea of how you want your rig to act and behave, and then you've got to figure out a way to use a tool within the software to make it do this function. And there are going to be loads of options, and the right option is just whatever works for you. And you're just going to keep on finding better and better ways to do it, and quicker. Once you get past the scary aspect of there being a huge object manager full of things with different names and numbers and constraints, once you get past all of that, then you're opening yourself up to creating more character-driven work within your production pipeline. And this is what we did at Bomper Studio. We finished our Coffee Run animation, and since then we've had multiple projects come in. And it really is the hard work of the team that's just created like this crazy little animation that we thought of, I don't even know, a year and a half ago.
One of the first and most important things to consider when building your rig is organization.
Having a strong naming convention and good referencing system really helps. Over here, you can see I have all the different assets and different layers. So let's turn off the mesh and see what's underneath. To do this, I navigate over to the layer manager. I can then click and drag to disable the visibility tags. The rig is built up of an IK leg using a bendy limb system, a bendy spine that is able to switch from IK to FK, and a bendy limb arm, also with IK-FK match. An IK system gives us control translating the hand. The elbow direction is then controlled with the pole. We can also swap our orientation. An IK system can really be useful if the character is pushing an object or leaning against a wall. For this, we'd put it in global space. The hand will not be affected by the body. However, if we switch to local space, it will follow the transformations of the body. Our IK-FK match means that the animator can switch mid-shot. FK is a system that relies purely on rotations. We can still translate out some controls, but we'll be unable to translate the hand and have the rest of the arm follow. We'll go into the FK system a little later. Finally, the face. The face is mostly built up of joints, however is a hybrid system and utilizes some blend shapes. Lastly, the tie, the FK chain, and the collar. Now let's get to the basics. Cinema art uses a hierarchy system. Everything is always a parent or a child. Okay, so I'm going to create a new scene and show you a bit of the basics behind rigging. I created a cube and then control click and drag to copy. I'm going to grab the cube and make it a child of the other one by dragging and dropping. We can then select the cube, translate and rotate, and the child will follow. You can then move the child in space and it will maintain its offset. There are many ways to create this parent-child relationship. The obvious being within the object manager, where an object is a physical child of its parent. The other way to create these relationships is through a constraint. Here we can create permanent or temporary bonds to other assets throughout the hierarchy. Lastly, you can drive an object's coordinates through an Expresso tag. Next, we'll look at the importance of joint placement. Your joint is your access point. Where you place it will define how your geometry deforms. A badly placed joint will create collapsing and stretching in the wrong places. The most important thing to do is look at anatomy and see where things rotate from, and then apply this anatomy to your caricatured geometry. When I go up to the display tab, I like to turn on quick shading lines when placing my joints. They give me a better understanding of topology and where the modeler intended the joint to be. The bendy limbs on the Colin rig are built up of IK splines. When you create your IK spline system, you need to control its driving nulls. For this, it was really important to be able to average the distance between different controls. For this one being the elbow and the hand. This means no matter where we move the elbow, these controls will always point at either end and average their distance between them. Create a nice stretch and squash. Okay, so I'm just going to open a new scene, create a cube, control click and drag it across to copy it. If we want cube to average its distance 50% from 1 to 2, we use a PSR constraint. To create a constraint, I right click on the cube inside the object manager. I then navigate up to character tags and click constraint. PSR constraint can be really useful when you're rigging. One of its uses can be snapping one object to another. What the PSR constraint does is copy the position, scale, and rotation values from one object to another. You can add multiple objects in and average the distance between them. I have two bendy controls running down the arm, so I averaged distance using different values to better represent where I wanted the control to be. My control also has an aim constraint and an up vector. My aim constraint is to ensure the control is always pointing at either the elbow or the hand to maintain its correct orientation when you're moving the controls around. The up vector is then used to stabilize its final rotation in B. I have it always pointing at this null underneath my driving IK elbow. Here you can see how this control works and how useful it is creating extreme cartoony shapes. Using a simple cube setup, I'll show you how this control maintains its positioning. Let's add our aim constraint. We then go into our aim tab to add another object. We then change that to Z- in axis and drag and drop our cubes into our aim. We then go back to our constraint tag and select up vector, going in Y+ along the axis of Z. We can then create a null to drag and drop underneath our up vector, and then drag it out so it has something to point at. You can then control the Y rotation. This object will always be pointing at one of the two boxes. How I used it on my character was to imagine this cube as the elbow and this cube as the hand control. This can be our middle bendy limb. Now we want independent control of our bendy limb. We do this by adding a group. We want our constraint to be on the group above. Now we have independent control of this cube, while it still averages the distance between either cube. You can see the cube is always pointing up at that up vector. In an FK system, I'd attach the up vector to the elbow control. I found it really useful to use this method. A great example using this system in a more complex way is looking at the mouth. The bottom lip has 3 children, 3 tweaker lip controls. Our outer tweaker then averages the distance between the inner and outer controls. Now we've had a look at the different types of constraints. Let's have a look at the IK and FK systems we can build. The system that I use for IK uses an adjustable height elbow. I developed this following the Delano Atheus cartoon character tutorial. The IK and the FK system drive the skinned objects, which are bendy IK splines. I use this system for the legs, the arms, and the body. So let's have a look how this is set up. We use our joint tool, control click, to place our joints. I make sure to keep freezing my transforms as I go. And make sure all my joints are aligned. So what we want is an IK and an FK system. So let's copy that joint over. Shift select all 3 joints in the FK joint chain. We then alt click on our pen tool to circle. In the attribute manager, reduce the size of the radius and change your plane so it aligns along the Z axis. We then go back to our joints, select them, right click, constraint, and select PSR. We can then drop on our splines into our PSR constraints. We then go in and organize and rename our assets. I start controls with naming convention CM, and then go on to rename my FK and IK joint chains. You can do this by double clicking over the text and just typing out your new name. For an IK tag, right click on your lowest joint. Character tags, IK. Choose our end joint, add a goal, and create a pole. Drag the pole out. This is your elbow. Goal is your hand. Now we've created our 2 nulls. Let's click on them, go to the attribute manager, and change their shape and radius. In some systems, like the spine, I won't use a pole. Let's move our two IK controls up to the top with our FK controls and Alt-G to group them and rename. It's good to keep everything organized. So this is a standard IK system and a standard FK system. We now want to create an adjustable heighted elbow for the IK system. For this, we want to snap to axis. Start out at the shoulder and go to the elbow, and create a new joint chain from the wrist back to the elbow. Now we've created our two new joint chains. Let's move them down to the other IK system. We can group all these together, call them our IK system. Now we have our forearm and our upper arm, our bicep. For cartoony actions, we want to make sure our arm can stretch. Let's go back to our IK tag. Go down to stretch and squash and allow stretch. Select all and use Alt-G to group. We can then rename the selection to bendy limb. Now let's constrain our upper and lower joints for our adjustable heighted elbow. Let's right click on the root null, click constraint and parent. We can then scroll down and select our target, which is our hand. We'll then do for the same for the other end of the adjustable heighted elbow. Parent constraining it to our first IK joint. We know this has an expression of 0, so we want to increase the expression by 1. Our next step is to create IK systems. To do this, we right click, go up to character tags and IK. We add in our end joint. Now we must add our goals. We now need to start thinking about our adjustable heighted elbow. Let's create a new null, GRP bendy elbow. Let's constrain this to our IK elbow. We can automatically snap it with a PSR and increase the expression of 1 as we have an expression of 0 on this IK control. We now have an object that's following our original IK elbow. We can put this into our IK controls. For my IK bendy elbow control, I go up to cube, click and hold, and select null. I can then rename my null to IK bendy elbow. In the object tab, I change the display to cube and alter the size of the radius. We now have an object to put our two new IK goals inside. Control select the nulls and drag and drop them underneath our new control. Let's just make sure that both of our controls are able to stretch. To organize our files, let's create some layers. We right click in the layer manager, add new layer. We can then rename our layers, controls, hide, and skin. To put our controls inside a new layer, we shift select them, right click, and add to new layer. Now we're not actually skinning any of these objects, so the rest of our objects we can hide. It always helps to color code objects. To do this, navigate to the Basic tab in the Attribute Manager. You can then go down to Display Color and change your colors. Let's just go with one bendy bicep control and one forearm bendy control. Let's create two new nulls. We'll need two different PSR constraints to switch between IK and FK. To copy a constraint tag, just control, click and drag. Let's start with the IK constraints. We know we want to average the distance using two PSR constraints, not using rotation. We want to aim our constraint at our hand and our elbow. And we want to control its rotation using an up vector. First of all, we need to consider expressions. The hand control doesn't have a parent with a constraint, so it's an expression of 0. However, the elbow control is in a group with a constraint with the expression of 1. So we know our bendy control is an expression of 2. Let's add our IK hand and our IK elbow. We also want to aim at our IK hand and our IK elbow. As for our up vector, we need to create a null. Let's have it follow the rotation of the IK arm. I'm just going to move our FK system out of the way. I'm going to navigate to my IK driving joints. I control click in the cube box, hold down and create a null. This drops it underneath where I need it in the hierarchy. Once we've created our null, we can then drag it out for our object to aim at. We rename it Bendy Aim IK. Later on, we'll have to copy this null and drop it into our FK system. Let's connect to our new Bendy IK aim. While we've got our averaging null selected, we can control click a circle spline. It will create the spline as a child and give it the same coordinates. We can then adjust the radius inside the object tab and then repeat the same process for the opposite side. We create our PSR, our aim, and our up vector. We constrain one PSR to the IK elbow and the other to our IK system. Make sure this is an expression of 2. Repeat this for the aim constraints. Create a new null to aim at. Move the null out and then rename your new objects. Let's then aim our control at our new null and create a new control. Scale this back up using the points. If you need to, we can then rename our controls. I almost forgot. Let's just go back a few steps. So, a great way to find out if your rig is working is just undo moves. I just went to my hand control and saw that this joint was lagging. If I click, it'll catch up. This is what happens when you've got the wrong expression. So we know that it's this joint. Whatever's driving this joint is out. So we find that joint and it's our IK joint. We look at the expression, it's an expression of 0. Well, I know that my IK joint has a goal. So let's find that goal. This goal is in a group with a PSR constraint with an expression of 1. So we know that this IK joint then needs to be increased an expression of 1 to make 2. For our IK FK switch, we're going to create a null. Let's go into the object tab and change the display and the radius. We can then go up to user data, add a group and rename. Let's make a float slider. We just need to go 0 to 1. Now we can switch from IK to FK. We now have to link our user data using the Espresso tag. So right click on our null, Cinema 4D tags and go down to Espresso. Just going to dock that here. To add our IK-FK switch, we drag and drop it from the object manager into the Espresso editor. We can then drag and drop the slider from the attribute editor into our new node. What we want to switch between is our bendy limbs being constrained from our IK to our FK. We can then apply the same principle for the hand and also build in IK and FK space matching. We now have to set up our FK constraints. So we're using a PSR and we're adding another goal. We can then drag and drop our goals in. We're using the wrist and the elbow in our FK system. We then add our up vector and our aim constraint. Our aim is also aiming at the wrist and the elbow. So we just select those. We then go into our up vector. We need to copy this out of our IK system and drag and drop it underneath our FK elbow. One thing I noticed is that we haven't set up our FK controls. So we just need to make sure that each control is a child of the other. So the wrist being a child of the elbow and the elbow being a child of the shoulder. That's our shoulder, our elbow, and our hand. Now we know our forearm aim wants to be a child of the elbow. We then select our new null as our up vector. We then want to do the same for our bicep bendy limb. We add our PSR, our up vector, and our aim and start constraining it to the shoulder and the elbow control. An expression of 0 will be fine at the moment, as our controls don't rely on any constraints. Again, let's copy our up vector over to our FK system, put it underneath our shoulder control, just rename these IK to FK. Finally, let's set up our last up vector by dragging and dropping it in underneath the target, and our FK constraints are now all set up. I'm now going to create a result node to find out the value coming out of our IK FK switch. I go into Xpool and just type in result and then drag and drop it into the X group. To link up our new nulls, we drag and drop from our new output and input. This will create the connection within the Xpresso editor. We also want a range mapper. We want to reverse anything coming out of there. This means our result can change to 1. Let's drag and drop our IK constraints into our Xpresso editor. We can then click on the input blue tab, go down to basic properties and click enable. So we know that when our IK switch is on IK, it's giving out a result of 0. We then connect up our IK constraints to a range mapper to make sure that when it's switched to IK, it's getting a result of 1 and being turned on. We can then drag and drop our FK constraints into the Xpresso editor. We know that our IK is connected to our range mapper, so let's connect it straight up to the switch. This means it will be receiving a value of 0 when the IK-FK switch is on IK, and a value of 1 when it is in FK, turning it on. Here you can see a bendy control following, and we switch. Now our bendy control is following our IK arm. Perfect. You can use this same method for the hand. Switch between your IK and FK controllers with a constraint. Before we move on, let's have a look at IK and FK space match. Using this system is relatively simple. What we want to do is to create constraints on our controls. It doesn't matter on the expression, as they'll be running in the background while we move the control objects. These will be PSR constraints, as we want them to snap in place. Now, the hand is relatively simple. The same with the elbow. We can get them to match. What we need next is something for our elbow to constrain to, and think about where our IK and FK biceps are constrained to. So let's create a new null with the same coordinates as our elbow spline. We'll need to match this in our FK system. To copy the elbow null over, I select, control, and drag into my FK system. We can then rename it and add our PSR constraint. So let's constrain one to the other. We can do this to the hand, the elbows, finally constrain the shoulder to the original IK, and create a new null to constrain back. We now need to switch between each of these constraints and change the visibility of our IK and FK controls. What we want is that when our FK system is not in use, we want it to be constrained to the IK controls. So let's start dropping our constraints in. We drag and drop the constraints into the Espresso editor, and then click on the Input tab, and under Basic Properties, Allow Enable. To keep everything neat, I'm going to create a new node network. I control-click and drag a node to copy it over. So we know we've got a result of 0, so it's in IK, which means we want our constraints enabled. To enable our constraint, let's connect the output from the range mapper to the input on our constraints. Ooh, I forgot one last one. That's our elbow pull. Now we want to move on to our IK system. So let's drop our constraints in there. Let's start with a hand. Elbow pull, finally the group above our IK system. Let's enable these constraints and connect them straight up to our IK-FK switch. Now we've got our constraints sorted, let's change the visibility of our controls. We control drag and drop to copy our IK-FK switch over. We can then drag and drop the top IK and FK control nodes into our Espresso editor. On our input, we go to Basic Properties and go down to Visibility in Editor. We can then control drag and drop our range mapper and connect it up to our other system. It looks like I got that the wrong way around, so I'm just switching them around. We now have a system that should match our IK and FK. Now we have our IK-FK switch. Let's move on to our IK splines. To draw out our spline, let's go to an orthographic view. In Pen Tool and with Axis Snap-on, we control-click and drag to create a spline with a handle. We can then do this along our different controls, creating a nice arc. To create joints along the spline, we go to our Joint tool and control-click. Don't worry too much about the spacing, this is something we can figure out later. We now want to create our IK spline tag. We add this to the first joint in the chain. Right-click, character tags, and then go to IK spline. Let's add our spline, let's add our end joint, go for twisting, world. We can now go to our handles tab. We know we want to create as many handles as we have controls. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next, let's create objects. Let's group this and call it IK spline. Moving back to our IK spline tag, let's change the type to equal. Let's start dropping our driving nulls underneath the parents. Let's start with the bendy limbs, as they're already switching between our IK and FK system and we won't have to create a switch on the new nulls. We just drag and drop this underneath our bendy limb and rename. We can then tear off the new object manager to make dragging and dropping more easy. There's a button in the top right corner with a plus on it. This will copy your object manager. You can then dock it in your layout. So we know that our average in control has an expression of 2. It will be driving our IK spline. So we want to go back to our IK spline and set the expression to 3. Now we're down to our last 3 driving nulls. We will need these to switch between IK and FK. Let's rename the nulls so we can keep organized. Let's add constraints to all 3 of these so we can switch between IK and FK. I can see that our hand drive spline is a very similar orientation to our hand control. So let's just go ahead and PSR constrain that straight away. Let's check that our hand goal doesn't have a constraint that will make us change the expression. It looks like we're all good. Next is the elbow. Let's check that too. That has an expression of 1, which means the next one must have an expression of 2. This elbow null has a different orientation as this elbow spline. Let's create a null inside the elbow control. We want to snap it. We do this using a PSR tag. We can then delete the PSR tag and rename NL. We can then constrain to our new null. Finally, our shoulder. Luckily, this has the same orientation as our joint, so let's constrain that. We know that this joint is an IK system with an expression of 2. So we need an expression of 3, and we constrain. We're now driving our IK spline. Now let's switch. Go over to FK. Start constraining. Again, we'll need to create a null to match our elbow drive spline. PSR constrain that to our elbow drive spline. And you can delete PSR constraint, freeze the coordinates, and we're good to parent it to our new locator. Finally, connect our bicep spline. We can then add these constraints to our Espresso tag. For one last time, I'm control clicking and dragging over the IKFK switch, the range mapper, and I'm going to drag and drop in my constraints. Now we need to set up the IKFK switch. We then want to drag and drop the weight value of our constraints onto the input of our new constraint nulls. This is how we'll flip between our different goals. I'm now going to go back into my constraint and check the weights. It looks like I've got them the wrong way around, so I'm just going to unplug them in my Espresso editor and swap the results around. I then want to repeat this process for the remaining constraints. So let's see if this worked. Looks like it's working to me. And switch. Great. So let's go back slightly. In this bendy limb, we've now set up an FK system. If your animation requires just FK, then there's no reason to make it more complicated. Just use your simple FK system. And if you need IK, just use the IK system. You don't have to make it as complicated as this. If you're not doing cartoony animation, there's no need to put in this adjustable elbow. Now, if you want to use this IK FK system, you'll need a set of joints that you're going to be using as your skinning joints. Now, we can start stripping some of this out. We don't need our FK joint system, as we only need our FK controls. We can also get rid of our extra IK systems. We only need that if we're using an IK system without the spline controls. Let's put everything inside our bendy limb. freeze all our coordinates. We can add all of these to hide. Add our spline to hide. I hope you enjoyed my presentation and you feel inspired to use some of the rigging tools inside Cinema 4D and start creating some more character-driven work. Now, we've gone over some of the basics from IK to FK to creating bendy limbs and then using the IK spline system, which really is at the core of the bendy limbs in the coffee rig. And hopefully you realised that from creating joints like FK systems and IK systems and IK splines, then you can use all of these principles within the face, creating different constraints with different hierarchies and different driven keys. Now, when you're creating your rigs, you don't have to make everything with the craziest IK splines and bendy limbs. You just have to make it work for your production. So I hope you use some of the systems that we went through today when setting up your characters and really think about what you want from your character when creating it and then how you can make that happen using these principles. I'm going to leave you with Bumper Studio Reel, a little look at what we've been working on, but keep your eyes peeled because we're about to release a few really cool projects using the fundamentals that we went over today in all of the rigs. And it's going to be exciting to see this come out of Cinema 4D. And I hope you enjoy it. Take care, guys. Thanks for watching my tutorial. So, give them away. Goodbye. Goodbye, guys.
All right, welcome back everyone to the 3D Motion Show, the show formerly known as C4D Live. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here with Alan. So Alan from Bumper, give him a big round of applause, everybody online. I can hear it, we can hear it, so thank you. So thanks so much, Alan, for joining us and that presentation. We had a lot of good questions coming in, and I'm sure more we'll get in there. A lot of people saying sick reel. So yeah, you guys are doing great work over there. So thanks so much on that.
All right, thank you.
And you're all the way in the UK. I know we're here. I think sun still looks really sunny or bright over there, so it's not too late. But I had one of the questions that jumped out, so we can jump into some questions right away, and then we can just let these things trickle in. And someone was asking about some tips for skin weight painting. Do you have any tips on that?
Yeah, so once you've set out all your joints, I would then block out the weight painting. So that's just giving 100% value to each limb or joint in the area that you want it to move in. Once you're 100% happy with your blocked out weights, you can then go in and smooth it. When you're blocking, I generally use the add and subtract tool, because if you start smoothing too soon, you're going to end up skinning to lots of different weights and you'll lose track of where it's skinned to. So it's really important to get that initial block right. Once you've smoothed out after your block, it's then important to start moving your character around and see how it's deforming. You can do this by following a style sheet from an artist in the studio. If you're doing it yourself, just move it into some extreme positions. And where you see some deforming that you're not quite happy with, just use the add tool to add increments onto the weights, and then you'll slowly like develop better and better, more realistic skinning and better deformation.
So block it all out first and 100% on each of the joints, and then go back and add and smooth, and then move it around in extreme ways to kind of stress test it.
Exactly. Yeah, Cinema does a pretty good job of doing an auto skin. I just find it useful, especially if the character is going to be moving in some really extreme ways, to go back to basics and block it out, and then smooth. And the testing's super important. If you can, give it to an animator as well, because they will break it in ways that you can imagine. And
like, why would he ever move that way? Like, I don't know. Is this what it's gonna do? Like, gotta fix it.
It's gonna
make
happen.
It better.
It's gonna happen, and it's good to just have that back and forth. So like, it's really good to build up that kind of like reputation between you and the animators.
Very cool. Let's see. Someone was wondering why you didn't use a binary switch for the IKFK. Would have made it a checkbox instead of a slider. Is there a reason why you chose one versus the other?
It's just, for me, that was just more visually appealing. If you're switched over to one side, and so you've got IK and FK written, and you know that over to your left is IK, over to your right is FK.
Yeah, user's choice.
Yeah,
artist choice.
Exactly.
Yeah, doesn't really change the functionality, just more on the visual side. Someone was asking, why is there a bone in this rig in the opposite direction of the arm?
So they're actually, this is before we add the IK spline, and there are 2 bones for the bicep and 2 bones for the forearm. This is so you can skin one to either end of the joint and have your bendy limb skinned in the middle. You can then pull out the arm and create a nice amount of stretch and squash that way, whereas if you only have one joint, you won't be able to create that.
Very cool. Hopefully that answers that. Let's see. Someone was wondering, rigging techniques, where did you learn it from? Like, so what were some of your resources on that?
So the first thing that I did was following the Delano Atheus rigging tutorial, and I highly recommend that if you want to get in some character rigging. I then just kind of jumped into rigging in production just because we needed someone and I was kind of eager. So I started and just made mistakes. That's basically just the best thing you can do, is just like fail often and early so you can learn from it and learn from your own mistakes, Google away, and there's such a good resource online that you'll be able to find something to help you fix it.
Yeah, a trial by fire is usually that's how. Give yourself a deadline and have to have something done, and drive yourself crazy in the process.
I was also really lucky because I'm at Bomper Studio, and so once I'd rigged in production a couple times, we started the coffee run production. I got most of the way through the body rig, and I needed a bit of help finishing off the face and like finessing some of the things on the body. So there's a guy called Gene who's in Vancouver, and my boss flew him over, and he helped me with the rigging. And I mean, the knowledge that I got from him, he's on Twitter, definitely worth checking out.
What was that name? What they should follow or?
Gene Montego, I think his last name is. I don't want to get it wrong.
Okay. Well, you can jump in the chat later too,
Okay.
just to on the YouTube chat and toss it in there. If you get anybody knows him, just go ahead and toss his name in so you can check it out. And who's the other? Gene. Oh, Gene McToto.
McToto, yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah, he's presented with us before. Yeah, Gene's great. Okay, so Noseman tossed that in. So thanks, Noseman. Yeah, I was wondering because I was like, oh, Vancouver, Gene, animator. Yeah, we know about, I think there's one that really stands out. So yeah, so let's see what else we got here. What was the other name of because you mentioned someone else too that you learned from?
So I followed the Delano Atheus rigging tutorial. That's available online. My boss actually had it on DVD, so that's where I followed that.
Okay, old school DVT. You guys, optical discs, classic mode engaged.
Have to get the VHS out next.
That's where all the good learning takes place. If you can't touch it, it's like, nah, come on. It's not physical.
Like you, go back and have a look at some of Keith Lango's animation tutorials as well. You can like really see how far back it goes, and that's just still as useful today as it ever was.
It all holds up. Let's see what else we got here. Where'd you learn from? Do you ever use pose morphs for faces or just bones?
Yeah, so I did use some pose morphs as well. We didn't use it too much in the coffee rig because it was the first rig that I built, and I found it, this kind of added another element that I wasn't completely comfortable with. But yeah, I used it for correctional pose morphs, and also just to create some volume in the face, when like the cheek's being pulled out, to create some volume in the cheek, or maybe even to blow the cheek out, so pose morph. Use pose morphs on the nose, so on the nose sneer. So it was in there, but it's primarily a joint-based rig.
Okay. So for some of the deformation, basically, but for most of the movement, it's all joint-based.
Exactly.
That makes sense. Let's see what else we got here. When you start a project, the question is, how do you plan to build a new rig from scratch? I.e., know what the character needs to do before building the rig to end all rigs. So do you know like the general idea of what the animation is going to be when you start, or you're just like, all right, I'm just going to build a base rig and do the best we can and just go from there and keep adjusting it?
Yeah, so in your brief, you're going to get an idea of character animation style. So right from there, you know how much your character is going to need to move. If you're stuck for time, then it's great to use the character tools in Cinema 4D. But if you're looking for that extra bit of control, then it's good to start your rig from scratch. And in general, I'll try to keep it basic. And because the more things you add, the more things that can go wrong.
Break it. Let's see here. Let me start a project. Cool. Let's see. Where'd you learn your rigging techniques? I think you shared that from a number of sources. Let's see. Do you rig each character from scratch every time, or do you have preset rigs that fit into similar characters, or like a hominoid and biped, all that?
Okay.
Humanoid, biped.
Yeah, I haven't rigged any quadrupeds yet, but so I'll use this coffee rig as my base for other rigs. We've just finished another production, and I can't release too much information about it now. But yeah, I stripped some things out of the coffee rig because it didn't need to be as complex. I then placed all the joints on one side and mirrored it over. So I reuse a lot of the same stuff. But I'm trying to look into scripting and starting my own quick rig, so we'll see where that takes me.
Cool. Let's see here. Can you import bespoke BVH or BIP mocap files into your character? If so, how do you do it? Can you please tell me? Yeah, have you blended any of those file types with your rigs using like VAMP or any of the transfer tools?
Yeah, I don't do a lot of motion capture because I'm just like a hand key animator, but I did get some Mixamo data in from one of their skeletons, and then I just constrained the controls to the skeleton, and then it was moving around, so I just baked the controls down on one. So we had all the keys and cleaned it up that way, and just tried to find my major key poses through the baked keys.
Very cool. Someone was wondering if you sell your rigs.
Well, I technically don't own it. Bompa Studio do. So if you wanna buy a rig, definitely
reach out to Bompa.
Yeah.
You guys have a contest, right, going on? Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So we rigged. We started the contest moving Colin, and it's primarily for beginners, but everyone's welcome to join it. I think you win a PC, a Maxon license, and a bit of feedback with us as a studio. And yeah, so the concept is you have one environment, one character, and yeah, we want to see what you create with it. Add some character to your animations and, you know, stretch the character, move it in every direction. We just want to see how wild people go and really enjoy animating within Cinema 4D.
So where can they find out more on that?
So if you go to our Bomper website, I actually have it up here so I don't get it wrong. We're bomperstudio.com, and on our website we have a tab called #MovingColumn. The competition's running from the 15th of June to the 15th of July. So you have a little bit of time to get in there and start animating.
Cool. I'm going to toss that in there right now for the folks. Oh, guess what? Someone already beat me to it. That's why I love my team. You guys rock. Thank you so much. So yeah, so that's in the chat right now for everybody online checking that out. So definitely check out that for a chance to win a bunch of amazing stuff and challenge yourself as a character animator, which is always a big thing. Here's a good question. Have you ever constrained yourself into a corner with too many constraints? And how do you fix that? So if you have, and if you haven't, how would this person fix it?
Not quite. Not really to the point where I can't fix it. I think the biggest problems you'll get is with the expressions, and the best thing to do is just go back down the line, see where you're connected to, see what that object is connected to, and what expression that object has, and then go back and change your expression on your tag. And for the rest, I think, yeah, I constrain myself into a corner. Such a weird one. No, I don't think so. I mean, things break. They break all the time, and I think, yeah, it's just I find it fun. I think that's why it's kind of like set with me so well, just because I quite like the challenge of finding out what's wrong and fixing it.
Yeah. And I think a follow-up with that would be, could you please do that, constrain yourself into a corner, and then show everybody else how to get out of it?
Yeah, I just do it. I guess, I just go up there and.
Yeah, and we got Kai, the stuff guy. For those of you guys who don't know, yeah, Kai is another amazing, highly technical cinema user. So definitely bother him while we have him. Sorry, Kai, you showed up here. I'm gonna throw you out there so you're in the chat. So that's great. Let's see if we have more questions for you, Alan. Let's see. Any other last questions for Alan? Things are going pretty good here. So how long have you been in the industry? Let's go through some of the general stuff as far as and what got you in. Did you know you wanted to be an animator from the start, or you pivoted and went into this space?
Yeah, so I was studying art, and I don't know if some people might be a bit disappointed by this, but I was just going to go to university, so I just flicked through a book and saw animation, and I didn't realize that was a job, so I just applied for the course in animation. I kind of got very far through the book because it was in the A's, but yeah, so then I started learning animation, and when I got there, I was just learning off a lot of the students. So, because they'd always be about the studio, and I'm always asking questions. So I just kind of fell into character animation just because, there was people there who could help me out, and it kind of gelled with me. I then went on, after studying at Falmouth University, I then went on to iAnimate, and I really finessed my animation skills there.
iAnimate, is that an online? Is that an online course or?
Yeah, it's an online course. They do a feature animation, and I did 2 semesters of that. And once I'd finished the 2 semesters, I then started at Jellyfish Pictures in London, which working on a program called Dennis and Nasher, and that was like I went from creating a 15-second piece every 2 months to creating a minute in every 3 weeks. So yeah, you get chucked into
you learned a lot.
Learning curve just is crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
And then after that, I was applying to more places, and then found myself in Wales at a small studio. And yeah, that's where I started learning to rig.
That was your path. That's really cool. And I think I've seen iAnime. I think they've exhibited at the CTNX Expo here in LA. So it looked familiar. So yeah, I've seen that's cool. So that's pretty cool. A lot of people. Have you used any other programs to rig in, or when did you start? When did you start in cinema? Did you use anything else?
So I started animating in Maya, and then I joined the studio and just started learning animation in cinema, and then eventually rigging. And I haven't rigged in any other softwares yet. So
did the skills you already have transfer over pretty well?
Yeah, for animation, definitely. Yeah, it's very similar. Things are in different places. There are tick boxes that you got to learn about. But I think with animation, the principles are going to be the same no matter what program you're in. And I can't really comment on rigging in other softwares.
Yeah. So for those of you who are wondering, things do carry over. Things are going to be in a different space, because a lot of people are wondering, because we have a lot of people using Maya in animation and stuff like that are interested. So it's good to know that you were able to transition and be able to do the quality of work that you do, and it still carry over. Any other resources that you would recommend for people on just the basics in general of animation, since you've kind of been on this path? You've talked about some of the tutorials, but are there any things that you could say, hey, this is a great book, or watch this movie, or anything like that along the way? What do we got?
This is Anime Survival Kit. You need this. It's I read through it.
It looks like it. Now that I see it, I'm like, I'm not even doing character animation, but now that just seeing the thickness of that book.
When I read through it, I literally had no idea what it was all like. It was all saying. It was just drawings and words, and it's just like, what is spacing, and then you start animating, and things just click. You realize that you already know the answer. So even if you're not an amazing animator right now, definitely get that book, and it will drive you in the right direction.
Very cool. We got a lot of people chiming in. Rest in peace, Richard Williams. Someone mentioned that this is one of my guys in tech mentioned that was their textbook in animation school. So that's really cool. Yeah. Let's see. When did rigging as a skill click for you? Was there a rig you started with that really helped you level up?
Yeah. I don't know when it really clicked. I guess because I was animating beforehand and I've used so many rigs, I already had a pretty good idea of what I wanted to create, and I knew that the program was hierarchy based, and I knew about constraints already. So I don't want to sound arrogant and say straight away. It wasn't straight away, but it was.
I just knew it. I'm just great. I woke up like this. I'm just a great rigger and animator. It's fine.
The thing is, I find it really hard to describe it. It seems like it only works in my head, but when I'm trying to describe it to other people, I can see a moment where they just switch off, and yeah, it's. I definitely after the first character that I rigged, if you follow that Delano Theus tutorial, and then just to apply the principles that you learn in that to anything, like I applied it to rigging a car and then rigging a hand, and yeah, it will just become it's second nature, I guess.
So like kind of anything, right? Practice. Yeah. It's like learn the basics and then practice.
Yeah. Exactly.
There's not a magic bullet on it yet, because a lot of people ask me when they get started, like, hey, so where's the Pixar button? How do I just hit a button and then have it do everything that I want it to do? And we're just not there yet as a society, folks. We're still working on basic problems, let alone.
You have to join the club to get access to that button.
Oh, is that what it is? There's a club. Yeah. There's a club, and you only can get in it once you've actually put in the hours, and then it becomes super easy, and there's a button for it. But that button's only released after the 10,000 hour mark.
Yeah, so. Well, learn some coding and make the button. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. AI, come on, AI. I have to put in that request to our product managers. Let's see here. Someone asked, do you pursue any other career outlets? And I'm gonna that's pretty broad, but is there any other parts of animation that you dive into that you like, or motion graphics or anything else? Or is this like your bread and butter? This is like, if I can spend time, I like to spend time on rigs.
Yeah, character animation and rigging is kind of my bread and butter. As I said, I'm trying to get into some coding, and we'll see how I can apply that creatively. But I give like 100% when I'm working, so I'm pretty done after work, and I need to just reset and not look at any screens. So I don't know if that's a bit like
yeah, the screen burn already on the eyes. You're like, oh, what do I want to work on? Rescue my eyes.
Yeah, so I just go for a walk in the woods and then with my dog.
To disconnect for a little bit. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Alan. If there's any place that people wanted to connect with you, if you wanted to chat, is there any social media or anything else you want to share if you wanted to stay connected with the rest of our fam out there?
For sure. So, I mean, for our company, look at our website, Bompa Studio, and we're on Instagram and LinkedIn. And then if you want to find me, I'm only on LinkedIn at the moment. But yeah, definitely give me an ad, and I'll be happy to chat, share some knowledge, and
yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. And you can find Alan, his full name and spelling and all that is right on our website. So just if you're on YouTube or anything else, just check out 3dmotiontour.com. I'm sorry, 3D Motion Show. I'm off tour. I'm here in the office now. Everything's on lockdown. So 3D Motion Show, not tour, but this is the show. So check that out. And you'll be able to find Alan there, so you can look him up on LinkedIn and stay in touch. So thank you so much for joining us all the way from the UK. And I'm sure we would love to have you on in future shows, because, you know, character animation is one of our hot topics for a lot of our animators. So we're going to take a next commercial break, and then we will be back here up next with Anthony Abbott. So definitely stay tuned from Swordfish. So thanks again, Alan.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah. And thanks for everyone for having me. Cheers.
Yeah. Awesome.
Bye.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
It's your friends at Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift. For the next 5 days, we're running a contest where we'll be giving away Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete, the whole kit and caboodle, twice a day. Here's how to enter. Follow Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift on Twitter. Retweet one of our contest tweets that uses the hashtag MaxRedSummerSale, and you can't just tweet the hashtag. To be eligible for a chance to win, you've got to share the entire post. And that's literally it. We'll pick 2 winners a day, so you can enter once every 12 hours for a chance to win. The contest ends Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific. For more details, head over to maxon.net/summer2020.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph Podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in the HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 3D Motion Show. I am Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, and I'm here with Paul Babb, and we can talk about some of the general questions. I know it'd be good to rehash because some people were tuning in a little bit later, and you might have missed some of the announcements from earlier. I know there was a couple questions, and unfortunate to say, some of that was on AE or Ace Color Spaces, and some Sketch and Tune questions don't have official answers on that, so those are still pending. But those are on the radar. So that's the only thing I can announce from Rick. From product management. So we don't have any official announcements on that, but I did notify them on that. So Paul, do you want to go through some of the announcements as far as the special and anything else that our audience should be aware of that just tuned in?
Yeah, if you did not seen the videos in between, or you missed the announcements, we're having a summer blowout special next Tuesday for 72 hours. This is the first time we've ever done anything with Red Giant, Redshift, Cinema 4D all at once together. 30% off all new annual subscriptions and Redshift licensing. Because Redshift does not have annual subscriptions. So it's everything off there. And then also from now until Tuesday, while we're promoting this special for next Tuesday, if you retweet, if you share, if you share any of our social media posts, you'll be entered into a contest to win the full shebang, a copy of Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete. We'll be doing a drawing every 12 hours from the people who are retweeting or sharing out our promotions, the full promotion. And one thing to remember is you can keep doing it. If you did it this 12 hours, you didn't win, do it again. You'll be in the same drawing. We're going to be going from the pool of people who do it within that 12-hour period. So,
oh, nice.
Keep on getting the word out for us. You have multiple chances to win. You just keep on doing it. You might be one of those people that get picked. So,
awesome.
Good fun.
We got people, some of the questions, same questions as earlier, Redshift for metal and that. So that, once again, is still in the works. We don't have an official announcement, but the Redshift team is working directly with Apple on that. So that is a high priority. We are listening. We do hear your voices on that. So no official announcements there. You want a t-shirt. People want t-shirts. They like that. And Paul did make mention that he's going to look to support that. So make sure to sign up. If you guys haven't already, if you're tuning in on YouTube, Twitch, or any of the other ones, we're streaming on Twitch too for the first time, so you guys should be able to check that out. But if you're on any of the other channels, check out 3dmotionshow.com, and right below the image and the video and the chat, you'll see a nice sign up link. Hit that sign up link, and that's where you'll get all the information about upcoming events, shows, t-shirts, all that other fun stuff. So just wanted to give you guys a chance to learn more. Instead of just being in the chat, you can actually stay actively engaged with us. So any other questions? You guys got us for just like the general questions. I know there's a lot, and now that it's like 3 company questions that can be had in one location. So if you have them, definitely kick them over from technical to just, sales. We've been putting in some information for sales and some links in there. So check some of the chat history if you guys are looking for it. Cineversity too, that was another announcement that you were talking about, Paul, as far as access to Cineversity and learning. So if you want to just tell folks a little bit more about that and what they need to do to have access.
Yeah, there seemed to be a question about that. If you're having trouble getting access to Cineversity, contact support, do a ticket. We should be able to get you in there. You should, if you have a legal license of Cinema 4D, and you should be able to get access to Cineversity. If you had an MSA and that MSA came to an end prior to this date, and for some reason you can't get in, go ahead and contact the people if you need to get access. They'll get you access till the end of the year, or they'll extend you for a while if you desperately need to get in there. We want everybody to have access to the resources that are there. I keep looking down because our CEO just called me on my phone a second ago, and I almost answered and figured, hey, I could throw him on, but I'm not sure.
Just throw him under the bus. Like, it's a fire. Like, oh no, sorry, gotta go.
It's like, hey, Dave, you're on the air.
Let's not do that. Oh, so someone's asking about student license. So Cynthia in DC, so we do have student licensing. Paul, if you want to tell a little bit more about that.
Currently, you can just go to our website, go to educational licensing. You can, create a MyMaxon account, download the trial, and then you can apply for a student license. If you have an active student ID, you absolutely can get a free student license. I think they're given 6 months at a time. We are going to be updating that system. We're in discussions with an outside company that actually has connections to all the different colleges, and we'll streamline that process.
Nice.
It might be a small fee. I don't know what it is. It might be $5 or $10, but right now it's free. But in the future, we are looking at a more streamlined approach where there's some sort of connection to the schools, and they know without you having to upload an ID like we do currently. There'll be a system where they know you're registered because they've got access to that information through the colleges.
Very cool. And if I'm not mistaken, because this is kind of a follow-up question for Cynthia, is with that is same as just the full license, because they'll have access to Cineversity so they can learn and everything else. So yeah, Cynthia, so if you get your student license, you have your MyMaxon account, you'll be able to log in and get access to the full library of Cineversity, as well as the tools. Check out Maxon Labs and the CV toolkit and all that other fun stuff, because with Cineversity, there's so much more too, and the tools there are phenomenal too. There are some that are pretty much plug-in replacements, all built in, that are being developed and shared with you. So yeah, definitely check that out, and that's all with the student license.
Yeah, and if you are talking to any schools, we have been putting together a bundle for commercial bundle of Redshift, Cinema 4D with Redshift and the Red Giant Complete, and we will be offering a one seat or one solution packages for schools as well. Very inexpensive. They get Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete as one full package for schools. And just go back that sales forum that's out there on the chat. We'll keep on putting it in the chat. But yeah, just keep if you have any questions, if you have a school or want to get the software into your school, fill out the form and we'll get it out there.
Awesome. Yeah. So some people were asking about that. So yeah, you'd be able to access that at a really low price to be able to have, what was it like for the cost of a textbook, you're getting the full suite and Redshift. So if you're trying to work with the family of tools and the power of Redshift in your render engine pipeline, like that's definitely something that is much more accessible than ever before for students this way. Somebody was wondering about perpetual license and availability on perpetual licensing for 22.
Asking about when are the features of S22 going to be put into a perpetual? Okay. Yeah, we will be doing a annual perpetual upgrade, probably close to the same time we've normally done it before. All the features that are in S22 will be incorporated into the perpetual upgrade later this year, and there'll be more things coming. So it's not just, we're not just making you wait for 6 months to get those features. There'll be additional features as well. The ability to release things as they're ready for subscribers is just, a kind of a benefit of having subscription, that we can release those features to subscribers much sooner, and then we can have that annual paid upgrade for your perpetual holders, and it will include everything that comes out between your last version and then also some other cool things that are be coming up. And if you come watch us on SIGGRAPH on the July 21st, our first day, I believe we're going to do a couple little sneak peeks and show off a couple of cool new features that may be coming down the road. So I think you'll be excited. There's some really cool stuff. I actually sneak peeked during the break. I gave Matthias a little sneak peek of something.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, folks.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting. So tune into these shows, because any updates that we can share, we're definitely going to be able to share with you.
Yeah.
So there was another question that came in here, Paul, and that was, let's see. For people transitioning from MSA. So somebody was wondering about that, just a general understanding, because, things have shifted around, and because somebody was asked, so we get an MSA and it's different now. So if you want to just tell them a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, the MSA is the MSA was kind of like a subscription itself. It was sort of an annual subscription for the perpetual license, So now we've got regular subscription. There'll be regular annual updates. One thing that I should make clear, if you do have a current MSA and you're interested in getting the subscription, the 30% special off will apply to the first year conversion. If you want to switch over to subscription, you can use the 30% on top of the discounted price as an MSA holder to get that subscription if you would like to. That'll be during the summer special as well. And I believe an email will go out separately to MSA holders explaining that to them. But if you are an MSA holder, you've got your perpetual license and you want to get a hold of that subscription, and you got enticed a little bit by that little 10% discount they were giving you, well, you can put 30% on that 10% discount and get that subscription next week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
so you can
really
level up.
Really good deal there. I don't think there's going to be a deal like that in any time after this. That's a pretty exciting one.
Double up, folks.
Double up.
I saw someone come in here and said that someone should put red in front of X particles, so it'd be red particles, and then we could buy them.
And then we would buy them.
so just gotta put red. So red Insidium or something like that.
Red.
So we're gonna get
Red Insidium. Quick.
Red Insidium. There you go. Now we're looking at it. So yeah, so a lot of people are loving the Red Giant GeoLayers mirror workflow.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so some people are diving into that, so it blew their minds. So that's awesome. So yeah, just email us for that, Jamie. So you can just email us for any other questions or call into sales if you have more specific questions on that. But we're going to be back here with our next presenter just right after this short break. So Anthony Abbott from Silverfish, you definitely want to check, or sorry, Swordfish, Silverfish.
Oh man, yeah. If you haven't seen the short during the break, check out Talos. TALOS, the short that they created. It's really amazing, and he's going to be breaking down some of the things that they did to create it. But yeah, dazzling.
Yeah. So we'll see you right after the break, and stay tuned because up next will be Anthony Abbott with Swordfish. Thanks, Paul.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Hi, it's your friends at Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift. For the next 5 days, we're running a contest where we'll be giving away Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete, the whole kit and caboodle, twice a day. Here's how to enter. Follow Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift on Twitter. Retweet one of our contest tweets that uses the hashtag MaxRedSummerSale. You can't just tweet the hashtag. To be eligible for a chance to win, you've got to share the entire post. And that's literally it. We'll pick 2 winners a day, so you can enter once every 12 hours for a chance to win. The contest ends Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific. For more details, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you got to make stuff that you're not going to put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 3D Motion Show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, and we're going to be diving into our next presentation, and that is with Anthony Abbott from Swordfish. Check it out.
Hello, and thanks for having us, Maxon, to this virtual roadshow. My name is Anthony Abbott, and I work with Swordfish. Up here in San Francisco. Today we're going to be talking about three things: Cinema 4D, Substance, and Redshift. So real quickly, this is just an overview of what my presentation will be. One, I'd like to introduce Swordfish to the motion design community, talk a little bit about what we do, maybe show a little bit of work. More importantly, we've all done a passion project. We collaborated, we combined forces, we've released Project Talos, and we're super excited about it. I'll be breaking down some shots in there. I did several, and a lot of this will be focusing on texturing workflows. So there'll be two different sections in there. So within texturing workflows, there's going to be some cool displacement techniques they'll go over. And then we're going to break down the walls between Substance and Cinema. We're going to start in Cinema, get something over to Substance, and bring the materials back and pipe them back into Cinema land. Then we are going to talk about some tendrils, some snake-like geometry that runs along let's say a landscape object. So we're going to push into some Cinema 4D techniques there, and we're going to arrive on some post, how we got our final look, talk about some color grading, talk about some Red Giant integration as far as plugins, things like looks in particular and things like that. So yeah, without further ado, let's talk about Swordfish. We are Swordfish, a motion design studio based in San Francisco, specializing in marketing and user experience. Our team of directors, designers, animators, and technologists live to create compelling images. We are fearless storytellers, motion design innovators, and forward-thinking UX tacticians. When you need something to move, we are here. Let me show you a bit of what we do. So we do, and I mean, there's a wide range of work, right? So we do anything from traditional broadcasts to conference openers, product releases. We do some experimental VR and R&D for some companies. Been pushing into Unity and Unreal lately. We have some Houdini and Maya artists. But yeah, here's a couple of cool projects. I mean, this is the GoPro 7 release video we did. This was a Facebook Oculus product conference opener release, which was really exciting for us. A short film that was stop motion that we had helped out with. This is the HTC Vive release video. The other side of things, we got a film title sequence for A Cure for Wellness. A lot of interesting, fun work out here in the Bay Area. But due to the nature of where we are, being with a lot of big tech and Silicon Valley so close by, a lot of what we do is actually NDA. I would say the majority of our work. So doing this Project Talos was a great way for us to be able to have something public facing and for us to do something new. Let me jump back to this. I wanted to plug real quick that with Swordfish, we do make our own software. Matt Silverman's done this for 20 plus years, this isn't his first company, he's recognized that there's different gaps in the production pipeline. One being, one of the most recent is Boardfish. If you're ever needing to make a set of boards really quickly, mood board, storyboard, you name it, Boardfish is a lifesaver. Another thing he's created with his team here is Render Garden, which makes your computer or farm screaming fast. You can get 2 to 3 times the speed, if not more, in After Effects renders. So check out our website. Our reel is there. I won't bore you with a long reel, but a lot of cool stuff and some also free products as well. I wanted to say that we use Houdini, Maya Cinema, obviously I named some others, all sorts of packages, right? But Cinema 4D is our hub. It's our workhorse, and most all of our work gets pumped through Cinema 4D before render. Moving on. So the project origins of Talos. I'm going to say that everyone wants to do passion projects. This was our first as a company. Everyone in the company was involved. We found ourselves in a big year-long NDA project with a lot of patches of downtime waiting for like assets or client feedback. And we collectively decided that instead of just doing tutorials, we wanted to focus on a short. Learn some new tools, techniques. Everyone can kind of rabbit hole into their own passion projects. And all artists could develop their shots based on their own interests. And we started this off thinking it would be a title sequence. It turned out and evolved to be more of a short, but we decided if everyone's going to develop shots, let's at least have a general umbrella of themes or styles, and we decided with something dystopian, cyberpunk, and bionic. So, without further ado, here is Talos. Right on. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to hit play on this little montage, little expose of the piece, and say a few things. One, just a big shout out to sound designer Connor Jones, who donated his time, brought this piece to life, and surpassed our expectations. It truly elevated our work and told so much of the story through his score and effects, and watching it without the sound is a totally different experience. Two, I'd like to say, just in regards to the creative process, I think the success of this whole piece was that it started so open-ended, so inclusive. And once everyone had created shots, we slugged them into a timeline and began to pick and pull and figure out what potential storylines lied in the material. That was unique for us. And Dan Clark was tasked with directing this piece. So surely enough, as we kind of editorially sculpted the story, a story did emerge, and we then tweaked our shots accordingly to make it work. As a studio, we've decided that we just need to do more passion projects, and in releasing this, Maxon has reached out, and it sounds like we're going to be providing other breakdowns outside of what I talk about today, and those will be available soon on Cineversity. So without further ado, let's hop in and actually get some things going here. Cool, so this is Texturing Workflows. We're going to talk about the megastructure and break it up into two different parts. We're going to talk about the sphere surface, how we achieve that, and the base feet, and that is actually jumping into substance. But for starters, I was, the original thought behind this superstructure was I just wanted to build something that was just massive in scale. And early on, I realized for the amount of detail and the amount of modeling and the amount of greebles and things that I'd have to develop, this would be super heavy, take a ton of time. So I had a goal to go the other way and to create complex modeling and complex surface detail with actually not modeling a thing. So let's do this without having to model. That's the whole idea. So I wanted to portray massive scale, complex detail, and I also wanted to get a lot of these little flecks and specks of light here. I wanted to have little emission points, whether they were windows, similar to what you'd see in a city. Originally, this was going to be in a city, so I wanted to get that emission in only certain areas. And so when I put these thoughts together and got an initial proof of concept, indeed we only had emission coming out of certain areas, some of the more depressed pushed-in plates. We have different kind of surface level plates that are more mid-range, and then we have some areas that really just push the surface and silhouette of this thing, so it really feels modeled and just a ton of detail. And I'm so happy that I didn't have to model this. This was all texture-based. So real quick for you guys, I can show you a couple of the shots. This is how the whole piece opened, and for me, it was very exciting to get all of this detail and all of these lights mapping on, and it was not hand modeled. It was more of art directing the displacement maps, and not just using what you get out of the box, but really trying to think about how do I want to have those things work. And for me, it was a very exciting exploration. And so let's jump into the workflow. Before we do, real quick, again, that sphere was just a sphere. There's no modeling. Obviously, the base feet were. So this is the modeling with maps workflow. There's 3 basic steps. 1, we're going to generate various maps. I should say height maps. This is going to be used eventually for displacement, right? So you're going to go to JS Placement, which is this program, get several flavors, several options. We're going to combine those options, crunch them, mat them, composite them in After Effects or Photoshop. For me, I will show you Photoshop. It'll be a nice visual way of seeing what we're doing. We'll export that out and get it working inside of Cinema 4D. We're going to connect it to create complex displacement. And there's a map that I'll show you that we used for emission, which was generated from JS Placement. That emission, our goal is to get it working only in some of the lower sections, like you saw. The lights, the emission is controlled, it's held back, it's only in the crevices and the lower panels here. So let's jump into JS Placement. Super simple, you'll choose one of these flavors, right? I just have a screen grab here of what you would get for just, click in this square here, it generates a map, you can change some of the parameters, and you hit save. So I did that for 3-4 maps. We could jump into Photoshop here. I'll show you what I got out of the gate. This is just a simple map from JS Placement. I used this, but then this is the combination map. So if we look in here at the details of this one, we can hit Command 4. There's already a lot of detail, but if you look at this one, there's quite a bit more going on in different areas. We have varying patterns and varying tones. In a nutshell, we have this first layer, which is ranges that I chose more in the 0 to 20 realm. These will be very low. When we look at, where is the outline? Here we go. That is taking care of some of these lower plates. They're lower in value, so they'll be a little more depressed into the surface. Then we have a second layer here. This is more mid-range. These values go from more like 30 to 50. 30 to 70, and alone, they look like this. So I've crunched some of the mats and used them to mat themselves out. I actually put this at 70% so that some of those details mix, and even though they're higher in tone and will be lifted, they'll still mix a little bit of their patterns, which is pretty interesting. You don't have to. You could put that up to 100% and get distinct plates. I'm going to keep it down at 70 where I liked it. I'm going to zoom out while I can. And then this third layer here is the outer plates, and those tones are more in the 70 to 100. We also have a dot grid that was exported from JS Placement. We'll use that for emission. And this is just a random grunge roughness map that we'll use inside. So let's jump into Cinema 4D. Great. For starters, I lied. Let's set the record straight. This was a cube. So let's get this down to size, and I'll tell you why. So when you're dealing with complex maps, textures and displacement, it's good to have topology that is sound and UVs that are sound. Taking your cube here, you can add a spherify deformer and pop the strength up to 100. So this sphere is actually what I used. And from UVs and topology standpoint, this is fantastic and a way better start than something that is a primitive up here that has polar coordinates. So with this setup, let's create a new redshift material. We'll apply that material. Let's jump inside of it. Great. And I forgot to mention there is a 3-point lighting setup in here already. Great, so let's grab our maps. This is our combo, our combined map, and the normal, the dot grid, and the grunge map. So just drag them and drop. Combo is going to go down here. The roughness is going to go on top here. And this original JS map, which you can see here, will go there. The dot grid we can bring down here. For starters, I like to say that I'll be using this often, Shift V, which is connect node to output. And if I get this cube is connected, if I get this render going, I'll hit play. You can see that if I hit Shift V, I can now, on any one of these, see what I'm dealing with. So go back to the roughness. I'm going to combine this one and this one together. We're going to do this 2 times. One will do a color layer, and do a composite. Later we'll use a composite. So for starters, let's combine these 2 maps. Look at the result, hit Shift V, and there we go. I'm going to put this to 0.772. Let's put this material here for now. And the dot grid looks like this. We're going to scale this to 2. Great. So before we move on, I like doing a vector absolute to drive the scale of the majority or whatever you'd like to be able to scale together. So these guys currently scale on their own. We're going to drive it with this vector absolute. So plug that into the scale of each. Let's get these inputs to be 1.5. Great. So I'm going to only look at this guy, the original map. Hit Shift V. Now this is an important part. We want to get this dot grid, the lights, to only show up in some of these darker areas. So I'm going to use a ramp. Drop this down, plug it in to input. Source is auto, a little old school, do Alt. Plug this ramp into our output. This is the output. Shift V, great, so not anything changed, but it now allows us to remap darks darker, or lights lighter. I would like to take this darker area and make that white, and take these whiter areas and make it dark. So I'm going to have this combination. So only a small window of our darks become white. And I'm going to use that in coordination with this map and get them talking to each other. Let's add this dot grid to the base layer of this color composite. Color composites are great for just adding two things together. We'll take this ramp, the ramp from this guy, which is now crunched down, and we'll put this into the second layer and put that to multiply. Now we're not viewing it yet, so let's hit Shift V. Great. So now we only have certain areas of the emission coming through. So we need to get our first result, which was our combo of our roughness and original map. And combine those and put them into diffuse color. And this color composite, which is our lights, we are going to pump into the overall emission color. Great. Now, in this RS material, let's hit overall. The emission weight should be 5. All right. If it's 0, nothing's going to happen, right? So let's look at this material. It has this combination for diffuse and our lights. Shift V. Great. So indeed it is working now. And we can take this roughness too, and why not? Let's add a little more detail. Let's do reflection roughness. Cool. Great. And you could always remap that, and we're not going to go into anything more fancy. Everything's working except for our displacement now. So this displacement looks like this. It's a little fancier than this one, right? This is what we art directed in Photoshop. So let's drop down a displacement and get that going. Oh wait. Do texture map. This displacement is height field because it's float, it's just a black and white value. And we're going to plug this displacement into the output and say environment or displacement. There we go. Cool. Zoom out. Fantastic. So let's get this material. It's still not showing that material, so let's pipe it back into the surface. Great. Now displacement, even though we connected it, is not working currently. It needs to be activated. So we'll put a Redshift object tag. We'll hit geometry, hit override, tessellation enabled. Let's say minimum edge length of 0.1, max 8, and let's get the displacement at 16 and 16. Great. So let's look at our result now. We're getting some interesting things going on. I'll wait for it to load. Fantastic. So as you can see, we have some outer shells that are really pushing through. We have some depressed lower sections with different varying patterns. The emission is still working and coming through. Overall, fantastic result for such a simple setup. Yeah, you can keep pushing and doing whatever you want, but this is the overall principled workflow for modeling with maps. Cool, so we talked about the sphere. Now we're going to be talking about substance and how I use that to be able to get this look with the base feet. So this section is called Into Substance and Back, and it's exciting. For me, breaking the walls down between cinema and substance, getting those programs talking to each other is really exciting. There's just so much power that substance gives you. So in summary, we're going to break this down and prep something inside of cinema. We're going to texture inside of substance, and finally integrate back into Cinema 4D using a Redshift node network. This could be done in Octane or V-Ray or whatever render render engine of choice. So essentially there's 3 main steps to this. First, I'd like to point out that this isn't a UV lesson, but you need to optimize your UVs. There needs to be no overlapping polygonal faces. Also, you need to be able to have some selection sets if you need to have multiple materials onto one piece of geometry. You're also going to need to apply uniquely named and uniquely colored materials to each piece of geometry. Once we have that ready, we're going to export that in a FBX package and get that ready for Substance. So once we are in Substance, we import that FBX, we set up a new project, and we'll access those different selection sets, apply materials, talk about smart materials, smart masks, edge details. We'll even paint with particles, which is super cool and really powerful. So once we've applied multiple different materials and some Substance magic, we're going to package that up, export that as the different material maps, like a height, diffuse, those things that help define the surface detail of a material. Export all of that out, import it back into Cinema. Today, like I said, we're going to be using Redshift, and set that up for a render. So real quickly, let's jump into Cinema 4D here. Cool. This is the megastructure. The cloned base feet are currently instanced there. We're going to just select and single out a certain part of that. I've already prepped this. I'm going to hit NQ with uniquely named and uniquely colored materials, right? One of these does have some selection sets. We have multiple materials on one piece of geometry. If you ever need to do that, you can just select with the select tool under polygons. You can hit V, select, set selection, and that'll create a new one. And you could create a new material and just drag and drop on there. And this material currently has the selection of this newest polygon selection, right? So I'm not going to show you how to manage, but that is essentially how you get multiple selection sets. And the cool thing is that Substance will respect those. So we'll be able to have multiple materials on one object. Real quick before we export, typically you want to make sure that your UVs are not overlapping and they're taking up as much space as possible. A lot of times I will go into the different projection modes, but lots of times I will do optimal mapping with Substance. It does a really great job for getting optimization and as much coverage as possible, which is important. So I'm going to go back to what I did have. Select these guys and hit File, Export, FBX. Go into Substance and back, Substance, and save over my FBX. Great. I'm going to hit OK. And now we are ready for Substance. Great. Let's get this set up. File, New. Let's click on the file. FBX, that's the one that we just exported from Cinema. We'll put the document resolution to 2K. And the template is PBR metallic roughness. That's going to work fine for us. So we'll do that. Great. Our FBX is imported. First things first, let's bake mesh maps. And real quickly, we'll set that to 2K as well, 2048. For the ID, we'll set to material color. And we're going to bake all texture sets. So the reason we're doing this, things like world position, the curvature, edge detail, if there's creases or not, the topology's thickness of the geometry, all these type of things are being pre-calculated so that when we apply smart materials and masks that tap into things like edges, all of that information is pre-baked. And this makes Substance super fast, super efficient, and a great playground to mess around with a lot of those details that normally you would mess with in a live renderer. So we'll let this finish real quick and then start applying some materials. Cool, we'll hit OK. And let's dive in here. We do see that there's a lot of separation with our with our selection sets. If I go down to the smart materials, let's just start applying. Let's drag and drop, easy as that. And you notice it shows up over here in our layers panel. So let's keep applying. Let's maybe drag the cyan one on this piece. Let's get the feet taken care of. Maybe we drag this one onto the feet. You can already see that some of that information is, such as AO and edge detail, are already coming up. Let's drag and drop maybe this guy on this middle piece of geometry. Great. You can always hit Shift right click to be able to adjust the lighting. There's some interesting things going on in this one. Let's see what's happening. So I've been dragging smart materials. A smart material is basically just a folder of items, effects and layers that are found up here. One effect here is a fill, and you could easily change the color of this if you wanted to. We're not going to. If there's a little mask next to one of the layers, looks like this dirt is masked, you can click on that and see the two effects that create that mask. So we're going to click into Mask Builder real quick, zoom in, and push up and down the level, and you get some really cool results really fast. Up and down on the contrast. Let's mess with the AO. So let's zoom in here a bit, and you can see that we can really get a lot of dirt in there and adjust some parameters to our liking. And there we go. So let's close this for a second. Let's talk about smart masks. So let's look at some of these. These are examples of some of the masking that we can do. These also, like smart materials, these smart masks are just a collection of effects to make this up. So we're going to use this Paint Subtle Cracked, and we're going to use that to drive this upper shield piece of geometry. So let's first get a cool, maybe paint layer on top. This machinery is pretty cool. We can go in and maybe adjust a couple things. Maybe we take this rest, and in seeing this we could adjust a couple things, maybe pull the contrast down a little. I notice as well the curvature isn't even being used. So if we want some more edge detail, we can bump that up. Cool. So we have this machinery, and then let's get another material. Let's drag this aluminum. Great, so let's put this aluminum as a second layer. And with that smart mask that we had decided on, this guy, let's drag that onto the top of our paint layer. Awesome. So right out of the gate, we get some really interesting things going on here. We see that the edge detail is something else. There's something really cool about that. It looks like it's been scraped on the edges, which is very realistic. I can go in and see this mask is made up of a few things here. The scratches layer, a secondary scratches layer, and a mask editor. These mask editors, you've already seen this before. This is kind of one of the workhorses of Substance. There's a lot of options in it. Let's mess with the global balance, maybe bring down that a bit, maybe mess with the contrast a little, up some of the texture sampling and texture opacity. Now the curvature down here is at 0.95. If we drag that way down, we realize that the curvature is doing quite a bit to drive this effect. Great. So now that we've done this, we have a very interesting result. Let's do something super fun. So in Substance, I don't know who thought of this, but they were right. Painting with particles. I never thought that this would be something that would be super useful or even a good idea, but it's amazing. So with this particles layer I just created and this particle effect selected, we're going to drop down to the particle color and take something dark here. Maybe we'll sample a color here so we're in the right hue. Cool. So with this layer, whenever you're in Substance, you're dealing with color, height, roughness, metal, all that stuff. Maybe we could say, let's make this paint a little higher, make it a little less rough so it's sleeker, and cool, our particles are working. So let's paint a bit with these particles. Maybe take the brush down a little to 0.7. Awesome. If we shift the light, we can see that there's a little bit of depth to this. Super interesting. Awesome. And we'll go to this top middle base. Let's also create a layer. Zoom in. Shoot some particles. They're working. Fantastic. Zoom out. Looking pretty cool. Let's export this. So we're going to go to File, Export Textures. Under Configuration, hit Redshift. And under Export, we can see that for each one of these pieces of geometry, it's going to give us a base color, roughness, metallic, and so on at a certain resolution. So choose the resolution you'd like and hit Export. Great, so breaking the walls between Cinema and Substance. We're going to make a new RS material real quick. I had copy and pasted the exports into a TEX folder right next to my Cinema file. We're going to drop these down like so. Great. So for starters, we're going to have the base color plug into this RS material, properties, diffuse color. Let's expand this RS material. The roughness is going to go into reflection roughness. And currently this metallic map and this material are not speaking the same language. We need to go to this material real quick and change the Fresnel type to metalness. Great. Let's plug that in under reflection metalness. Now they're talking. Great. So for the normal, we're going to use bump. And this is colored, so it's RG and B data. It's vector, so we're going to plug that into the texture input. And for the bump map, it's not height field. Height field's floats. It's tangent. We're going to plug that into overall bump input. Perfect. And then we're going to type in displace. Drag that down here. This is a gray, black and white map. So we're going to plug that into texture and plug this into the output displacement. Fantastic. Great. So now that we've done that, let's name the material real quick. Let's X out of there. This is for the upper shield. This also is upper shield. We're going to hold Alt and drag this over. And let me zoom out. And I always like to up the resolution. There we go. So let's control drag this to copy. Let's call this one feet. We're going to do a quick shortcut. As you notice, the paths have the same bookends. This is the name of the FBX originally, and this is the name of the actual map. This could be metalness or base color or height. We're only going to update these, all right? So we're going to start with the feet. I'm going to jump in here, copy feet, hit Control C, hit open. Great, so that first one updated. Let's go to the second one, and all we need to do is hit paste. That updates, so we know that it's working. We're going to select upper shield, paste feet there, select this. And this is a great way to update manually in a farm-friendly way. Sometimes you can use the Substance plugin. I'm kind of old school and like to use these maps, and that's a quick way to update. Now that we have this feet, we're going to do the same thing and zoom in and Alt drag this over the feet, and they updated. Perfect. Now we don't need to see everything here. I am going to go to a recent file that I did. I did this for everything already. We'll go to, great. I'm going to go to the Redshift render view, hit render, and there you go. We have all those cool materials working. And pull this over and can push in a little bit, enjoy some of that detail. A lot of cool things going on. A lot of complex detail very quickly created. So there you have it, into Substance and back. And I wanted to plug that, if you don't have Substance, I was going to show just a quick tip for Redshift and achieving some of these similar results with varying widths and degradations and edge wear and things like that. We don't have time to get into that today, so we're going to move forward with the next section. Cool, so we've modeled with maps, we've gotten into Substance. Now we're going to switch gears and talk about some Cinema 4D techniques. These tendrils were in 2 shots of ours. It started off an atom shot here, which was super cool, and we thought it'd be a great story point for us to connect the large surface or the large structure with these tendrils going over the surface of the landscape. So let's talk some workflow. The snake-like structures general process I broke down to an A, B, and C step generally. And so first off, we're going to create a spline that runs along the landscape geometry. It's going to eventually drive the spline wrap. It's not going to be projected or running along. We need to actually project these splines so that they're kind of sprayed onto the landscape geometry, and as it goes up and down, the spline will also follow suit. So once we've got that working, we're going to move on to the next section, which is creating some interesting geometry. We'll use helix, sweep NURBS, and cloners to create that, and anything else that we want to package into that we can do. Once we have it packaged up into a spline wrap deformer, we'll get that whole rig to set up working and animated. The final step here is basically animation. We'll adjust overall length, min, max, the offset, get things rolling and flowing over the geometry. So real quickly, this is the initial kind of rudimentary scene setup. This is principle-based workflow, as my scene was incredibly heavy, it wouldn't even play back. So we're going to use this scene. We're going to go in and create a sketch spline. This landscape we can put at X-ray. We'll hit NA for that view. And this technique is great if you are looking to recreate something in your mind's eye, or maybe you have a sketch or a storyboard already kind of drawn out. This is a great way to nail that off the bat. Switching it up to a cubic and just adjusting a little bit here. We're going to do that. Maybe switch this one here just a little higher, and maybe all 3 of these a little lower. Cool. So let's go back to a camera. Now, as you can imagine, this is just hanging out in space. This isn't projected on anything. That was just kind of drawn on an invisible wall. So we need to get this projected. We'll call it Spline 01, and we'll select everything, hit US to give it a little bit more definition, more fidelity. Right click on one of those points, go to the project tool. It's in the mode of view. We'll select this view and look over here as we hit apply, boom. It is now projected along the surface of the landscape geo. I always do one more step of taking that, lifting it slightly, and from this view, selecting everything, doing the same workflow. Apply. Great. So once we have that geometry, we're going to not duplicate it. We're going to take the pen tool, and there's times where you need to just create maybe a path based on what is in your scene. So the pen tool is great for creating a spline that way. Get this going and flowing like such. Cool. So we'll call this spline 02. Right on, so we have 2 different splines. Let's take this second spline, hit Control A or Command A, hit US, and right click on a point with the selection tool. Go to project, hit apply. There we go. So that is now applied. And it's pretty far spaced out right now, so let's up the fidelity, let US again one more time. That's a little better now. and we need to lift it up real quick to reproject. Once we have, let's go here, go to points, they're selected, right click, project, apply. Great. So we have spline 1 and 2, and they are projected on the landscape. So now we're going to go to this next step, create some interesting geometry. We'll use helix, sweep NURBs, and cloners for that. Let's create a sweep NURB real quick. Also a helix and a circle. Put the circle here. Let's select these 3, hit Magic Solo. This circle we're going to do 0.2, so it's very small. Also 45-degree angle here. For the helix, let's hit S in this one. Let's make it 0.5 and 0.5 for the start and end radius, 8,000 for the end angle, and 300 for the subdivisions. So that's very small now. And here is our circle. Let's grab these 2, drop it under the sweep, and there we go. Not bad. So now that we have this set up, let's duplicate it. The second setup is going to be for a cloner. So I'll write this for cloner, just helps me out. We'll say 0.07. This helix here, we need to offset the start angle, let's say by 1,000, and end angle by 1,000. And drop this whole setup. Actually, the start and end radius will be 0.1 and 0.1. So this is going to go inside of a cloner. It's going to be very tight. Hold Alt or Option and let go on cloner. The mode for the cloner, we're going to hit radial and do 0.2 for the radius. So cool. Now we've got this nice little setup. We've got some interesting geometry within the initial helix. We're going to add some variation. Hold Shift, hold Effector, and let go on random, and it'll be a child of that helix now. We'll go to Deformer, hit Point. It is certainly affecting it now, so we'll hit 0.1 in X, 0.3 in Y, and 0 in Z. A little bit more under control. We'll go to Effector and say Turbulence, and the animation speed will slow down half, and the scale will put at 2. So this, if you hit play, is now going to be moving and adjusting as it slides over the landscape. Pretty cool. Great, so that's the cloner setup. Let's duplicate that initial sweep and put it down here. Great. So this helix, let's offset by 1,500 and make the end one 9,500. Let's actually make it negative 9,500, and let's make the actual circle smaller. Let's say 0.1. And let's also add some variation. So let's copy and paste that random and drop it underneath. And for the parameters, maybe bump it up to 0.5. Cool. And the helix angle can always change a bit here. And we don't need it to animate. So let's not have this one animate. Let's just hit 0. Cool. Great. So we have some interesting things going on. Let's drop this all into a null. So hit null. Where is null? There we go. We'll call this null tendril 01. Let's drop everything into it. Fantastic. We could even drop a box. Don't have to do much with it. Maybe hit C, select everything, hit US, maybe make it smaller. Maybe duplicate the cube. I don't know. The whole point is that any geometry that we throw in this little package here under this null, any sibling of our spline wrap, let's drop a spline wrap so it's a co-sibling, will now be affected. This spline wrap can affect any co-sibling within this relationship. So let's jump out of the Magic Solo and put these splines, which drive everything at the top. Let's put this spline wrap referencing this spline 01. And this spline wrap is currently oriented to the X. We want it to orient to the Z. There we go. So let's check things out. Let's go back to this view. Awesome. Let's now start to animate, mess with the overall length and offset. So this part's the fun part. So we can just say -20 for starters. Animate it. Let's make sure it's linear, keyframe wise. And then the end, let's say 0. Great. Select that keyframe and make that linear for sure. Let's drag this color and a couple of others to just mix things up. Great. So our first tendril here is looking pretty good. Let's make this landscape so it's not X-ray anymore. Both of these need to go, both of these splines should be lifted ever so slightly. So let's add maybe 0.5 to each one. And let's say 2.1. Great. So let's see how this is looking. Awesome, we've got some really interesting geometry. Maybe we could make our camera a little tighter, put a 50 on there. And all we need to do to duplicate the setup is actually just click and drag to duplicate, name it spline or tendril 2. And what we could do is say under the spline wrap, let's just reference the other spline. And you've got 2 unique setups working for you. Cool, let's talk some post. So we're going to talk about how we achieved the final look, and a lot of this is due to Red Giant plugins, particularly Magic Bullet Looks. So a little overview. I'm going to show you 4 color grades, 4 personalities, flavors, tones, essentially for the director to choose and to pick and choose from. So I'll probably break down one example. I wanted to make a note to you guys that when making CG, I tend to push into more of the photography, more of the filmic and natural look and natural degradation that comes with what film looks like, as opposed to just treating the renders as is. So I tend to push into things like chromatic aberration, lens warping, grain, diffusion, things that kind of break up the image a little bit, instead of having just a perfect CG render that I add a curve to. So I'll show you, in the end, I typically break up every element of my Magic Bullet Looks, which has a lot of these effects, and break that up into individual layers, which is great for applying to many shots. Then you can just tweak per element. So these are the 4 color grade options for the director that I had given. And as you can see, if you just pay attention to the clouds, for instance, or the megastructure, you start to see different things start to pop out, different personality points. This is, for instance, a complementary scheme of really pushing into some of the blues and lifting those and having some more yellows, and you even get some greens in here, whereas this seems a little bit more slate and neutral, leaning a little into the reds. But then this one is you get some greens and heavier reds in the shadows, maybe some deeper reds in the shadows of the clouds. So there really is a lot of personality that you can get with Magic Bullet Looks. So this is the original CG render, the original plate, and these are the different color grades that I had given, just full screen. I can jump into After Effects real quick and show you a bit of my process. So this is just one of them. This is where we started off with. I like to jump in and throw some of my master curves on top. And this allows us to see some of the things that I did here. So we have lens distortion. We can turn that off and on. Some diffusion, giving us a little bit more atmosphere, a little bit more light, maybe hitting the lens of the camera. Mojo brings in a little bit of warmth and lifts a little bit of the shadows. Chromatic aberration does a lot, actually. You can't see it. Let's jump inside. So I used to work in a photo lab, and so jumping in and doing some of these effects gets me really excited. If you turn Magic Bullets, the chromatic aberration off this layer, and you look at Alt-1, which is just the red, or Alt-2, or just Alt-3, you can see the red, green, and blue layers line up perfectly on top of each other. You add aberration, and that starts to break things up. This is where we're starting to get more into film territory. That's where, turning it off and on here, you start to see that there is offset and there's imperfection, and you start to get some edges where you get a color like red or blue on this edge and a little bit more red on this edge, and the colors are just broken up, and it becomes much more of a warm and filmic look. I tend to, once I finally get the grade, to break it up, like I said, always adding grain on at the very top. The human eye just likes grain, and it also helps with pulling some of the detail out from compression when you render. So anyways, those are some fun things. I will jump back into the presentation if we got that. And so going from this original plate to, after having used Mojo, Magic Bullet Looks, Form, all sorts of the particular for some of the particulate that you saw in many of the shots, the final plate. So before and after. So it was really exciting to arrive here. We had a quick shout out to Will Smith, who did the color pro bono for us. And fantastic results. I wanted to also plug that we used the Red Giant Horizon plugin. The phone shot that Adam had created had these cloud images he used. I had rendered in a separate render engine in Octane, and that allowed me to quickly pop in some clouds. It kind of acts like a 360 camera where you can slug in a couple images or a 360 image, and that saved my bacon. So jump back in here. So overall, today's presentation, hopefully you guys are able to go check out Talos on our website. Any free tools that we have there, you're more than welcome to. Today, you should be feeling a little better about modeling with maps, getting some complex displacement, getting your hands dirty in Substance. There's so much power in Substance, and I was really happy that I finally got involved with that and used this project to learn Substance. These tendrils, it's just for me, the power of Cinema 4D with some of the simplest tools, making these snake-like structures were really exciting, and I love doing post. Magic Bullet Looks, for me, I feel like an ambassador to them. I've used it for years and years. Achieving the final look and getting all of that filmic detail and slight degradation, not treating the CG renders perfectly, but giving them more of a push into realism and into the naturalistic approach, to me, brings so much life to the render. So hopefully you enjoyed the presentation, and thanks again to Maxon for having us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 3D Motion Show. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, accompanied by Anthony Abbott from Swordfish. Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. And thanks, great presentation, man.
I appreciate it. Yeah, what a great project to be a part of.
Yeah, it was super cool. Went over a lot of stuff. I saw a lot of people chiming in, a lot of people saying great work, awesome job overall. And I think one of the first questions that somebody, I think this is one of the more recent questions, but I think it is of the highest priority. And that question is, do you ever make mistakes?
This whole presentation.
I was going to say he made one once and he learned all the lessons he needed from that one mistake.
No, I mean, for me, this whole the whole Talos project itself was a chance to push into the mistakes and the weak areas of stuff that I didn't know. So doing side projects and things to push into some of your weaknesses and kind of rabbit hole into what you want to develop is, I think, key to anyone's learning. Sometimes we get kind of in these ruts at work where you're doing the same thing over and over. So for us, it just enlivened, I think, all of us in some of the areas that we wanted to focus on and a lot of the mistakes and weaknesses that we had. So yeah, definitely do a passion project.
Awesome. Let's see here. We can jump into some of the more technical stuff, and then we can get all friendly with the audience later. If you want to get all informal, you make mistakes. Come on, guys. Come on. All right, let's see. What else we got here? So, someone wanted to know your tablet of choice for painting.
I use the Wacom Intuos, but I went years using a Cintiq. I had one of those little 13-inch Cintiqs that I did for like ZBrush and Photoshop and things, and I super miss that. So I feel like I'm on the market again for that. But all of this was the Wacom Intuos.
So you're gonna get a Cintiq too?
I've been looking at those 32-inchers and the 24s, and I don't know if I'm ready to drop $2 or $3 grand, but it's pretty soon, I think.
It's in there. All right, let's see here. So that's that. Any substance are substance maps RGB or linear? And yeah, are they?
Yeah.
And I think you need to enable overrides in the texture nodes.
Yeah. So I'm currently using no overrides in the substance texture node. When you import a texture, you can override that with a gamma at 1. Everything currently I used so far has always been PNGs, so they're sRGB, and I use the default settings in Redshift, and they come out fine. So.
Very cool. Someone was asking about projection. Why did you project? Why do you need to project twice? I think that's with the cable at the end snaking on the ground when you were projecting. So
sure.
Why project twice?
It's a great question. I find that your initial projection is better to do at a lower fidelity. A lot of times I'll take that projection that I did the first time, subdivide again, lift it up and reproject from a different angle. And that gives you just more information, more little node points to be reprojected. And I find it works better with doing those tendrils where they're traveling along and you need to have the snake actually follow the surface. So yeah, I think doing it twice is always better, and usually with a subdivision on the second time.
Very cool. Yeah, I've used projection before. I think it's a couple of years back I was on a road show as well. So when you project, and definitely when you're doing camera projection too, depending on where you want it, it's going to push the points in a different way. So you can play with it. So if you haven't used projection before, it's something definitely worth playing with. Just like if you're going to draw a spline on a landscape for this example, or on a sphere or anything else, play with it, because it's a tool that you can use very differently just by hitting the same button on a different camera angle. So it's something definitely worth playing with. Let's see. Someone had a question about the clouds. So were the clouds on the original plate, or did you comp them in? How'd you do your sky and clouds in that?
So there were times where the clouds were in the scene. The shot of the camera tilting and looking up at the superstructure and tilting down, as I showed, that was Red Giant, the Horizon plugin. But for the most part, I would say out of the 6 shots that had the superstructure, most of them were plated in After Effects after the fact.
Okay.
So using camera data and things to recomposite it in, I found that much better. We did have shots though where we actually did use those same clouds in the 3D render. The phone shot is a good example of that.
Very cool. Yeah, I haven't worked with Horizon yet, so I'll talk to Simon more because he'll be on later. Do you use it much, or how do you like it?
It's a lifesaver because typically I think the old school approach of trying to get like a sky in is getting a 360 image HDR of sorts to get into your original scene in 3D and render from there. I had another artist, Adam, who had done the phone shot, use the clouds, and it was square. And so for me to go in and have to recreate an equirectangular 360 image and then do that in Photoshop or maybe reproject and get to the point where I've recreated kind of a faux 360 image. I didn't want to do that. So what Horizon does is it allows you to pop an image in there, squeeze it into place, twist it around as if it is an HDR map, but you just get the windowing and the cropping and the squeezing to fit to camera and to work for what you need it to be. And so I didn't do any Photoshop. I just used the same exact, square image of the clouds and kind of squeezed it into the HDR 360 settings for Horizon, and did that all in After Effects. So within 2 minutes, you've kind of positioned it and you're good.
So I can save myself a lot of time on Skies and that. Yeah, because
I always think Skies is better to do. You get an initial, you get 70% there. Mm-hmm. And for the detail and the last 30%, if you want clouds or whatever it may be, after your lighting and things are good, I think the flexibility in comp is much safer.
Yeah. So because there's so many tools now that that we merged, and I'm trying to get caught up on each one and like use cases and things like that. So that's awesome. I'm sure we would love to see that. So we'll definitely need to talk more about that. But we got more and more questions rolling in. Folks are tuning in on this. How do you handle learning new techniques while also being full-time artist?
Well, I think, everyone has to find their own recipe, their own cadence, how to dip in and out of passion projects and things. I think that is, such a huge thing to be able to figure out and so important. It is very difficult. I think typically for me to be able to, if I'm working on a normal job, if there's opportunities to have goals where you really want to lean into a certain technique, a lot of times we have the creative freedom and liberty to kind of say, I want to make this shot and I really want to push into texturing. So therefore, this is an opportunity to dip into substance, and you can take small wins for certain aspects of your project. And I think personally on your own time, we all have to figure that out. But I think professionally, if you can find ways to get that assimilated into your day in and day out workflow, I think that's really important.
Kind of learn as you go, part of your creative process.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very cool. Someone said your tessellation settings seem extremely high. Is that your normal settings, or do you just have a super beefy machine and you're like, I can throw whatever at it?
Yeah, that is very high, and that can be really heavy. The reason why I had to have it so high is that the massive amount of detail that were in those displacement maps make it necessary to do that for Redshift. It's more of a geometric displacement, so you need to have geometry there. You need to tessellate down and subdivide upon render. You don't have to have that geometry there necessarily, like crazy subdivided with your actual sphere asset. That could be pretty low res, but the actual displacement settings, because it's more of a geometric displacement, meaning vertices are pushed and pulled, that's why I needed to do that. I actually rendered the shots of the sphere in Octane, and that's more of a textural displacement as opposed to a geometric displacement. And so we did, I think 95% of the whole piece was Redshift. The shots I did with the superstructure, I had already kind of R&D'd my displacement techniques, and I had already done it in Octane. And so, but you can do it in either, but if you're doing Redshift, definitely the tessellation needs to be pretty high.
And that's just because you're dealing with such small detail. So it seems like that's flexible depending on what you need. So for this, that's why you need the tessellation, and that's usually for everything. It's a higher tessellation if it's not just going to be textural, but actual, polygon displacement. Then you're going to need geometry to actually push the points.
Geometry there, yeah.
Yeah. Good. All right. And so beefy machine. Yeah. Speaking of machine, is your machine beefy? Would you consider it beefy?
Well, I have a 28 core at home with 4 cards. I'm using a little Razer laptop, which is beastly for a little laptop. It has a 2080 Ti. It has fans. I don't know if you heard them.
Okay.
But Yeah, it's a fantastic little machine, and you can manually up the fans, and you can like push it to red line, and it's a great little on the go machine if you're doing Redshift and Octane on the go. You know, it's I miss my MacBook Pro, but having that power, you know, just in your backpack and taking it anywhere is amazing.
Yeah, no, having a good machine. I've been on the road, and it makes a huge difference when you have a solid machine with a solid video card. It's quite nice. I've been getting a lot of these questions. Aces, for Aces color space and color grading. Do you use Aces in your workflow?
No. Color workflow, I shared mostly Red Giant. We do DaVinci here as well. I don't tap into that. But no, I have not touched Aces.
So you're using just Red Giant. What's in your color correction toolkit, or how are you in your pipeline? Are you using Lux? Are you using Colorista? What's your?
I use a lot of Magic Bullet Looks, and I feel like I've been an ambassador from them for so long. I feel like word on the street sometimes is that some artists find that a lot of the options are pretty extreme, and I actually really appreciate it. I feel like each style that Magic Bullet Looks gives you is kind of the couture extreme version to be able to pick and choose your flavor to start off with. And then you dial it back, so it's real tasty. But I do Magic Bullet Looks, and I find that their 3-way and 4-way color is a great way to look at your histograms, and you can immediately start to see different color schemes, like, you know, like, is my image more complementary, or, you know, am I seeing triadic opportunities, and maybe you push your blues a little further because you realize this or that with maybe your reds or greens. You start to really get control over your color schemes with looks. Within Magic Bullet, I use Mojo. I use a lot of the effects of chromatic aberration, lens warping, like I mentioned. A lot of that stuff that gives you kind of that more footage type look, and degrades the render a little more. I don't like having 3D renders be so perfect. I like that kind of natural degradation.
Yeah, that's really cool. I think we should have you back on just to show some of your Red Giant stuff, because I think a lot of people are looking now, especially in the color spaces. They're seeing how much of a difference that makes, because so many people are turning out dailies and they get the high quality work, but it's really that polish that really brings things to life. So if you want to volunteer another point in time, you know, we could probably do something and focus on some of that stuff. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'd love to. I started off in just doing all of this stuff majorly in photography, and it was at the point, it was like in the 99 2000s, where half of the photo lab was digital, half of the photo lab we were still scanning negatives and taking people's pictures. Nice. And like, so I'm so used to that kind of photographic base that I want that, that warm, natural, degraded, grainy look in my images. It just feels more real to me.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see here. It's funny, another Anthony Scott Burns, he's presented with us. He's a director, and he's the one who really got me into understanding like different films, like the actual film and the grain and the temperature that comes with each of the looks. And then so another Anthony, and color and look, and just not having it perfect makes it perfect. That's what makes it perfect. It's the imperfections make it perfect. So someone just had a general question on how do you learn new things? Like, are you somebody who watches tutorials? Are you picking up books? Or are you trial by fire? What's your thing?
Tutorials a lot. I would say things like Pluralsight, Digital Tutors. Digital Tutors is now Pluralsight. A lot of Lynda originally way back in the day, but I follow a lot of the community here. A lot of these displacement techniques I've learned from people like David Ryu and EJ
Octane Jesus.
Yeah, a lot of these techniques are just standing on their shoulders. A lot of people in the community that are in the Cinema 4D community that are posting actively have a lot of amazing solutions. So yeah, I mean, I think if you're hungry to learn something and you're Googling it, anyone, you know, is going to find anything they need. I think narrowing down what you do want to learn and saying no becomes really important.
Totally.
You know, it's so hard to get to not have focus and constantly have so many fronts to your battlefield. You know, it's like honing in, saying no, and this is what I want to learn, and pushing hard into those areas, I think is key in your learning path.
Yeah, it's a much wiser path from my years in the industry, because I've had so many people just jump in and they say, oh, I want to make this amazing animation with characters and all this and that. And I'm like, all right, so where do you know? What are you good at right now? And they're like, well, I don't know anything. I'm like, oh, this is it's okay. Well, you might want to start with primitives and block out your scene. Do you know what a scene is? Like, so that's a thing not to get ahead of yourself when you're working, is the incremental builds. Make sure you have the basics and fundamentals and then be able to build up. And this was something Paul was talking about before, is if you actually have any type of license, you have Cineversity, and there are tracks on there. Somebody was asking about that. So you can actually look at motion graphic tracks and other things and just kind of deepen your learning in that. So you have at least a foundation that you can add on instead of just like pieces everywhere.
Cineversity goes, I've had that since like 2010, you know, the MSA. So, I mean, that's another great one for getting like really nitty gritty on, you know, once you figure out your general, you know, area of focus, pushing in. I remember that was really helpful for a lot of the Mixamo stuff, which we used at the end of the final shot. But that whole learning foundation and the Mixamo explosion, like there's been some really solid stuff on Cineversity for that, and many other things. But that definitely goes in, you know, pretty deep, pretty specialized.
Definitely. Let's keep going there. Someone was asking, why not use snap to polygons when drawing the splines instead of projecting?
That's a great question. So there are snapping options. So when you're doing snapping, first of all, I think the principle of like whenever you're creating something, if you can freeform anything and not have the settings or the parameters of your software tell you what to do. So as you start to snap, you start to really kind of have the geometry tell you what you should do. And sometimes that's cool. I've found that a lot of times it doesn't work really nice I have something in my head, I just want to sketch it by eye, you know, and then project it onto it. The snapping tends to get different shapes, and I struggle to try to paint from the mind's eye. But it is very helpful for times where you are, you know, intentionally trying to connect to something. I just find it a hindrance for if I'm trying to freeform create.
Yeah, I'm very similar in that when I'm using the projection mode, I feel like once I move the spline and I have the spline, it already has a feel to it that I like, and then projecting it versus trying to work with the snap is, you know, but for each their own. Like if you like to snap, like snap, it's fine. There's options. But yeah, let's see here. How did you get started? You talked a little bit about photography, right? Was that your background? That's where you started, or? Oh
yeah, I mean back high school and stuff, like photography. I think for me, I'm very passionate about anything creative. Originally, I went into advertising for the sake of trying to do something. I am into music. I'm into photography, graphic design. I wanted kind of the white collar. Let's do something. Where I can combine all those disciplines. I found that advertising for me very.
I think that's more blue collar. Yeah, it's like you wanted to get your hands dirty with everything.
Yeah, I wanted to excuse advertising could combine those disciplines of music and graphic design and storytelling and get all those things, you know, somewhat combined into a career. And I decided early on to kind of jump ship, and so I veered off. I started in broadcast on the side while I was going to school, and got picked up by a studio in LA, which was kind of like my opportunity to pursue this career as a motion designer and to leave being an art director in advertising. So I worked in LA a little bit with some broadcast design. I've worked in Utah with some broadcast design. In New York, I did a lot more high fashion at a branding agency there. And then out on the West Coast here in San Francisco has been a lot more big tech. So it's been a great kind of culmination of different areas of motion design. And certainly, I think the round robin between graphic design, photography, music, storytelling, 3D, and even just 2D motion design, all that stuff is you kind of, I think in your own learning are tapping into those things. The Venn diagram of how they overlap together and empower you to think in those different ways is what gets me super excited. Sometimes I burn out in 2D and I go into more photography, and then I'm doing magic bullet looks on photography, or you're doing storytelling, and you're bringing ideas to life. So I think round robining between different disciplines that lie around motion design and that overlap with motion design, I think is a great way to continue to push through some of the burnout that we get sometimes.
It's one of the few industries I feel that you just don't get tired of, because it's always innovative and it's used everywhere. And that was one of the big appeals to me when I first started. I wanted to get into VFX, and it was like, oh, I want to blow things up, because I want to blow things up. I want to make video games and movies. And, growing up, that was like a big deal for me. And then like getting here, it's like, oh, wow. As you get in, it's like, you need to know everything. It's like, you need to know cameras, you need to know lighting, you need to know, like, to understand, the speed and shutter speed. You need to understand all that. And so it's just a continuum. And each one of those by themselves is a full art form. So that's one of the things that I really love about it, is because you might find somebody who their lighting is just amazing, or their composition is amazing, and they're not as, like, the other stuff isn't as strong, but there's always something to work on, and you can pull from so many disciplines. It just keeps the mind active and creative, and I love that. So
Absolutely.
it's a unique thing to our industry. So for all my fellow nerds on the feed, so this was a big one. We had a question. Someone was asking, could you just do the clouds in After Effects and not use Horizon?
And not use what?
Horizon.
Oh,
yeah.
So you could absolutely do the clouds just in After Effects sans Horizon. I think most shots, if you had a pretty conservative camera, and if using a plane or two in your scene gets the job done, that's fantastic. I think the challenge that I had in the one time that I used Horizon, and it totally saved me, was that we were looking up at that superstructure, and it was kind of a almost 45-degree angle looking up, and then the camera twists down, and we almost do a 40-50-degree turn. And so at one point we're looking
orbit
up,
on it,
and another point we're looking over here. And so it really, I originally threw in a couple planes for the clouds, but because of the extreme move, it started to show through that it was really just plates. And having Red Giant Horizon as a 360 worked perfectly with the camera and felt so much more natural. But it was a challenging shot, with a lot of.
Yeah, and well, I think that's something else too to understand more for those who haven't used Horizon, like myself, is like that's a perfect example. If you're working with plates, as I've had as well, trying to do skies, as soon as you start getting orbiting, it gets really messy, and then you're trying to animate multiple parameters or link things with expressions and tagging things all together. So if you can just knock that out with Horizon, just be like one and done, like that'll save you afternoon of comping and
absolutely.
Expressions. That's awesome. Let's see. Do you bump into GPU memory issues with 32-bit displacements?
You know what? I didn't have any issues on this project. I have had problems where I've pushed the geometry, the displacement, the tessellation far enough that it was problematic and just had to dial it back. But I think that's for very extreme cases. I think if you can get, if you can show that the sphere that I showed, the superstructure in the first tutorial, if you can get that amount of detail and be all right, then I think you're fine. If you need to go further than that, you should probably take that piece of geometry that does need to get higher fidelity, separate it out, and only do it on that area. So you're not doing it globally to everything. And then you're going to save a whole bunch on, just be much more efficient. So yeah, that's what I would suggest. If you need to go further than that, separate it out and just do it on a small section.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just put it in a fracture object, make it editable. There you go. We have processes for that.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. A couple more technical things before we run into our next presentation. Don't want to have them waiting too long. How do you calculate how long your projects might take? When you're given, how do you give a deadline for how long it takes? So if somebody was to say, hey, make Talos for me, how would you say, oh, this will take blank?
Yeah. Well, I think what we do, we make a product. Our product is it maybe there's a story to it, but it's a visual set of shots, and whenever we create a project that has intention and we need to say something, our clients are paying us to give them this explainer video or this product release or this conference opener. And so you have your main goals that you need to achieve, your creative objectives. You reverse engineer the timeline that may already be known.
Right,
and
the due date.
This is what we can do with the amount of time that we have. If the sky's the limit, you want to make a film, then you can do whatever you want as far as timing. But I think as far as like being able to figure out what your storyboards are, what the animatic is from that, how many shots you actually need, cutting out any of the fat, and getting down to saying this needs to be 7 shots, and these are the things that I need to do, and mapping it out and kind of reverse engineering your timeline. I think is a great way to be able to self-gauge and have benchmarks and not try to just get to the end in 2 weeks. Like by Thursday, I need to be done with modeling. By Friday, first renders are out, and by next Monday, we're seeing 5 shots out of the 7.
So starting with that end deliverable date and then chopping it along the way.
Yeah. And I think that approach, that's what we do. We create and we design and we tell stories with intention. We have certain limitations. What are those limitations? Let's break it down. And I think for personal projects as well, that gives you a North Star, something to, always look at any point and gauge yourself, and sometimes you need to take longer on some stuff and some stuff goes way fast. So anyways, I think that's an important part of what we do. And it's really, it is a difficult thing to conquer and to be really good at, because what we do is it's the combination of so many disciplines. Yeah. So yeah.
Very cool. Let's see. Someone was asking about speeding up rendering. That's a whole series that, it really depends on the project. You were just looking at speeding up rendering. There's everything from tweaking your settings within your machine to tweaking every part of your scene. There's so many different places that it actually comes in. So that's kind of a really big question. But was there anything that you saw or anything when it came to rendering this scene in particular that you knew that you could enhance that would cut down on your rendering time? I guess one of the things would be horizon, just the sky itself, like having to.
Absolutely. One of the biggest things I cut, I had the first 4 shots, the last 2. Originally, all my style frames were heavily based on, I had environmental fog in there. And I had rendered these in Octane, and I decided to forfeit the atmospheric settings entirely and do a Z pass. And my Z pass became a matte for just a solid that became my fog in post. So imagine taking, I need a gray, hunk of fog. Maybe there's a little bit of yellow in it, and the Z pass becomes my fog now. And I did that for all of them, which saved me a ton of time rendering, but then allowed me to tweak in post how much fog in the distance I wanted. And so I think it was a win and much faster render time.
Very cool. We're coming up to, I think we'll take the last question here. Our last two, and then we'll let you go. Don't want to take up your whole day. So someone was asking, are the tendrils actually following the landscape or projected? Oh, maybe they didn't catch that because we did talk about they are projected splines on there. And then can I add a new camera angle or would I need to reproject? So once you have those splines down, you can just use whatever camera angle you want because it's just following that spline. So we're going to have this recorded too, so you can actually go back and rewatch the techniques that Anthony covered. So definitely don't feel like, oh, it's one and done. We're going to have those up here by the end of the day. Somebody was just wondering, EXR or PNG on your rendering, on your exports?
EXR, yeah.
So you get that Z pass and everything just in the EXR.
Yep.
Oh, and Matt's in here
yeah,
answering questions too.
XR, so we have depth and things like that. And like I was saying, I'm super grateful to be working here at Swordfish. Actually, the guy Brendan, who the whole reason why we can use EXRs is he helped develop that plugin that everyone uses.
Oh, really?
He helps make a lot of our software here, and so I would just say, for those that aren't aware of some of the things that we provide, check out our site. We have some free scripts and plugins and things.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think we have some folks
renders.
at Swordfish in the chat too. I see Matt there. So yeah, if you guys can toss in a link, I can approve whatever links or whatever that you want to direct them to. Anything else you want to share with them? Oh, actually, one more. Do you have face color banding at all? I'm not sure I understand that. Do you have face color
banding? Most likely, because we're streaming.
Yeah, it's like probably. I'm like, this is just a general question. Other questions about our appearance. Somebody was saying, how do you keep up such a great beard? Like, do you have any beard keeping secrets?
Oh, I don't know, COVID.
just go on lockdown. It just helps the beard grow. So that's awesome. So yeah, thank you so much, Anthony, and all of Swordfish for making the time possible. And the project too, it's absolutely amazing. We would love to have you or any other member of the team back on, and I think a great color correction and showing some of those other workflows with Red Giant would be great in the future. Awesome. So I can just learn it. I love everybody on the stream, but I need to still learn stuff too in between all these things. So we're gonna take a break. Yeah. So we're going to take a break and then dive right into Simon. And then, we will see you guys soon.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks again, Anthony.
Take care, Matthias.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
Toolfarm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Hi, it's your friends at Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift. For the next 5 days, we're running a contest where we'll be giving away Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete, the whole kit and caboodle, twice a day. Here's how to enter. Follow Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift on Twitter. Retweet one of our contest tweets that uses the hashtag MaxRedSummerSale. You can't just tweet the hashtag. To be eligible for a chance to win, you've got to share the entire post. And that's literally it. We'll pick 2 winners a day, so you can enter once every 12 hours for a chance to win. The contest ends Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific. For more details, head over to maxon.net/summer2020.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 3D Motion Show, the show formerly known as C4D Live. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, showcasing some amazing artists. We already had 2 amazing artists. We got 2 more to go. And coming up next is one of our very own, Simon Walker. And really cool thing is I met Simon like 8 years ago in Chicago. I'm gonna see if I can dig up a picture and I'll share that with you guys. But he runs a number of great webinars on a regular basis. So I'm gonna toss in the chat right now, right before we get into his presentation, just so you guys can be aware of it. So definitely check these out. He's holding them pretty consistently on everything from motion tracking workflows to post-production workflows. So if you've been enjoying some of the content here and it's helping you, definitely want to schedule these. So take a look at those. They're in there. And now we're going to dive into his presentation and be live with him, and we can talk with him more right after his presentation. So take a look at Simon Walker.
Hello, Simon here. I'm going to show you a breakdown of some shots and how we used VFX Suite to fix those, or rather to add additional elements to them. Actually, I have to give a shout out to Leo, who is a senior designer on the marketing team, because he's put together these amazing shots and I'm just breaking them down. But as well as that, what I wanted to do is to also give you some workarounds for when things don't exactly always go to plan. So on this shot, this is where we want to be going. We've got the logos on the front and the side of the cab here, and the container has got the yellow coloring and also the logo on the side. So this is the original shot, and Leo set this up in an interesting way. I'm going to show you how to put on the logo on the side here, but I just wanted to show you how the color has been added to the side here of the container. So we've got a yellow solid. And if I add Kingpin Tracker to this from Red Giant VFX, what we can do is we can then begin to pin this to this corner area of the truck. Just going to do this roughly at first so I can then see what I'm doing and so on. And also just put these to the end. Don't worry, I'm not going to run you through every single process for this shot, but I wanted on some key ones set up exactly what's going on. Just let's zoom in slightly. And what I'm doing is just corner pinning the top and the sides here. And don't worry about this bottom bit under here, because there's another technique we can do for coloring that as well. What I want to do is get the most of the side area covered first. Here we go. And notice, by the way, we've got these useful vanishing lines or perspective lines. You'll remember vanishing point from your time in art class at school. But they also give you a good indication of whether you've got a line or a perspective correct on your original selection. It's pretty easy here because we've got a reasonably square outline. But by the way, you can also then drag these, just click on the edge line and then drag these around so you can then change your mind, but keep those 2 points in perspective. Same with the up and down lines as well. Here we go. And let's just reset back to the interface. Select the background layer, because if you haven't used Kingpin Tracker, the trick is you apply it to the layer that you want to composite over the background, and then you go into the tracking section and you choose that background that you want to track. And this is a planar tracker. So when you press track, I'm tracking backwards here because the shot I chose was in the middle of the timeline. And let's just turn on the keyframes. It's adding a keyframe to every single frame based on the corners of the area I'm tracking. And by the way, these keyframes down at the bottom here are actually belonging to this top instance of the Kingpin Tracker here. And so for this second instance of Kingpin, we've got the keyframes generated. And let's just go to that end one, press shift, snap to that keyframe and start to track forwards. By the way, you'll notice that the update is happening inside the panel on the left-hand side, inside the effects controls panel, because Kingpin's actually too fast for After Effects to update. After Effects has got loads of background processes that it has to do to actually refresh the screen. So this is why this panel exists inside Kingpin Tracker. And here we go, a pretty painless way to be able to create a track. Let's just turn off these lines, close this up here, and deselect the actual name so then I can just see it without those guidelines. And so that's working pretty well, but you may have noticed it's not exactly perfect towards the back. And this is one of the things I wanted to point out, how to fix problems when a technique doesn't turn out exactly as you expected. So let's open up these keyframes again. And if I just zoom into this screen here, just want to concentrate on the background area. So here's the issue. We've got this registration not quite working exactly towards the end of the truck. It's slightly overlapping. And in fact, let's just show you how this works, because what we're going to do is we're going to use blend mode, color blend mode, to blend this in with the background. In fact, this is what it looks like. Here it is before and after, so normal, and then just jump back into color blend mode. It's a really nice way of actually blending this color over the background, because of course the color blend mode preserves the luma of the bottom layer and it adapts the hue and the chroma of the top layer. So we're getting all this nice detail on the side of the truck shining through. But in any case, let's just go back to the end of this timeline. So let's just move this back over. Oops, move the actual line. And let's move the picture over so we can see it. Here we go. So this is the issue. Let's zoom in slightly. The issue is the registration at the back of the truck here. But what we can do is you can go to the point where you think it's beginning to start breaking and then readjust those points. Let's just put that in again and put this one down the bottom here, more or less at the right point, and then track again. And what it will do, it will replace those keyframes that you made previously. Let's just stop after a few frames to make sure it's still staying in register. And if it didn't, you can just jump back. Is that doing it? More or less. Oh, here we go. That's where it begins to break apart. So let's track from there. A few more frames. Check it again. Yes, it's staying in register pretty well. And then let it track to the end of the sequence. So we've effectively now replaced those keyframes, and we've got a nice track for that yellow section, which is working now at the end of the lorry. Kingpin is a planar tracker. So what it's doing is taking that original layer and it's squashing and stretching it to fit the perspective of the original shot. And by the way, this is the instance of the first one up here, this tracker at the top right. This is why I had this in preparation, because I also wanted to show you that same thing again, where we were looking at the registration that didn't quite work on the previous track, but we don't need that anymore. So let's trash that. And here we go back with our main shot. We've still got the issue though of the side, this little side corner of the truck, and also the edges of the siding hanging down below these straps. But actually it's been set up in quite a nice way, because, let's just show you these straps a bit first. Here's what Leo has set up. And if I show you the keyframes to this, let's just close up yellow layer, open up keyframes on this shape layer. And this is a very simple procedure. This is a shape layer just animated with a handful of keyframes over the background, together with the color blend mode. And this is a nice, easy way to be able to extend over that background and be able to then tweak this as a second pass. He's done a similar thing as well for the yellow overlay for the side here, for the edge of the container. And that's also a series of hand keyframes on, here we go, on this, just to show you what they look like. Here we are. So this is the mask shape, just distorting over a series of keyframes. Now, what is the best way to approach a shot like this? And why can't we do this single track all in one go? Well, I wanted to show you those two methods and begin to answer the question, what is the correct way to approach this? Well, the answer is, it depends. Are setting up masks faster than tracking? Well, maybe in some cases, but not always if the shapes are changing dramatically. So it's a balance, really. And you could have done, I suppose you could have done the yellow background or the yellow coloring to the container as a mask as well, but it was pretty quick to track. So I just wanted to show you two approaches, or rather show you the two approaches that Leo used just to fix this pretty quickly. For the logo for the side, it is tracked in. This is a pre-comp with the logo text and the emblem. Let's just jump back here and just show you. Here we are. Just jump up to that logo layer and look at Kingpin Tracker. And show you that this is the area that's been tracked. So we've followed here the edges of the shape, and this is a pretty easy one to follow because of the squareness of this lorry. I've got a couple of examples of non-square things to show you shortly, but in this case, it's pretty nice to be able to then tie that into this area because we've got a good set of perspective, and that helps actually then change the perspective, or the fake perspective, of course, because this is planar tracking of the logo on the side of the truck here. And the reason that it's slightly offset is because we can set the scale and the shape in the transform pins. So we got the X tracking, so you can then change where you want that logo to be, and also the size and the scale of it. That's a nice thing about Kingpin. You can actually affect these things after the event. So if you've got something disappearing off screen, or if you want to take a certain area, which is near the camera in this case, and then track that more successfully, then you can offset that and put that on the background. By the way, you can also then add various effects after the event. So Colorista here is, what is it doing? It's taking out the saturation, I think. There we go. Minus around 30% of saturation on this shot. Which makes it fit a little better inside the scene. Plus also, you can add things like a fast box blur just to make it a little less digital on the side. Or in fact, extending that idea, you could always add, like we got here, an adjustment layer and begin to then treat this before it goes on the side of the truck. So here's an instance of Texturize. This is Texturize from Red Giant Universe. And this gives you the ability to add a series of bits of texture onto whatever your graphic is. What did I choose here? I added this weathered paint. There we are. So we can then change the scale and the texture opacity. And since we'll be using this again for the side of the truck, or at least you can use it for the side of the truck and the door and so on, then you could set this up once and then have that effect once through your multiple various tracks using this pre-comp for all of them. And in this case, that texture is actually making this a little bit too dark. So let's just bring up some of, in fact, it's mostly shadows, isn't it? Anyway, you get the point. The idea is that you can then tweak this after the event, after you've got your tracking. The tracking for the side works pretty well because we got a nice texture to actually give that information to the tracker. But here's something that sometimes can be a problem, is if you're trying to track something, like on the side of the door here, let's zoom in slightly, then it depends on the amount of detail that you've got on the original shot. So the trick here is actually using that tracker to make the area larger, so it's taking in details outside that central white paint surface of the door. The fact that the tracking area is then picking up the edges of the door, the wheel arch, and some of the details in front of the door hinge make this a better track. In fact, on this example, I think, oh, here we go. Here we go, I've got two set up here. This is the successful track. Let's zoom into this one. Larger area, which is the same setup as I showed you just a second ago. But this is what can happen. If we set up the tracker to be the smaller area here, then it starts out fine, but as we go on, what happens is the tracking points start to get, well, they start to slip. Can you see that top left one slipping? And that's because, we zoom in here, a shiny surface like this suffers from a lack of detail for the tracker to actually register. As we can see here, because of the lack of detail, some of the points are starting to slip. Shiny surfaces can also be tricky because of the reflections and how the reflections can actually distract the tracker and cause those points to slip as well. It's fairly obvious in this example what's happening. Those nice reflections in the background are the thing that are causing this to slip. Especially visible if I just track over a few frames here as well. So if you've got that problem, say if you are trying to track a window or something that's highly reflective, then the trick is to enlarge the tracking area and so that the track has more to hang on to. Take in some detail from the surrounding areas. And the reason this is working, again, is because on the transform pins, we can translate where that sign's going to actually appear, and then we can resize and scale it up and down. There's a similar issue that might happen on the sign on the front of the cab, which is why, in this case, we've got a little more detail on just outside the edge. So this has got some interesting reflections going on, but because we got these extra details, the front grille and the bottom of the windscreen, then that means that tracks pretty well. And in many cases, you can get a good indication of whether your track's working by just having a look at these perspective lines. And it's not always something to guarantee, because earlier on in the shot, here we go, they go slightly off here. But that could be because of the changing nature of the angle of the plane that's turning. And the way to check is just to see on the frame by frame, does the registration match, which it does on this particular track. And this is working pretty well on this shot. We pretty quickly added the logos and changed the color of the container. There's a new feature inside the set of tools in VFX Suite that I thought would be fun to add to this image. So here's the treatment. This is the excuse I wanted to use to actually highlight the glows at the front of the headlights. And in fact, here they are. It's a new feature inside Optical Glow to have the ability to radiate this glow out from a central point. But just to show you how I set this up, here's the adjustment layer. Here's the instance of Magic Bullet Looks. This is using just one of the presets, the Day for Night preset inside Times and Places. In fact, let's just reset this and just set it up again, Day for Night. And I was tempted to take off the spot exposure for this shot, but actually I quite like how it highlights the center of the shot. I also liked, out of the range of tools, the extra grain that was being added in, and that's courtesy of the Film Print tool. That's just adding this as a final treatment right at the end of the tool chain. And in this example, I found it was useful to center around about 90% on the strength of this. 100 seemed a little too over the top. And this was just a quick thing to actually show off these headlights, but we could work into this more, of course. And the way I set up the headlights is that I isolated them with a mask. Here we are. In fact, let's just turn off Optical Glow for a second. So here's a mask around those two headlights. Here they are. I'm just using, in fact, let's just turn this on. So I'm using this mask. And if we set this to none and set this to none too, and then come back to the original. So this is why I use the mask, because Luma Key has a lot of other bright areas of the image to deal with. And I just wanted to isolate these two lights without making them too dark, because I wanted to make them the origination point for the glow. So that's why I've just added them in. Here we go. So then we can isolate just that one particular area. And then if we turn on Optical Glow, let's just reset the values here. Let's reset the radiate center and bring radiate down to 0. So this is Optical Glow, which you can find inside the VFX Suite. And just adding this glow to elements in the shots makes them look better anyway. But in this example, I just wanted to show off that if you use radiate, you can then use the radiate center control to actually pinpoint where they're going to radiate from. Let's just move it up here. There we go. Some of you might be thinking, hang on, can't we do this with shine? Well, the controls are very similar, where you can then pick a point on the screen and then you can manipulate where the central point is for that glow to be radiating from. But the nice thing to be able to do this inside Optical Glow is that you're using all that wonderful, beautiful glow, the inverse square fall off. And also the fact that the glow processes at 32-bit. Even if your project is set up at 16-bit, it still processes at that higher quality level. So you can get a really nice result out of it. In fact, what I did here as well, I isolated the indicators and did just a normal glow with those, so we can just accentuate them at the same time as the other glows and the color treatment. In fact, it would be nice, wouldn't it, if we had some grain inside these main lights to kind of match the background. So what we could do here is we could add, here we go, from Magic Bullet Suite, we could add an instance of Renoiser, which breaks apart the image and adds the grain and then projects the image onto that grain and then comps it back into the image. So it's much more like a film grain. And here we go. Let's just choose a quick preset. Say Super 8, which brings up the size of that texture, the size of the grains and the size of the texture as well. And a nice little trick I like to do is to turn on monochromatic grain. So then you get the color from the original layer or from the original source actually is defined inside that texture rather than taking an RGB color. And so in this case, we're beginning to get a grain that is a little more similar to the background area. And depending on whether you want to bring that back, bring out the grain amount, or bring down its size, you can then tweak that and so on, just to make sure it matches. But before we get too sidetracked, I did want to point out a couple of things using Kingpin that I found quite useful. I wanted to highlight an issue that is always quite, for me, it's an annoying one. The amount of steps you have to do to actually then create something, or unnecessary extra steps in production. I'll show you what I mean. I want to put this billboard sign over this easy sign in the background. And if we get an instance of Kingpin Tracker up here, I can begin to just point these 2 pins at that area and just to track that area or designate that area. Whoops, undo, click on my billboards again. I missed my endpoint. Here we are. And let's zoom in. Now the issue is that in this case, the billboard is in a different plane to the plane that I want to be using. In fact, let's just trim out these 2 pins as well. Just put these down here. And so typically what you have to do is just to take those those edges, those 4 corner points, and we can use that with the from pins, and then we can begin to designate this. Let's just zoom out again. Designate the from pins to the edges of that billboard. But you can see the problem here. Every time we move these, then it's moving the perspective of the original. And so this could take a while, or you might decide to actually change the perspective, maybe in Photoshop, maybe in a pre-comp, to actually change the angle so it's flat on the screen. Both those are time consuming, so this is where Kingpin Tracker can help. In fact, what I did on this was to set a mask. So I did the first stage just by pinning the mask here. In fact, let's just reset this and do it from scratch. Just show you, here's the mask on and on, off and on rather. Here we go. So if I add the mask here and then zoom in slightly, we can do that first stage again, where we're designating the area that we want to track. Here we go. And the key thing here, when you're organizing this, is rather than showing the 2 or the from pins under the render, to show the original. Because now, if I get the from pins, every time I reposition one, I can actually see the original element. It's not distorting it. So then if I take those, position them where I want them to be, make sure that's on the top right, and then switch back to and from pins warp, it snaps into that area. And then if we do a track, let's track a few frames backwards on here, then that means it's a much faster way of being able to work. Here we go. So that is now beginning to track for that shot over those first number of frames. And then you can use all the tricks that we used before, like translating this on a different axis, maybe even translating that on the x-axis, and then scaling it down so you got a smaller sign. You're not necessarily replacing that sign, you're adding something else to the wall, whatever you need to do. But the idea with this is that if you use the original rather than the warp when you're setting this up, it's much quicker. So that was one thing. And also a quick little thing I wanted to show you is we've been dealing with the angles and the perspectives of these planes. But what if you had something which wasn't necessarily a nice square rectangle in the examples I've been giving you? What if you wanted to actually take something which had an alpha channel and non-square edges? So this is just a quick thing I wanted to show you. If you haven't seen this before, this is quite fun. This is a shot that was set up by Seth Worley, one of the fantastic filmmakers at Red Giant. And the idea here is it's an exploration that he created to remove this car from the shot using Kingpin Tracker. And in this shot, you can see that it's handheld, of course, but also the camera op, which I suspect is Seth, actually takes a couple of steps towards the car. So the planes are changing as well. Now, a classic thing to do would be to take this car and maybe send it to Photoshop and do this kind of deal where we can paint it out. So here is the actual car itself layered over that end frame. So that end frame has been sent to Photoshop using Clone Stamp in a method where you absolutely cannot identify the repeating patterns of this hedge. Maybe you can, anyway. But the idea is that using the Clone Stamp, we've got that one frame that replaces the car. The trouble is, of course, that when you track backwards and forwards, then we need this plane to actually stay in register with the camera movement. And we could do that with Kingpin. So let's get an instance of Kingpin Tracker again. And in this case, I'm going to target an area behind the car because mostly this area stays in shot throughout the timeline. And if we just scrub this, kind of stays in shot, moves off a little bit, perhaps at the beginning, and moves to the left here. And the thing with Kingpin, it doesn't always matter if it moves off shot, because if you've got a tracked area that some of it disappears off screen, Kingpin is really good at then using the rest of that detail in that plane to actually keep the track. By the way, you'll notice here that I'm not actually choosing any areas behind the hedge, because this might be something that could upset the tracker because you've got a different plane. So especially if your camera is moving significantly and the parallax changes. So it's always a good idea to have one plane kind of identified here. In fact, I've actually got two planes. I've got the ground plane and the hedge. But this should work. And by the way, you can see already the problem with this is that we are squishing the end result. So we've squished that layer that we sent to Photoshop and brought back into After Effects. And as we drag these two pins, that's squishing that layer into this area. So if you wanted to get a one-for-one representation of this, you can match these two pins to the from pins. So if we set up to and from pins, and then we position these over those exact points, then as I bring them over here, then, especially with this last one, you'll begin to see this background then starts to snap back. Here we go. So it begins to actually, here we are. Then it matches the background from whence it came. The problem with this technique, though, if you're doing it manually like I'm doing, if I just zoom in and then scroll over, is that I'm not actually getting the registration point exact. That's why we got this nice nifty button under the from pins to copy from two pins, and that now will make that registration exact. And then you can see that the actual coordinates have been copied over. And previous instances of Kingpin Tracker, you had to copy and paste, but this is a nice new addition to the interface. So let's select that background plate and then start to track backwards. Of course, the place to be looking at in the tracking process is the preview window inside the effects controls panel. And this will give you a much better or a much more accurate rendition or example about which frame is being tracked. And you get a preview, this yellow preview of the 2 pins, and as that tracking is taking place. And you'll notice that even though this shot is dramatically changing from left to right, the plane is staying pinned to that screen. So it's a pretty accurate way of being able to then isolate an element. In fact, let's just scrub through the timeline here. And this is a really fast way, I think, of taking an element, just painting it out, and then tracking that over the plane. So it's a really quick way of working. So thank you, Zeph, for setting this shot up. In fact, let's just show the mask. So this is the original mask from that element, and you'll notice that the mask isn't moving. It's the effect that is moving that plane within Kingpin. And this could be used for a situation where you're taking something out of a shot like this, or perhaps if you want to extend a building, make it twice as tall, or add a digital set extension, take a piece of 3D art and add it. In fact, there's a great example on the Red Giant tutorial. So it's redgiant.com/tutorials. And in fact, this is how to use the tutorials page. Just type in either the name of the tool or the treatment that you want to use. And in getting started with Kingpin Tracker, Stu does a great job of showing how you can use this exact same technique to actually extend a set. So in the example he's showing how to take a digital element and then comp it into the scene and make it look like it was actually part of the original shot. So a really nice, quick way of extending the scene without having to spend a whole bunch of time doing it. In addition to all the tutorials on the Red Giant site, I've been collating a series of small little 20-second tutorials on this little channel. And here we go. Here's an example of this exact thing that we were looking at about using the day for night preset inside Magic Bullet together with Radiate in Optical Glow to create the highlights on this truck. But the idea about these is that they are only 20 seconds long, and they bring out or typify small little techniques as memory joggers, really. Here's the one that we were just looking at down. Here we go. So removing elements using Kingpin. These tutorials are designed to be small little memory joggers to help you work out how to do something you've done in the past but you haven't done for a while, or maybe just to see what's possible, or just combining a couple of different techniques. And in many cases, I include the project file as a download on here. And there are dozens and dozens of them, so please feel free to watch them. And as indulgent as it is to ask you to search for my name on YouTube, there are so many Simon Walkers. So just type in Simon Walker CSI and you should find it. And by the way, I've turned off the ads for these because that would be a bit crazy, wouldn't it? To have 20 seconds of content and then an ad and then 20 seconds. So what you can do is you could just run up a playlist and run them all together if you wanted to. I also wanted to cover another problem that happens quite often, especially if you're tracking footage which has a wide angle or a curvature to the image caused usually by the lens. And that's pretty obvious in this shot where we want to composite the Tigers logo over the field, but we've got this curvature shot from the wide angle lens to take into account. It's this curvature of the lens that can knock out planar trackers. And that's what I wanted to show you in this example. how to fix that problem or how to get around it with a couple of tools from VFX Suite. So this is the original plate. And what we can do is we can add the Tigers logo that we want to track over the scene. This is a pre-comp. Actually, the Tigers logo, if I just add this to the timeline, this is a pre-comp of an Illustrator file with the strokes keyframed over time. Just draw this on. And the idea is to have it nicely drawing on as it tracks across the screen. So we'll add an instance of Kingpin Tracker and then adjust the 2 pins to mimic the shape that we want to follow. In this case, it's the central circle in the middle of the field. And I'm just manipulating these pins to move them around to more or less get that plane. You can see the perspective lines are helping here as well. But there is an inherent problem with this setup because, of course, these lines aren't straight. You can tell on the right-hand side here, these 2 lines, we're trying to make them straight, but they're not exactly lining up because of the curvature of the image or the underlying plate. But we're getting a reasonable handle on the sort of plane that we want to track. I mean, look at this top left pin. It's not sitting on that grid line at all, whereas the bottom left one is. And these 2 pins on the right, they're more or less in the right shape. So we'll have a go at tracking this. So let's target the background layer. And also I'm going to track backwards because I chose a frame that wasn't right at the start of this comp. Let's just show the keyframes here. So we're now tracking backwards through the comp. And we can get a reasonable idea about the accuracy of this track. If we just scrub gently those first few frames, look at that top left pin. Look at how it's beginning to lose its register because of the plane. So I'll just snap to those keyframes and start tracking forwards now. And remember that it's the preview in the effects controls panel is the one to keep an eye on. This is the preview that will give you much more of an accurate indication about how the track is going. After Effects is having to do a whole bunch of background processing, which is why the screen doesn't refresh every time the track moves on to the next frame. Just checking on that preview window, it's not doing a terrible job. It seems reasonably accurate. I mean, we'll only really tell when we look at it on the timeline, but it's still a good indicator of how the tracking is going. So let's just scrub through here and have a look. And it's not terrible, but you can see how some of these pins, especially on the right here, are not keeping the same plane. They're drifting slightly. I think on the top left you can see that as well. That pin is drifting out of register. And again, this is because of the curvature nature or the curved nature of the lens. So to get around this problem, you can actually do that with one of the new tools in VFX Suite. So let's remove that tracking and add lens distortion. And this is a tool that helps you flatten, or maybe flatten is the wrong word, undistort the image so that you can take these curved lines and you can effectively make them straight. And you do this by clicking on the lines in the image. That then you can see the curve is beginning to be described by the UI elements. And then if you click on Remove Distortion, then the algorithm changes those curved lines and turns them into straight lines. It effectively unwraps the image and undistorts it. You can do this with horizontal and vertical lines. So if I reset and then choose this line on the horizon, you can see the UI elements automatically start to curve to describe that line. So when I again click on Remove Distortion, then it then undistorts the image and effectively gives us a flat, if you like, or a straight line version. This might be fine if you just want to undistort the image, but actually in our case, we want to create an undistorted pre-comp so that we can use that information and then track from that undistorted image. Clicking Create Undistortion Pre-comp has created exactly that, a pre-comp with that extracted image, where we can see on the almost pinhole version of it, how it's actually being distorted in order to straighten the lines. The other interesting thing is that this is a non-destructive workflow. And in this undistorted pre-comp, you can see that a guide layer has been generated. And as you know, guide layers don't render out of the comp. And we can use that guide layer to track without affecting the original plate. So let's grab our Tigers logo again, place it into the comp. And now, if we go up and choose an instance of Kingpin Tracker, we can now track more accurately because the planes aren't changing over time, especially in a shot like this where the camera is moving and the planes are changing because of the curvature of the lens. So just set up these pins, and you can see it's a bit more easy to set them up exactly on these guidelines. And it's very nice of them to place these tracking markers all over the pitch for us. It's already obvious that this is an easier job to monitor our perspective lines and vanishing points to actually make sure that we're outlining this circle, more or less getting this on those lines. It's much easier just because of the unpacked, straightened nature of the shot. So let's track this backwards again. And the whole point about this workflow is that we are not affecting the original plate. By applying these changes, let's just check that. Okay, and so we'll track forward again now. So by applying these changes to the guide layer on the undistorted comp, we can track more accurately. But the way the workflow works is that any changes that we make to this undistorted comp then are reconverted back to those slightly distorted curves in the main comp. So we get a more accurate track, but we're not actually effectively stepping on the plate or affecting the original footage. We're not risking making it slightly soft by doing a undistorting and then redistorting. We're actually keeping the integrity of the original plate. Now let's have a look at the track. And it's obvious that this is a much better track. Those pins are keeping a much better registration. And the plane is much more accurate because it's tracking the undistorted plane. And if we go back into the master comp, then those subtle distortions, those curves are automatically added back into the shot. Now the tiger head is a bit big, so if we go back into the original track, the nice thing about Kingpin is that you can open up the transform pins and change down the scale and also translate on the X and Y axes. So we can reposition after the tracking is done and make sure that that tiger is in exactly the right place. And this is non-destructive, so if we go back to the original comp, then those updates can be seen. So as well as the curves, we've got those scaling and those translating changes inherent in the master comp. So I hope that this has been useful. And I really wanted to not only show you some of the workflows, but show you some of the workarounds if you're working with a shot where it has some inherent problems, or if you've got something which isn't quite working correctly, so that you can get a good idea about how to fix things. And most importantly, fix them quickly. And as well as the tutorials and the resources that I pointed out earlier, it's always worth having a look at the tutorials page on the Red Giant website, where we got tutorials for Kingpin Tracker and also for lens distortion. And there's some great tips in these about how to work more quickly. So just to finish up, I'm Simon Walker. I'm the Director of Training at Maxon. Thanks for watching and for spending this time with me. And please feel free to reach out if you've got any other questions, or if you want to ask anything or make suggestions for future sessions like this.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 3D Motion and Design Show. My name is Matthias, aka Major VFX, and I am here accompanied by my longtime friend, Simon Walker. Simon, welcome to the show, and thank you so much for the presentation.
Hey, Matthias, thanks for having me. It's great. It's
good to see you again.
Yeah, it's really good to see you. And for those of you who don't know, like Simon and I have crossed paths for many years. I actually have. I'm pulling up here. This was 8 years ago, folks. 8 years ago at a show when I was first with Simon. I think it was, where were we at? Atlanta or Chicago or something. But we kicked it off right away, and now look at us. We're all at the same company several years later. So
premonition, exactly.
Yeah. We're like, we get along. We should be at the same company.
Yes, exactly.
So let's see here. You were saying? Yeah, you had something to say?
No, it's just that the photo was obviously taken last year, not 8 years ago, because we look the same.
Stop it. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Great job, Simon. Nice work. A C4D shirt. Yeah. He's wearing a C4D shirt, and I'm wearing. I need a red giant shirt. We're working on merch,
one
guys.
big family. Yes, yeah. That's right.
There's a lot of T-shirts to be had. Still waiting for more of the questions to roll in. I know some folks had questions on Horizon, so maybe if you want to pull something up on that while everybody else online can get going. Somebody was wondering if this works in DaVinci Resolve. So what plugins are actually available for some of the other compositors? Because people were asking about that.
The VFX suite works mostly in After Effects.
Mm-hmm.
There's four tools: Optical Glow, Primat, and Chromatic Displacement. And what's the other one? 4 of them work in Premiere, but it's mostly because of the tracking and so on. It works in After Effects. But all of the Universe tools, so 80 odd plugins, work in Resolve. And there's 70 or so of those plugins work in Avid Media Composer as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
Depends on the host, depends on the tool.
But more of the tracking tools, but all of your color correction, all the looks tools and stuff like that, you're fine.
Much of it looks works in pretty much everything.
Nice.
I've seen people use it in weird and wonderful ways as nodes in Resolve. And in fact, it's quite often that you go into a broadcaster and they set up their color grade on the timeline in something like Premiere or Avid, and then they take that preset for looks and give it to their Resolve colorist, who puts it on a node and then tweaks a couple of other things and runs it out. So effectively, you've got a variety of different workflows depending on how much time they got.
Very cool. All right,
there
let's
was
see.
A question. Oh, sorry. There's probably a delay. I probably would interrupt you even if there wasn't a delay. So
Yeah, no, we do. We talk over each other, and the internet, we'll just blame it on bandwidth. But yeah, Simon's all the way in the UK, folks, so there will be a little bit of a delay in trying to figure this out. But let's see. There is a question coming in. Can you identify the different types of tracking methods and when to use them? That is actually a great point, because there's a webinar coming up on some of that on tracking workflows, correct?
There certainly is. In fact, would this be a good opportunity to share my screen?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do that. I think they're getting tired of my face. They want to see. They want to see some stuff. Let's show them some stuff.
Okay. So if I hang on, I have to do it, don't I? Here we go.
Yep. Share screen at the bottom.
It's a technical thing,
we'll
isn't it?
We'll get you switched over. It looks like you're switched over now.
Yep. So it's a good question about which tracking technique you use under which particular condition. If something is changing planes, that's why I was choosing the Kingpin tracker. And if something is just a spot replacement that you want to do, that's when you use a spot cone tracker, which is more of a point tracker. But to your point, we run a various series of webinars every week. We run one on a Monday. And also, we occasionally run some more in-depth ones. And one of the excellent trainers here at Maxon is going to be running a series of them on motion tracking. So starting off in Cinema 4D and then comparing these in different workflows. And in fact, I've got a fantastic example of a preview. Jonas got a preview, but here we are. He did a preview video of what he was going to show. And these are the 3 tracking scenes, if you like, over 3 days next week that he's doing. And so we'll give you the link to these. These are completely free. Anyone can join up and I'll just scroll through this really slowly. So Jonas has set up some really nice setups here. You know, as you would, pouring your stack of Marshall amps out of your photo frame.
That's really cool.
And then he's got another one where he's taken a shot and added in the fake background, and also added in a series of crystals and so on for that. And so we could share this PDF for the login. And when it is, it's next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Awesome, really cool. And that's just that, was that just the link you sent me earlier, the Dropbox link, right? People can just download that?
Yeah, the Dropbox links to this PDF, and then you just click on the dates inside this PDF, and then you can just sort of register on those. And if you can't make any of those times, by registering, you automatically get the link to the recording.
Cool. I just tossed that in the chat for everybody listening and tuning in. And I'll also toss in that your whole free webinars on Red Giant, demystifying post-production, MoGraph, and VFX workflows. So definitely check both those out, folks. And then just to stay up to date on this stuff too, because there's so much stuff happening, it's literally overwhelming to try and wrap your head around it. So what I would strongly suggest is, if you're tuning in on YouTube or any of the other channels, to visit 3dmotionshow.com, and right under the video player, you will see a link to sign up. Go ahead and sign up there, and we will keep you informed even beyond whatever I talk about on the show, because I have limited RAM, right? I'm like a small video card. I have limited RAM, so you want to get the latest updates. Sign up there, and we'll keep you informed of all the different shows that we have going on, all the different promotions and things like that. So that's definitely something you want to tune into. So let's keep the party rolling, because we did have a couple questions come in, and I definitely want to see Horizon, since you said you have a scene for that, and I want to see that. So
Rob was asking a question about if the track for the yellow solid could be used as the same track for the logo on the side of the lorry. You could do that, but the problem is that side of the lorry is so long and so wide, then you'd have to have something which is a similar size to it, because it actually has to cover that exact length of the lorry, rather than the logo, which just can stick on the side. So by doing the two tracks, then we can then effectively squish and stretch that large 16:9 yellow solid pretty easily without having to measure the aspect ratio, if you like, of a truck. Can trucks have aspect ratios? Well, if it can, then you'd have to measure that, because the graphic would need to fit in exactly. So that's why we did it in 2 goes.
Makes sense. Another question came in. Can you use the method just described to set up C4D elements, models, particles, to early block stages of production? So just block out stages.
Well, the answer is sort of, because playing the tracks in After Effects are still 2D. You're taking a 3D plane, or effectively you're taking a plane from the image, and you're squashing and stretching it in 2D to make it look like it's 3D. So you can do those extensions. And on the, where is it here? If I do on the Red Giant site, I think my screen's still on, isn't it? There's that.
We'll jump over. Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. The tutorial that I mentioned about doing the Kingpin tracker, where Stu takes a bit of the castle and puts that castle in the background, and it planes in the exact track. That's taken from a 3D model, but it's output as a single plate in 2D space.
Oh, so nice. Okay.
We're still completely faking it. I mean, you could properly do it if you wanted to take it into Cinema, but in fact, just before we came on, Matthias and I were talking about why do things in a certain way, and usually it's down to how little time have you got, really.
Yeah, definitely. So, it's usually time. Time. Yeah, why are you using a particle simulator instead of actually just placing a bunch of spheres exactly where you want them every frame? Well, folks, because time. Right. That's why, because time. So let's see. The other thing they were asking, can the lens and tracking data import to C4D?
Excellent question. That is a feature request, because C4D's got its own format for that, absolutely. And the way Kingpin Tracker has been set up to, not Kingpin Tracker, lens distortion, is to measure the imperfections of whatever lens you're using. And on some camera phones, they do a little bit of extra mathematics after it's actually caught the scene. So it's not actually all the data from the lens. Sometimes it's a bit of curvature that's artificially created. So we can capture whatever lens distortion it is, even if it's an imperfect or really cheap lens, and then store that. So that would be a really good workflow to be able to then take that and then take it into a 3D workflow too. So as far as I know, what's the correct phrase for this? We're looking at it.
Yeah, it's in development. Yeah, it's under investigation.
It's on the horizon.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Oh man, the puns. You know it's getting late in the day when the puns start rolling out. So yeah, this is one thing that I've played with when Adobe first released their camera tracker, is trying to create planes and solids and then actually exporting it into Cinema. And one of the biggest issues you run into is scaling. If you're doing anything, is like, is it the right scale? Especially if you're doing any dynamics. I was doing a dynamic sim on that, so you know, for very basic blocking and staging, to understand like parallax and where things are, it could be helpful, but you could definitely you'll run into issues right away because things aren't exact. They just look a certain way in the 2D format versus 3D. You know, a cube's a cube instead of a really stretched cube or something like that. So let's see, any other questions came in right now? No, I think people are happy for the links. Thanking for that. Let's see, can you talk about Kingpin's Luma matching tool? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I think you mean the one inside the Spot Clone tracker. Spot Clone's got a pretty nice method of being able to automatically track color from one area to another, rather than the Kingpin tracker. Spot Clone tracker is a 2D tracker for taking specific spots. I mean, what I could do, I could share my screen and dig out a project for that. I happen to have got the Horizon one here, and so if we've got time, I can jump into
why don't we jump into, so what we're going to do, folks, we're going to jump into Horizon, because this was talked about earlier. So if you're doing any type of sky replacements and things like that, and that was done in our last presentation by Swordfish and Anthony Abbott, he was talking about how he was using Horizon for the sky in that scene. So if you haven't checked out that presentation, it will be available. But let's check that out so we can learn faster ways to do sky, because this is a big thing, especially if you can save yourself from re-rendering. So yeah, why don't you screen share and we'll learn a little bit about Horizon.
It's going to be a really quick screen share because it's such a quick technique. So if you apply Horizon to a solid, and here it is, it hiding inside Trapcode Suite, it allows you to point to a layer for an image that you can effectively stretch over the inside of a sphere. And so that's what Andrew was referring to, because in this case, let's show you the image. This is what it is. It's an equi-rectangular image of just this sky. But if you then add it to Horizon, then it means that you can then orbit your camera around. And I haven't changed the camera's position. It's positioned in the middle of the comp. And wherever you change, I know, it's nice. Wherever you point the camera, you've got something in the background.
The end, and it works.
But that's interesting and useful in its own right. And Nigel was talking about when the camera changes, then it was just quicker to do it in this way on his shot. But what if you had this, something I may have set up earlier? What if you have a situation where you've got an item in a screen? Here we go. So let's have, you've got
back to your cam, yeah.
Here we are. So then
got a jet in there.
We've got a plane in here. Hang on. So I wanted to organize this background again, because I wanted to turn off that background so we can get a decent. Here we are. Get the environment map working on this again. Because then, if you effectively have the camera, was always the case where I set the wrong one. Here we are. That's the one I wanted. I actually linked to the wrong piece of material, or the wrong texture. But the idea is to have in a scene something that is a 3D model, like so, and then you can orbit around the scene. And what's happening, this is Trapcode Mir, so we've imported an OBJ file, And we've got that same background as a reflection layer inside Mir. And the geometry for Mir is just an OBJ model, and it's pointing to the OBJ inside the scene. And we've got the texture, which is wrapping around the model inside Mir. Here it is, texture, and just pointing to that texture layer, which is wrapping around that model in UV coordinates. But this is a nice way of using Horizon in combination with something that makes it look like it's much more of a complete 3D scene, but it's a complete fake. It's a trick, because those reflections aren't actually being processed. They're the there's no ray tracing going on. Those are just the reflections from the reflections map.
What? You're a phony. You're a big phony. That's how it works, folks. You just got to make it work. Got to make it look good.
Got to make it look. And then you could do things like you could then change the orientation. So you could then make the plane seem like, I know, it's banking instead of, so it's turning instead of going along. So you're changing the story. It's now the story about which direction that plane's going in. But I know
it's extremely useful.
A studio I went to changed their production process after they saw this, because instead of having to re-render the whole scene, they were able to render these circular sky maps and use Horizon and use an object like this for previous work. It was much faster.
Yeah, no, I think I will start here from now on. Like, I don't think that I will start with like, oh, I'm just going to render out my whole sky. I think I'll start here, and then if I need to do something else, then I'll do it. But this looks great, and seeing how it was already used in production with Anthony, I'm like, okay, well, why do it the hard way or take longer time to render or re-render anything when I can just, change out the background and just keep playing with it? Now, can you do like animated? Can you do image sequences?
Yes, you can actually, because well, actually, they're not image sequences. They're actual sequences from. Where is it? I've got an exact example here. Oh no, here it is. Sorry.
Should we jump back to your screen?
I will set it up in a second.
If you don't want to.
Here we go. No, it's a goodie.
All right.
Because there's in the recent update for Trapcode 15.2, we were able to import Cineware files into Trapcode.
Right.
And that meant we could actually have an animation embedded within it. And so you could then set up an animation inside Cinema, then take that model and that same sequence into Trapcode Mir, and then use that animation with texture to create something like this. So you switched over to my screen.
Yeah, we're checking it out.
Okay, cool. So this drone is a. Here we go. If we look at the Mir geometry, it's a 3D model. In fact, let's just reset this from scratch. So this is the default instance of Mir. We change to a 3D model, and then under the 3D model settings, we point to that the Cineware file. So there's a C4D file just saved as Cineware. And so that brings it into the comp. We can actually just change the size of this. And in fact, in the grand tradition of stealing scenes, I stole Leo's scenes and something from Zeth. This is actually one of Christine's, the product manager for Trapcode. So thanks, Christine, for this project. But in any case, this is that 3D model, and it's got an animation set up to it. And what we can do is that we can use that texture that was generated inside Cinema, and we can point the texture layer to that drone. And then we can do things like that reflection and environment map. In fact, let's just point it at, let's do a custom environment map and really cheat. Let's just point it to that laboratory background. So what we're doing, we're starting to get some of the, let's just increase the exposure here and some of those colors too. So then the reflectivity, there we are. So we're taking some of the colors from the background of that scene and starting to put them over this little robot element just by importing it into Mia and effectively letting Mia do the processing on it.
Yeah, that's super cool. Big time saver. Especially if you're just throwing things in a scene, and like what you do with the jet alone. I was like, oh yeah, I do so many different sky scenes that alone would be a time saver. So let me jump back in, see what else we got here going on here. All right, so people are congratulating us on doing a decent job. Very technical. Well, good job. Handshake to you, brother. Handshake to you. Good job. Let's see. Questions. Okay, can you use Kingpin to set a ground plane rather than AE tracker?
He probably wouldn't work. That's a good question. He probably wouldn't work in that way. You could, I suppose, it depends on where that ground plane is. You like in the example where we got rid of the car, you could set a ground plane. So if you had some texture or something that you wanted to get rid of, you could then stretch it over the ground plane. It depends on how much work you need to do in the shot. Also, is something going to be walking over that element as well? If you've got something else interacting with it and that needs to cast a shadow, there's a point at which you would then break into, say, doing a normalization effect in After Effects, normalizing your 3D scene and then comping 3D elements into that scene. So that's kind of the breaking point. The Kingpin track is fantastic at quick fixes. So I suppose it depends how much time you've got, but yes, you could put it as a plane, but it depends on the shot.
Yeah, I think that seems what everybody's really interested in, is how much data can you get from your 2D scene and eventually get it over into cinema and be able to work back and forth. So I think that's something that we're going to just have to keep exploring. But like I said, without the scale and not having the full 3D tools within After Effects, I think that's an interesting one for programmers to have to figure out. So yeah, I don't know about that exactly, but you can, yeah, the ground plane thing is that's where we're at in technology, folks. Real-time rendering, the things, they're coming. It's up and coming. We keep learning as we go. This isn't just like an instantaneous thing. So yeah. But keep making these different requests. Like, this stuff is great because I'm chatting now with Simon. I'm chatting with some of our product managers. So as you tell us more, I can give more and more feedback to the rest of the team, and we can see what we can keep evolving with. So is there anything else that someone's just said, let me see, color scopes. Yeah, I think the chat's pretty quiet. And I have to say, you guys have been doing a very good job, chat. You've been very, very reasonable, so thank you. Let's see. Would Kingpin work on tracking face rotations?
There's yes and no. They'll probably want to use something like spot clone. In fact, I did say I was going to do a spot clone thing, didn't I? So I'm gonna
do it.
I'm gonna grab a project that I've got kicking around that can do that too. So let's see.
Cool. We'll jump over and check out your screen. And this is Spot Clone.
Okay. So where are we going? So here we go. This Spot Clone. Let me turn it all off and just show you what it's doing, and then zoom in. And so the issue on, say, a shot like this is that we've got tracking markers, and specifically to that question, can you use Kingpin Tracker to go over a rotating face? So there's a couple of different processes you want to do. If you had a mask set up in Kingpin Tracker of a 3D face, then you could actually track it over as those plane moves, yes. But also something to consider is the techniques inside Spot Clone Tracker, which does this. It takes the the original position of the spot, and then it allows you to then comp over the color from an area near to that, but it also automatically does the color. So I didn't explain that very well. Here's Spot Clone Tracker. The blue circle is the texture that it's taking to cover that area. Let's just turn off the overlay. And we've now effectively taken that, and we've taken the spot and taken the color of that area and covered that track. But this is what somebody mentioned earlier, it was the color matching. If we just change this setting, which is match spot color, then actually you see what's going on. That area that we've taken from this shot is actually this color, because all skin tones are gradients. So what's happening in Spot Clone, it's taking that original texture, but honoring the color in the original target area, which means then, as in this case, she's turning her face, because we are able to track the spot for the position, scale, and rotation. And then that means that we're effectively using the turn of her head to hide that texture, even though here it is, turn on the wireframes. So this is another little quick fix for removing a logo, perhaps of somebody's jacket, or whatever you need to do on a shot. But in this case, we've got multiple ones set up, so multiple different spot clones. And if I just zoom in again on this, we've done this on all those different spots without having to spend very much time doing it.
Yeah, that's great. I could have used this on a project a couple years ago with Patrick. But yeah, this is pretty dope. There's so many amazing things. I got to tune into at least half of your webinars, or we just need a day where I can run through all the different Red Giant tools, because there's so many. But I definitely think that tracking one is one not to be missed. If you guys didn't, if you're just joining us to the chat, or you stepped away for a moment, there is a whole series. So definitely go back and scroll up. I'll post those one more time once we get back from break, and probably before the close of the day. Right after Ryan's presentation and right before. So if there's not any other questions, we're about to go to break. So if you have one more, I'll give you guys about 20-30 seconds. If not, I'll let Simon end his day, because it's a little bit later over there across the pond.
Well, there's one other thing I was going to say, is that on the webinars that we run every Monday, the series of demystifying webinars, we encourage questions. So if you've got any questions for the topics that we're going to be going through, and they will be going through, and we can actually configure some of these webinars for specific topics that you want us to cover.
Definitely. And this is the thing, we have a special going on as well, kicking off next week. So just actually in a couple days, right? Just in a couple days. Is it Tuesday, I believe? So you definitely want to take a look, because there's promotions that you can be doing or just retweeting for your chance to be able to win, as well as learn on all these different all the different tools within the Red Giant suite over the course of these different webinars to really hone your skills and to bring all the different tools into your toolkit so you can start using them. So we're going to go to break. Thanks again so much, Simon. Really appreciate it. We'll be doing more of these. We'll have Simon back as much as we can and as much as you guys are requesting when you have more and more questions. So we'll see you after the break with Ryan Talbot on his custom piece, The Search. Thanks again, Simon.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Cheers. Bye.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Toolfarm.
Hi, it's your friends at Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift. For the next 5 days, we're running a contest where we'll be giving away Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete, the whole kit and caboodle, twice a day. Here's how to enter. Follow Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift on Twitter. Retweet one of our contest tweets that uses the hashtag MaxRedSummerSale. You can't just tweet the hashtag. To be eligible for a chance to win, you've got to share the entire post. And that's literally it. We'll pick 2 winners a day, so you can enter once every 12 hours for a chance to win. The contest ends Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific. For more details, head over to maxon.net/summer2020.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, HalfRes, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you got to make stuff that you're not going to put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny. All right. I'm going to live forever.
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 3D Motion Design Show. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, showing you and showcasing amazing artists from around the world. And we have gone from Anthony Abbott now all the way down to Ryan Talbot as our last presenter of the day. So definitely check this out, a breakdown of some of what he did for his little motion graphic short called The Search. Really good stuff, so check it out.
Thank you, Matthias, for having me on today, and thank you to Maxon as well. I'm super excited to be here and show you my most recent project, as well as a breakdown of how I built one of the scenes. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Ryan Talbot, and I'm a freelance 3D artist. I've worked on a variety of projects over the years, ranging from product animations, to music videos, to projection dances for Australia's Got Talent, and a lot of passion projects in between. Today I'm here to show you my most recent passion project, titled The Search. So without further ado, here's that. Alright, so that was The Search, and I want to give a quick shout out to my friend Jonathan Richmond. He goes by John Scores on Instagram because he composed all the original music for this piece, and he's just been really great to work with. So I just wanted to give him a little shout out, as well as my friend Eden Danilo, who helped out with the sound design on that piece. Today I'm going to be going over specifically the cave scene from The Search and how I built out this crystal cave, starting with just blocking out some cubes, to laying down the textures, as well as building the materials and scattering some crystals throughout here. So let's jump into it. Alright, so today I'm going to be breaking down how I built the cave scene from my short film. And you see we have our drone in here for scale, and then we're going to start blocking out the shape of our cave around that drone. And so you can see here I'm just placing down these cubes to give myself a rough idea of what these cave walls are going to look like. So we're just blocking this out really roughly, and then we're going to actually put these cubes into a volume mesher, and that's going to allow us to connect all of these into one great big object that we can then start sculpting on to create some interesting shapes. So you can see this is super basic. I'm literally just taking cubes and dragging them into different spots, and it doesn't matter if you have overlapping geometry here. We're just blocking out our general scene. That's all we're doing. So I might duplicate this, scale it down, move it up a little bit, and move it out and down a little bit so we get something like that. And then when I'm done with one side, I can select all these and hit Alt-G to group them in a null, and then we can duplicate that null and drag that out to the other side and flip it around. So we're just getting the rough shape of our cave in here, and I might move this back right here because we don't want both sides to look exactly the same. We want to add some variation. So I might move this back a little bit as well, and maybe move it down a bit and move this over here. And maybe we'll go with something like that. Maybe I'll move that over here. So I think this is sticking out a little bit too much, so I might move these cubes back a little bit so that they're a little bit more further into the wall until we get something that's kind of interesting like this. And let's say we're happy with this as our cave. You know what? I actually might just take this right here and extend it out a little bit more before we move on. And we'll say that this is our cave right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit Shift-C, and we're going to type in Volume Builder. And what we're going to do is we're just going to take these two nulls and we're going to put them inside our Volume Builder like so. And now it's going to turn our cave into a bunch of voxels. So if I select this Volume Builder and I turn up the voxel size to something like 35, that's going to give us a lower resolution mesh once we place our volume mesher in here. So I'm just going to type Volume Mesher, and then we're going to drop this Volume Builder into the volume mesher. And now you can see all of our cubes have started melting into each other, into one object, and we sort of have the start of our cave here. So I'm just going to hit C on this to make that editable and rename this to Cliffs. And now I'm just going to hit Shift-C one more time and search for our pull brush, and I'm going to start smoothing this out. So one shortcut you can use on any sculpting tool is holding down Shift, and that's going to turn your brush into a smoothing brush automatically. So this is normally a pull brush, you can see, but by holding Shift, it turns into a smooth brush. And a couple more shortcuts you can use is Control middle mouse and drag up, and that will increase the pressure of your brush. And you can hold Control middle mouse and drag outwards or inwards, and that will change the size of your brush. So I'm going to hold down Shift and start smoothing out some of these corners, because we don't want this to look geometric. You know, we want this whole thing to look organic, and we want to break up the uniformity and break up all of these parallel lines. We don't want any perpendicular lines at all. So we're just going to start smoothing this out until we get something that's starting to look more organic. We might pull this back out. That might be a little bit strong, so I'll decrease the strength here. We're going to pull that out and then smooth it, and then I definitely want to start bringing out this bottom edge right here, so that we don't have such a uniform shape dipping into the river. And then I'll smooth this out as well. And I find this step to be somewhat therapeutic. You know, you're just sort of, it's like painting, but in 3D. So I'm just going to hold down Shift, smooth that out, and that's looking pretty good. So I might take my camera and I might place it somewhere along here so that we can sort of look down into our river. So I'm actually going to place, not a light, I'm going to place a camera down right there, and that's going to be our camera position. So I believe I have camera turned off in our filter, so now we can see that angle a little bit better. So I'm going to work on the other side of our cliff, holding down Shift once again to smooth this out. And I might increase my brush size just so I can cover a bigger area at once. And we're just going to keep smoothing all this out. And really, for this demonstration, all we need to do is smooth out the area that we're going to see in the camera. So I'm just going to smooth this out down here, smooth this area, check our camera, see what we're seeing there. And then I'm going to pull this out into the river a little bit. I'm going to start pulling this and then smoothing it. Pull, smooth, rinse and repeat. Just breaking up that uniformity in any way we can. And that's looking pretty good. So I might actually hit UF to select this side of the cliff, and I might pull this back over here just to make our river a little bit wider, you know, just so that we have a little bit more to work with here. And that's looking pretty good to me. So the next step is to start sculpting our riverbed. So this plane right here will be our water. So I'll just rename that water, and we'll just change the color. So we're going to switch this to use color on, and we'll make it a light blue, and I'll turn on X-ray so that we can see through it. And then we're going to duplicate this plane and rename this one riverbed. And I want to make this riverbed editable. And in this next section, I want to show the sculpting tag and how you can use this to sort of sculpt non-destructively on our riverbed. So I'm going to jump into the sculpting layout, and with my riverbed selected, I'm going to hit this subdivide button, and you'll see that has generated a sculpt tag on our riverbed. And this is great because from here on out, anything we do on our riverbed will happen within the sculpting tag, as long as we're using the sculpting tools. So for example, I have my riverbed selected, and if I start pulling this up and I delete this sculpting tag, voila, we still have our original geometry. So I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to make sure that I have my lines on so I can see how many segments we're working with, and I'm going to hit subdivide a few more times. That way we have a good amount of detail to work with here. So I'll switch back to our quick shading, And I'm actually going to turn off use color, or maybe we'll keep it on and we'll make it more of a brownish color so that we can see it a little bit better. And then I'm going to move our riverbed down below the water, and we're going to turn off X-ray. So now I'm just going to select my riverbed, select my pole tool, and I'm going to start sculpting on this. And now we're going to get this nice intersection happening where we can create a new rock layer that intersects our cliff and our riverbed. And this is just going to help break up that uniformity once again. That's a common theme throughout this demo, is breaking up the uniformity. That's what I love about doing nature scenes, is that it doesn't look good if it's perfect. It's all about messing up your geometry and making it look not bad, but not uniform. And I find that easier to do than making things look perfect. So I'm going to shut off my water for a second just so we can see what's happening here. So we have this nice dip happening, and I'm just going to smooth out our riverbed a little bit. That way we have a somewhat smoother transition to our water. And if I turn that water back on, what we can start doing too, if I make that brush a little bit smaller, I can start pulling up rocks through the riverbed. That way we get these nice river rocks that appear in our final render. And once again, this is breaking up the uniformity of our river and just adding some nice detail in there. Some nice smooth eroded rocks. And there you go. So if we jump back into our camera, I might actually drop a protection tag on this real quick. And that's just gonna prevent us from accidentally moving the camera around. So see, I'm holding down Alt and left clicking, but it's not letting me orbit while I'm in the camera. So that's that. That's looking pretty good. Let's hop back over into our default layout and let's start dropping some materials on here. So I have this cliff material, which I've already set up, and I'm gonna work under the basis that we all know how to plug in some texture maps to a Redshift material. This is a real displacement texture, and it's essentially just a really high quality scan of some rocks that is also tileable. So we can see what that's looking like if I locate this image. So this is what the color map looks like. There you go. And so we have a really nice displacement map that goes along with this also. And I'm just going to drop this onto my cliffs. And I'm going to switch the projection mode to cubic and change this to 250% in scale. And now you see we have some rocks going on. I have a second material which I've gathered here for our riverbed, and once again this is just a default setup. I didn't really change anything about this material except for the roughness to make it look shiny and wet since it's near the water. And I got this one from the Pixel Labs Redshift Material Pack 3. So let's just drag this onto our riverbed rocks, and let's turn off use color so we can see that texture. And we're going to change it to cubic once again, and that's looking pretty good to me. So there you go. We have our basic geometry set up, and at this point, if you're working on your composition, it's a good idea to work on your composition at this stage because you have your scene blocked out. So I'm just going to jump back into my camera, and we'll turn on the Redshift IPR, and I'll just dock that right there. And let's see what this is looking like. Another thing I like to do is I like to hit Shift V and go into my view settings right here and turn up the border opacity to 100%. That way I'm only seeing what I'm getting in the final render. Alright, so let's see. And of course it looks like trash right now because we don't have any lights in our scene and no displacement going on. So why don't we start by dropping a light in our scene. So I'm going to lock this camera in place on our IPR, and that way I can jump out of it in our viewport without changing it here in our IPR. And I'm going to drop in a area light. So let's scale up this area light, and you can see now our scene is suddenly dark because it does no longer has the default lighting. And we'll move this area light all the way to the back of our scene, and we're just going to move this up a bit so it looks something like that. And we're going to reduce the overall brightness of our light. Right now it's set to 100. We're going to try something like 6. We're going to change the color of our light to be a light blue. Hit OK. And we're also going to change the spread to be something like 0.25. The lower your spread, the more directional your light becomes. All right, so that's looking pretty good. The next step would be to add some displacement onto our materials. So let's right click on our cliffs and let's drop a redshift object tag on here. And under geometry, I'm going to turn this on to override, enable tessellation, and turn on displacement. And it's going to take a second to update. I'm also going to need to turn up our maximum displacement to something like 50 and 50. So you might have to toy around with that number a little bit to get what you're looking for, but I just know from doing this demonstration a few times that 50 is probably going to give me what I want. Alright, so now you can see we have some displacement going on our rocks. It's already looking a lot better. Why don't we set up our river material, because that's the glaring issue right now, is that our river is just a flat piece of blue. I don't even know. So let's drop a redshift material in here, and let's just rename this river, and let's open up this guy, and I'm actually going to dock my IPR next to my shader graph so that we can see this a little bit better. And so in our material, what we're going to want to do to create a water shader is change our refraction and transmission to 1, and that's going to make our water look like glass. And so real quickly, I'm going to actually turn off our tessellation and displacement in the global overrides. That way this updates a little bit quicker. And of course we need to drop our river material onto the water. So let's do that. And now you can see it's definitely clear now. And the next thing we're going to want to do is add some subsurface scattering into this. So I'm going to change the scatter scale to be 0.01, and we'll see what that's looking like. So if I actually turn on my render region and turn on bucket rendering, it's going to render a lot faster and a lot cleaner. And you can see now we're getting this sort of this foggy water, which is looking a lot better. It looks like it has some depth to it. So I'm actually going to I'm going to keep those settings as is. I'm going to turn up my absorption scale to 0.02%, which is just going to help bring out the color when I change the transmittance color. And so we're going to change this transmittance color to be something like a light blue, and we're just going to see what that looks like. That looks a little bit too saturated in my opinion, so I'm just going to dial this back a little bit. And then I'm going to change the scatter coefficient color to be a blue as well, and let's see what that is looking like. And I think that's looking pretty good. So the next thing I want to do is I want to add in a bump map to this. So let's search for some redshift noise, and let's bring our noise texture in here, and we're going to plug this into a bump map node. And before we do that, we're actually going to check our noise to see what it's looking like. And we can do that by just plugging it directly into our surface. And I'm going to turn off bucket rendering, so you can see this is what our noise pattern looks like. And by plugging this into our bump, it's going to give us some nice ripples and highlights if we have a light shining on it. So I'm going to change this noise type to turbulence, and I think turbulence works pretty well at the default settings. So I'm just going to plug this into my texture, and then we're going to take our bump map and we're going to plug this into our overall bump input, and we're going to plug this material back into the surface. And I'll turn on bucket rendering once again, and it's a subtle change, but you can sort of see it happening right here, where we're getting some a little bit of detail being picked up in the specular highlights. All right, so the next thing I want to do, if I actually undock this, since we're pretty much done setting up our river shader, I'm going to dock this back with our viewport here. And we're going to add a little bit of displacement on our water. So I'm going to turn up the segments to something like 800 and 800. That way we have some geometry to work with here. And then we're going to drop a displacer into our scene and make that a child of the water. And so this is a pretty simple and standard way to do some basic animation on your water. You essentially just drop a noise in here, And let me actually just jump into our camera so we can see that noise happening. And I'm actually going to turn off our X-ray mode so we can see this a little bit better. But that's what that's looking like right now. So what we need to do is turn up the scale of our noise, and that's going to give us something like that. And then what I did was I just changed the height to 5 centimeters to make that effect a little bit more subtle. And then if you wanted to animate this, all you would have to do is change the animation speed to 1, and then add some movement on the Z-axis, and change the speed percent to 1%. And so if we pause our IPR and play this back, you can see now we're getting some animation, we're getting some evolution of the noise, as well as the whole thing sort of moving downstream. So that's just a nice little subtle effect when you get to the animation stage. So I'm going to turn the displacement back on in our scene, that way we can see what that's looking like once again. And I want to add some more variation into this rock material. So for example, near the river, I want to add a mossy variation of this rock. So what we can do is we can actually paint a vertex map on our cliffs, and then we can use that to blend a new variation of the material into our cliff. So let's just select our cliff, and all you have to do to paint a vertex map is go up to Character, select your paint tool, and then you just simply start painting. So I'm just going to paint this on here, and similarly to our sculpting tools, holding Shift will smooth out our vertex paint. And one thing to keep in mind is that the vertex map is dependent on the resolution of your geometry, so you do need a fair amount of detail in order to create a detailed vertex map. And you can see I'm not creating a uniform line across here. We're all about breaking up that uniformity and breaking up those patterns, so I'm just sort of being a little bit random with where I'm putting it, but still keeping it near the bottom where the river would naturally be more mossy. So let's paint the same thing along our other side, and we're just going to go to town here, painting vertex maps. So holding down Shift once again to smooth this out, and you can also hold Control, and that's going to erase your vertex if you so desire to do that. And holding down Shift, and now we should get something that looks like that. So if we select our vertex map, we can see where that's going to show up, and it's created our vertex map over here, and we're going to rename this Mossy Vertex. And so let's hop back into our cliff material, and let's start building out our variation. So I'm going to drag this down, I'm going to select all of our nodes up here and hold Control to duplicate that. It might take a moment to reload to make a copy of those nodes. So I'm just going to move this down, and I'm going to rename this RD Mossy Rock and hit OK. And really the only difference that I'm going to change about this material here is I'm going to add a color correction node, and then I'm going to change the hue slightly just to make this more greenish. So let's plug this in, and let's change the hue to 30 degrees, and we're going to change the saturation scale to 1.5. I just know this from doing this demonstration before. And then I'm also going to make our index of refraction 1.3, and that's the refractive index of water. And we just want our rocks to look a little bit shinier and a little bit more wet down near the river. So we need to blend these two together now, and I'm going to drop in a material blender node. And we're going to plug our first material into our base color and our mossy rock material into layer color 1, and then we're going to type in vertex map, and we're going to drop that in here, and we're going to use this box to select our mossy vertex. So we have that selected, and we're going to connect this into layer 1 blend color 1, and voila, now we have our materials blended. So all I have to do now is plug this material blender into our output surface, and you can see our previews already updating here. And if I reload our Redshift IPR and I turn off that render region, it's going to take a moment because we have displacement turned on once again. But once it's done, we should be able to see that mossy variation happening. Alright, and there you go. So now you can see we're getting some green rocks down here, and then it's smoothly transitioning back up into the unaffected material. So I'm noticing that these shadows are much too dark, which is making the scene look a bit unrealistic. So what I'm going to do to combat this is I'm going to drop in a redshift dome light, and I'm going to come down to the tint, and I'm just going to make this a value of like 29%, and let's just make this a dark blue and hit OK. And you'll notice now, instead of it dropping off into pitch black, it's just filling in these shadows a little bit with a blue tint, which looks a lot more photorealistic and accurate to the real world. So that's looking better. Now that we have that going, why don't I hop into a new file and show you a little bit about how I modeled the crystals. So I'm just going to open up a new project file, and we're going to go, actually, I have a preset for this. So we're going to start with our start crystal here file. We're going to hit OK, and we're going to start modeling this with a cylinder. So what I would do is I would just take this cylinder and I would drop the rotation segments to something like 6, and then of course I would create extra variations where maybe one would be 5 rotation segments and one would be 7, and you would just create extra variations that way. But for this demo, I'll just work on 1, and I'll make this editable. We're going to make all these sides optimize by hitting this optimize button, and now all the polygons should be connected. So if I go into my edge mode and hit UL, that's going to allow me to do a loop selection here at the bottom, and I should be able to scale this in, and then we're going to take this top point up here and we're going to move this up like so. And another thing I'm going to do, which you can't really notice because the Phong angle is pretty low already, but I'm just going to make this Phong angle 0. And you can see if we turn this all the way up to 180, it starts to look like a cheesy 90s video game. And making that 0 just means that we're not going to smooth out any of those hard edges. So that's looking good. Another thing I might do is I might hit MS, and that's going to bring up my bevel tool, and I'm just going to bevel this point to create some interesting shapes. And of course you can bevel any of these points, so I might take this corner and this corner and this corner, hit MS and bevel those out a little bit, and you can see now we're starting to get some pretty interesting shapes going on. And so you can see how I would go about adding variation by duplicating it, scaling it down, changing some points around and things like that. Another thing I'll do is I'll actually just grab my axis tool real quick and make sure I have move selected, and what I can do is come down here and I can actually select this point and then deselect my axis tool, and now our axis is perfectly flush with the bottom of our model. So then I'll hit PSR reset, that's going to move that to the ground plane, and voila. So let's move on to lighting and texturing this guy. So I'm going to hit play on our IPR, and that's going to give us our crystal. So let's just drop a material in here to start working with, and we're going to rename this crystal. And the process is going to be very similar to building our river shader. It's actually almost identical. So let's dock our IPR along with our material node once again, and let's make sure that our material is actually applied first before we start working on it. That's always important. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change our refraction and transmission to 1, and then I'm going to add some subsurface scattering. So let's make our scatter scale 0.05 and see what that gets us. And so now you can see we're getting this kind of milky look, which I really like. And you can see the higher we make this number, the more solid the object becomes, and you can see it starts to thin out around the edges, which I think is a really cool effect. So I'm going to keep this at 0.05, and I'm going to change the transmittance color to be blue. And let's see what that looks like. And there you go. That's the basis of our crystal material. So the next step that I would take on this is to add some imperfections. And so I actually have a folder called imperfection maps. So if we actually jump in here, we have a lot of grunge textures that we can choose from. So here's just one that I picked out as an example. I'm just going to drag and drop this into our material node. And I'm going to plug it into our roughness, if I can drag this over here. So let's go into reflection, roughness, and you can see that's immediately giving us an interesting pattern. And I'm also going to change the projection real quick from UVW mapping to cubic, and that's going to make our texture map a little bit more accurately. So I might also come in here and change the scale. Let's try 250, because that number seems to be working well for us in most situations. And now we can see this a little bit better. Now the other thing I want to do is I want to take this same exact map and I want to plug it into the bump slot. So I'm going to take a bump node and I'm going to plug that into the input and plug this into our overall bump input. And now you can see it looks as if the crystal is sort of scratched along the top, and it has that imperfection going for it. So that's essentially how I built this material. Another thing I would do is I would duplicate this material a few times to create a few different variations of it. And if I wanted to add emission to it, I would just come into the overall emission, make that 1, and then change our color and hit OK. And now you have a glowing crystal. Alright, so now that we have that out of the way, I'm going to hop over to a file where I actually finished preparing a bunch of crystals. That way you don't have to sit here and watch me do that for an hour. So let's open up that file, and you can see I just hand placed these to create some interesting variations and groupings. So I'm just going to grab this group of blue crystals here that I prepared, and we're going to bring that back over into our cave scene. So I'm going to paste that in here like so, and then we're going to drop this whole thing into a matrix object. And the benefit of using a matrix object is that it actually bypasses your viewport, and it only shows particles in your viewport, very similar to Octane Scatter. So if you've ever used the Octane Scatter feature, this is pretty much the same exact thing. So I'm just dropping these cylinders in as a child to make my scene more organized, but that won't actually make a difference in what the matrix object is doing. So we're going to select our cliffs as the object that we want to clone onto, and we're going to turn up our count to something like 40,000. And now you can see we have these particles represented by our cubes cloned evenly along our cliffs. The next thing we want to do is we want to restrict this selection so we can create some areas of interest. And once again, here comes that keyword, break up the uniformity. So let's go and select our cliffs. We're going to head into polygon mode, and we're just going to start selecting some faces like so. And I want a lot of these crystals to appear down near the river, because that's just a rule that I created, that the blue crystals grow closer to the water. And it's good to come up with rules like that for yourself when you're working on these things. That way there is a method to your madness, there is a reason behind everything happening, but that doesn't mean that it has to look uniform necessarily either. But there is an order to things. So we've selected this area. I'm going to jump back into my camera, and maybe I'll select this area up here as well, and this area over here. And when I'm happy with this selection, you know what, I might just select that right there too. I'm going to go up to select, set selection, and we're going to rename this to blue crystals. And there you go. So we're going to hop back into our matrix object, and we're just going to drag this polygon selection into our selection box. And now you can see, voila, we have our blue crystals restricted to those areas. Now what we can do to further make this easier to read is we can actually change the color of our cubes to blue, and that way we know that there are blue crystals. So I'm just going to save this real quick, rename this blue crystals, and I'm going to duplicate this setup. So now we have our red crystals, and I'm going to hop back into my project file, grab our red crystals, which you can see we have a few different material variations set up, and we're going to copy those back into our scene, delete those blue ones underneath, and we're going to drop those in there. So now what we need to do is we need to set another polygon selection tag. So let's do that. I'm going to make these red first of all, and we're going to tell it to look at our cliffs, but we need to create a new selection tag first. So let's do that, and maybe I'll have our red show up here and a little bit here and right there. And so we'll hit select, we'll hit set selection, and that's just going to create another tag for us. We'll name this red crystals. We'll hop over to our matrix, we'll tell it to look at this selection tag instead, and voila, now we have our red crystals. So this is all great, but if we turned on the Redshift IPR right now, it would not recognize these as crystals. I don't even know if they would show up as cubes. So these are particles right now, and the way we get Redshift to recognize them as our crystals is we use a Redshift object tag on here. And what we can do is we can head into this particle tab and we can change this to custom objects. And now if I lock that window in place, I'm going to select these red crystals and I'm just going to drag them into my custom objects window. And I'm going to go ahead and do the same exact thing for my blue crystals. So we're going to right click, we're going to drop a Redshift object tag on here, change this to custom objects, lock this window in place, and select our crystals and drop them in there. Voila. So the next thing I want to do is I want to add a random effector to this. So we're just going to type in random, and we don't want to necessarily move these randomly. So we're going to uncheck position. All we want to do is we want to scale and rotate them. So we want them to rotate 360 degrees on the heading randomly, and 24 degrees on the pitch, and 24 degrees on the banking. And I just know from doing this before that I'm also going to have to change the pitch to -90 degrees on both these guys to make this orient correctly. So I got that out of the way. And then I'm also going to randomly change the scale uniformly and absolutely. And what absolute scale does is it prevents your particles from scaling up and down at the same time. So with this on, I can set our scale to -0.7, and it's going to randomly shrink our particles on a scale from 0 to -0.7. So why don't we load up our Redshift IPR, and let's just see what this is looking like right now. And once again, it's going to take a minute because we have even more things going on in our scene on top of displacement. So you'll see here, we have our crystals that are being cloned, but they're being eaten up by that displacement. So what we'll do is we'll just hit Shift C, and we'll type in plane effector, select both of our crystals, and we want to make sure that our plane effector is in this effectors tab. So by default, it's going to move them up 100 centimeters on the Y. We don't need it to be that much, so I'm just going to set it to 50, and we'll just give that a chance to reload. And voila, now you can see we have many crystals being cloned. Almost too many crystals. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select our blue crystals tag, and I'm going to double click on that, and I'm just going to hold down Control to delete some of these segments right here. And once again, breaking up that uniformity. And really, I just think that there's too many being cloned along this edge right here, and maybe along here too. So I'm just going to reduce the number by reducing the polygon selection. And so I still have this tag selected. I have my new selection. I'm going to go up to select, and I'm going to hit set selection once again. And that's going to take a second to update. But now you can see we are now getting some randomness, and we're getting less crystals being cloned, and it looks less uniform, which of course is a good thing and what we want to go for. Alright, so I'm just going to turn on bucket rendering real quick so that we have a better idea of what this is actually looking like, because the water doesn't really render too fast if we don't have bucket rendering on. And we can see that that's looking pretty good. I might actually jump into our river material and change the hue of that. So I'm actually going to turn on our render region one more time, and we still have bucket rendering selected. And I'm just going to jump into our material, and I'm going to change the hue to be sort of a lighter blue. Let's head more towards the green and see what that looks like. That might be a little bit too green. And that's looking better to me, like that. Yep, much better. Alright, so the last step that I'm going to show in this demonstration is how I just drop in some Quixel assets to once again break up the uniformity of this cliff right here, which is already looking pretty good, so this is just going to take it one step further. So let's go ahead and let's jump over into another project file that I have prepared, and that is called Quixel Scan Prepped. So in this one, we have this Quixel scan, which I believe is free to download. So all you have to do is go make an account on Quixel.com and download this Megascan for free. And so I'm just going to copy this out of the scene, and I'm going to bring this into our run through. I'm going to turn off that IPR so we can place this a little bit faster. And I'm just going to drop this in here like so. And you know, the goal once again is to break up that uniformity. So I'm just going to move this along into the wall like so. I'm going to look through my camera so I can see where this is actually showing up, because we don't want to waste time placing things that aren't going to even be seen by the camera. So let's just control drag to duplicate that, move this over to our other side, rotate this around, and that looks pretty good, honestly. Let's see what that's looking like. Might move that into the wall a little bit more, maybe a little bit down and out. And we also need to keep in mind that we have displacement going on these rocks. I'll scale this one on -1 on the X just so it looks a little bit different, and I'll scale it down a little bit, maybe even bring it out a little bit and rotate it like so. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. So let's load up the IPR one more time and see what this guy is looking like. And of course, this stuff does take a while to render, so you just kind of have to be patient, let things render for a while, and then come back and check in on it. But let's see what this is looking like. And you can already see that this is looking a heck of a lot better already. So we're getting some nice rocks showing up in there. We're getting our crystals over here, and just so that we can see what this might actually look like when it's done, I'll just pull up one of my renders from the short film. Alright, so when all is said and done, you should end up with something that looks somewhat like this. That brings me to the end of this demonstration. I hope there was something useful in here. I hope you at least enjoyed watching this cave scene come together, or maybe you were just inspired to go make your own nature scene, which is also cool. My name's Ryan Talbot, and peace out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 3D Motion and Design Show. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here with Ryan Talbot. Ryan, amazing job, man. You really, I love the techniques you covered in this. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, man.
So, a lot of questions. Actually, not that many questions. You guys, you can ask more questions. You can ask more questions. It's fine. You'll talk. So, let's see here. One question. This is kind of right off the project. There's a part 1. Is there going to be a part 2? Big question.
Yes, there is a part 2. I've already written the outline for it, and I've gotten a little bit started on the animation for it. So yes, there will be a part 2.
It's well in production, Sarah.
It is in production. Yes,
it's well under production. And for you guys who don't know Ryan, I don't remember when I met you, but Ryan's an ageless wonder here. So I met you years ago, and I was like, oh, I didn't know. I thought you were just a friend of somebody in there or a student, but no, you were just a working professional, and you've been here for like years. And here I am thinking like, all right, you need to share your beauty secrets too of how we can, look young and healthy. So if you got that, you need to share those things too.
Lots of vegetables. I don't know.
Vegetables and water, sunshine.
Be Japanese.
Oh, that helps too. Genetics are the best. Someone said you could have used C4D noises if you had Redshift 3, LOL. Like just trying to load. True. just use C4D noises, man. Save your time. Awesome presentation. Folks are saying that. Very cool. Let's see. Someone wanted to know, did you model the drone in your latest project?
No, so the drone is from the Kitbash 3D drone pack, as well as some other the elements. I used their spaceship kit to put together like the giant machine and some of the hard surface models. So a lot of kit bashing.
Yeah, Kitbash has some really good ones. I know they have one for drones and cars and tanks. Yeah, there's some good stuff on there. They've sponsored us in a number of shows too. I need to talk to them, see if they can do some more giveaways here. Someone was wondering about render times. So what was it like? So it was like, it must have taken forever. What were your render times like?
I rendered most of it using the Pixel Plow.
Okay.
So it cost me about like $800 to render it, and I just kept everything on low power for about a week. So it was about a week of rendering.
A week of rendering, yeah. Pretty intense, yeah. Especially with all the what you did with the crystals and the subsurface and all that fun stuff.
Right.
Really good. How long did the project take overall for the other stuff?
In total, it took about 3 weeks. So starting with just writing down the bullet points of what I wanted to happen, and then, doing hardware previews of everything, and going into look dev and animation. And then rendering was about the last week of it, as well as working with the composer, Jonathan Richmond. So he was working on the music once I had like a low res pass of the whole thing. And then he did the music in about a week.
Nice. So the week, so if you break it down, so the music was a week. So what was the total production time?
3 weeks, because he was working on the music while I was rendering it. So
wow, you got it done.
Yeah.
You got it done. Forget dailies, folks. 3 weeks, knock out a minute and a half.
Right.
We want. If you want to know how old you are, don't tell them. Don't tell them.
It's a mystery.
It's a mystery. Can he drink? Can he even drive? Things you have to, things you have to figure out elsewhere. Let's see here. Do you consider yourself more of a storyteller with an emphasis on visuals and 3D?
Yeah, definitely. So like I feel like a lot of people in motion graphics come from a design background, and I definitely didn't come into this with a design background. I came into this with a film background. So, I was in film school before all this, and I just saw that Cinema 4D was just another way of telling stories and another way of creating short films without getting a whole crew together, and you can do it all yourself now. So yeah, I'm trying to get back more into storytelling for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. I think that's kind of the lost art a bit too, is we see so much art these days, but to be able to actually put it in a format where it flows and tells story is much more captivating. Seeing what's going to happen next versus that's interesting, but it doesn't really have any life and appeal. Another technical questions, the volumetrics, were those all VDBs, or what did you do with the clouds and
Yeah, so the animated VDBs are all from the Pixel Labs VDB pack. So shout out to Joran from the Pixel Lab. He's awesome, and he allowed me to make use of those. So yeah.
Yeah, so Pixel Lab, and they've done giveaways here before too. So check out Pixel Lab, and they have a bunch of packs on there. So check that out.
Yeah.
Someone was asking about your social media, Digital Melon, right? If they wanted to follow you on Instagram.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, so check out Digital Melon on Instagram if they wanted to check it out. Let's see here. Do you think you can achieve a similar effect with physical render?
I'm sure you could if you put in the time and the effort, but I feel like Redshift it allows you to iterate so much faster. And with the IPR workflow is game changing. And then of course now you have Unreal Engine and real-time renders coming in, so that's going to change the game again coming up in the next couple of years.
Totally, yeah. It's already changing the game with Jonathan Winbush, who was with us last show, and he was showing that workflow. So when you're tweaking, the thing is, I've seen people get same results if you're looking at Redshift or physical, but when it comes to speed, of course, there's going to be huge speed enhancements. You have to remember too, like Redshift focuses 100% of their attention on rendering and just that aspect, and our physical render and everything else was with teams within Maxon that built it out. So that's why they're even part of the family, because they bring so much value in the world of rendering. Across the board, and not just on cinema, but on other 3D applications too. They're used across the board. So someone was wondering, do you create a color board before the 3D development?
No, I didn't. So the red and the blue was kind of a happy accident. I wanted to distinguish these two worlds apart from each other. This sort of mechanical, industrial, almost evil feeling with the red look, and then this more calming, magical cave. Just sort of leaned in towards the blue, and then we had these two color palettes that worked really great with each other. And LUTs also help a lot with that kind of stuff. So applying LUTs in post can really help tie all of your colors together, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Octane Jesus is in the house. What's up, David? Welcome to the party. Hey. Let me see. Comments are, wow, that's epic. So they're loving the stuff. Really cool. So where'd you actually train? You said you went to film school. That was your initial passion and film. And then what was the transition in?
And I worked in the film equipment room, so that's how I got to know, all the filmmakers there. And back when I was in high school, actually, is when I did my first projection dance. And that was sort of my first dip into motion graphics, not necessarily like filming. And so this dancer from Australia, Christy Sellers, reached out to me over YouTube because that's where I had put up my projection dance, and she wanted to collaborate on some things. So she entered us in Australia's Got Talent, and then I dropped out of college just to focus, all of my effort on, the projection dances, and I was taking some other freelance jobs at the time too. So it was just the natural progression going from film to VFX and then 3D.
Yeah, because VFX are already part of the film, workflow, right. So it's just a little bit more focus.
Yeah.
Really cool. We got a couple questions. People are rolling in now. Let's see here. Compositing. Did you do any compositing? What do you use for composite?
So for this short, I did a very minimal amount of compositing. I do all of my compositing in After Effects. The only compositing I actually did on this piece was the little dust plume when the drone pulls out the crystal. That was just like an Action Essentials thing. But now I try to do as much in render as I possibly can to keep everything consistent looking 3D, because I find that the less you have to jump back and forth between Cinema 4D and After Effects and Substance and all these different programs, just the cleaner your workflow and the easier it is to keep track of all your assets and everything.
Yeah, that's a big thing, and assets get annoying between programs.
Right.
They get so huge, so that's a big deal. Let's see here. The question is advantages of Matrix versus cloners. This was from Ariev by way of Miguel. I could answer it, but I think they want to hear it from you. Ariev could have answered it, but he's being nice and he's not taking over the chat. So thanks for giving other people a chance.
Yeah, so the matrix object essentially bypasses the viewport, so it handles all of your geometry in the final render, which makes it easier for you to navigate your viewport while you're using it. And it's very similar to the Octane scatter feature. So yeah, I mean, it's also a particle system, so you can do anything, use fields with it as well, which you can't do with. Well, you can use fields with the cloner. But yeah, I think it mostly saves memory and overhead in your program.
All right, so let's see more and more. If you need more on that too, you can check out Cineversity and check out all about the matrix object. Let's see here. And if you're ever stuck on any of this stuff too, folks, if you don't know, right click and show help anywhere on Cinema. It's my favorite feature. So you could actually see on the cloner object or on the matrix object, right click, show help, and get a full breakdown of, why one versus the other. Someone was wondering, how'd you do the smoke in the opening? Was that in post? You just mentioned that one puff was in post, but you were just using VDBs, right?
Yeah, so I was using animated VDBs from the Pixel Labs VDB pack. Shout out to Jordan.
Yeah. So how did you do the storm in the center of the lighthouse at the end? So as that light was projecting, what was the techniques you used for that?
The shockwave that sort of cascades down the mountain. So that was a camera that I just projected down the center of the mountain, and in After Effects I built this shockwave. It's like an 8K animated texture. I just used like a Video Copilot shockwave, and then I added my own turbulent displace effect on it to turn up the resolution of it essentially, and then I just piped that into the emission map of our mountain material.
Nice. So then that just became that light that you saw cascading down.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the top, were you using particles or anything like that for the beams that were out, or?
Yeah, so I was just using Cinema 4D's regular particle system. It wasn't X particles. So it was just particles with some a rotator on there, and then a tracer, and then another one of Joran's VDBs in the center. It was a fire VDB that I just stretched out really thin.
Nice.
And yeah.
Worked well. Someone was wondering if you use multipass at all.
I'm trying. Yeah, I did do some puzzle mats on this one for the crystal so that I could add some glow to it in post. So that was another thing I did. Mostly just puzzle mats on this one.
Just to be able to isolate the objects.
Yeah.
Really cool. Another question popping in. Do you ever feel like you were pushing the limits of your machine? Or in other words, did this cause a lot of headaches and crashes?
No, not a whole lot of crashing actually. So like one thing that I like to do when I'm animating is I work on layers. So if you have things like displacers and deformers and things that are slowing down your viewport, or cloners even, put that all on its own layer and then turn off everything on that layer. That way you can focus just keyframing the arm or just keyframing one thing at a time. And then you turn on those layers one at a time once you're ready to do your final hardware preview and see what it's looking like.
That is a pro tip, folk. Use layers.
Yes.
Don't be like me. Don't be like Ryan.
If you don't use layers, it would definitely have crashed a lot more. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's see here. What were the challenges with the drone unfolding animation? So David loved that. Ariev loved that.
Oh, awesome. Let's see, what were the tips? So I did an IK and an FK rig for that drone unfolding. It was two separate rigs. It was an IK rig for, I think, when it was coming out, and an FK rig for folding back up. And so I would just swap between those two rigs, depending on which one would be easier to animate for that shot. So,
oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Really straightforward tip there. You should do a breakdown just of that. Because I think that effect is so cool when it comes to everything like transforming, and we see it a lot. So maybe we can get you back on, or you do a little quick tip or something, and I get you on later in the year or something to say, hey, he's back, because people want to know. Or guess what? I just want to know. So I think that'd be awesome. Yeah, people chiming in. The folding drone was great. Kit Bash is great.
Yeah. Oh, if you're talking about the folding animation in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that one I used a lot of character constraints. So I would constrain one piece to another piece. And then it was also a lot of fudging it. So I would do things like scaling pieces up and down as they come on. So not everything actually fits together. If this were like a real object, it doesn't actually fit together.
What? You're kidding.
And I use things like Booleans. Yeah, so I would use like a Boolean so that when the blade is coming out, you don't actually see the bottom half of the model until it's like out at the top. You know, things like that, so things aren't sticking out where they shouldn't.
Big phony. It's not exactly physically real. Impossible.
Yeah.
It's all a lie, folks. It's all a lie. So, yeah, that's awesome. I think that would be an awesome breakdown, too. Someone wants you to come back for part 2. Would you join us again for part 2 later on this year?
Gladly.
So he says yes. The answer is yes, Justin. He'll come back for us. Let's see here. Questions. Anything else? Because this is our last presenter. If you guys have questions, now's the time. If not, the next time we're going to be broadcasting is in July for SIGGRAPH. So we got Ryan. You were able to check out The Search Part 1. And for those of you who want to follow along with some of his other work, check him out at Digital Melon. And yeah, you can reach out to him there. And time from concept to render.
3 weeks.
There's 3 weeks. I have a concept. You start on the storyboarding. 3 weeks later, ship it.
Yeah. I just have a giant whiteboard that's like 6 feet long, and I just write all my ideas on there, and that's where the concept is. It's just all on the whiteboard.
Nice. Someone's calling for an Oscar. Oscar. Awesome. Great. Well, I'll be here for just another couple seconds. Probably a minute or two, but I want to thank Ryan so much for being here. Ryan will definitely be in touch. Check him out at Digital Melon, and definitely we'll be staying tuned for the next part. So part 2, I'm looking forward to that, as well as the breakdown of that unfolding, if you want to stick that in there, or if that's in part 2, no spoilers, just include that in, and we'll love to have you back.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Ryan.
All right.
So that just leaves me with my lovely fam all around the world and the chat fam. You guys have been completely awesome today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, sharing your knowledge, asking your questions, and participating. Our community gets better the more that we actually support each other, and you guys really are, to me, my favorite community. And I've been around a lot of different businesses, but there's nothing like the Maxon family, Red Giant family, Redshift family. I miss you guys all the events. All the big hugs. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep inspiring each other. Keep sharing all these different tutorials. And for those of you who are ready to get into Red Giant, we have the huge special going on. Remember, it's only going to be, I think, a 72-hour special. So check that out next week. Make sure to retweet if you want a chance to get it free, and that's every 12 hours. So check out redgiant.com for more information on that. And I will see you on the next 3D Motion show for the SIGGRAPH show the week of July 21st. For everybody who's tuning in on YouTube and everywhere else, you're going to want to check us out on 3dmotionshow.com and click the sign up link right under the video player. Hit that sign up link so we can give you all the updates on upcoming shows, specials, and everything else. I thank you guys so much and looking forward to seeing you at the next show. Take care.
Get ready. On June 23rd, Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift are having a blowout summer sale. For 72 hours only, get 30% off new annual subscriptions and Redshift licenses. We're offering incredible deals on Red Giant Complete, Universe, Cinema 4D, Redshift, and the Cinema 4D with Redshift subscription bundle. Mark your calendar for June 23rd and get ready to save big. To learn more about the sale, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
Tool Farm makes waves with amazing deals and fast and knowledgeable customer service.
Swim on in for incredible deals on software and plugins at Tool Farm.
Hi, it's your friends at Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift. For the next 5 days, we're running a contest where we'll be giving away Cinema 4D with Redshift and Red Giant Complete, the whole kit and caboodle, twice a day. Here's how to enter. Follow Maxon, Red Giant, and Redshift on Twitter. Retweet one of our contest tweets that uses the hashtag MaxRedSummerSale. You can't just tweet the hashtag. To be eligible for a chance to win, you've got to share the entire post. And that's literally it. We'll pick 2 winners a day, so you can enter once every 12 hours for a chance to win. The contest ends Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. Pacific. For more details, head over to maxon.net/summer 2020.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
That's so funny! All right! I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.